Do you know what? You really are a pathetic, incompetent, mouth-breathing, window-licking, spastic bastard, twat, arsehole, wanker, tosser, dickhead, knobhead, failed abortion, streak of piss, disgrace to the family name, inbred, stuck up, Ponzi, Nancy, chintzy, pillow biting, West Ham United supporting cunt. Do you know what? You really are a pathetic, incompetent, mouth-breathing, window-licking, spastic bastard, twat, arsehole, wanker, tosser, dickhead, knobhead, failed abortion, streak of piss, disgrace to the family name, inbred, stuck up, Ponzi, Nancy, chintzy, pillow biting, West Ham United supporting cunt.
Man, fuck all that, man. Keep it by yourself, so let's do a fanny in the good side.
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking. She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person. I'm doxing Shamey, I'm doxing Robert, I'm doxing Seaman, I'm doxing
You can't dox me.
the gay Klingon.
She can't dox me either because I've doxed myself. My name's Amy Louise Thomas.
Well, I'm just going to do it for fun.
Yeah.
I'm doing it to amuse myself.
Yeah,
would you like that?
fine. I don't mind.
Does it sound fun to you guys?
My
Would you
middle
like
name's
it?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to have pictures of Seaman's nephew, his name and everything like that. I'm going to do the whole obituary
Do you mean my
thing,
dead
why not?
nephew?
How about...
Before I fuck you
you know,
in the arse, you cunt.
Well, you know, Seaman, you do it to me all the fucking time under your various sock accounts. So fuck you. Fuck you.
Wish.
Piece of fucking shit.
Do you want me to send you some up-to-date pictures of everyone bleeding?
Cunt.
No.
Well, yeah, no, I will look for the worst pictures.
I can send you some up-to-date
deliberately.
ones. I've got my mum, my sister, my dad, and my brother.
Shavy, are you asking me? Are you asking me for my email address?
I can help you
Because
out.
you're not getting it. I
you out.
don't speak to weirdos like you.
You are a weirdo.
All right?
Failed.
Oh, God, no one cares about you doxing. Jesus.
Failed.
You having an orgasm there, Shamey, are you?
No, but...
I've never done anything to anybody.
No, I mean, I didn't hear or see of him, mate, sometime last year. You seen all of him. He's another woman abusing little child nuns, that Brian Hurley. He's not a bacon. He's not a pedo.
One bag of Lord, lick the girl them with the hammer. Lord, make the girl ball for the mama. Lord, make a rascal ball out. Lift up your head and hold it up. Man, this guy no man, Shaw Everton blender. Yeah. See. Let's see the crown and the door the king. Man. Let me wind out the window a bit so we got a little bit less noise. Yeah, so we got the people them in the place, man. Slap the like button, share the stream, all them things there. Yeah? Alright. Alright, man. Yeah, man. Now, first of all, let's start every show by saying the same shit. Bonfire upon all nonsense, innit? Yeah? If you've edited children's pictures, you're a nonce. If you've shared children's pictures, you're a nonce. Yeah? If these children are in primary school, secondary school, and not adults, you're a nonce. If you don't know these children from anywhere, you're a nonce. Yeah? And if you roll with nonces, don't come round here. Don't bother type in the chat. Don't jump on the panel. Just suck your mum. Yeah. Alright. So let's go. Scroll back to the top there. Shout out Reverend Violet. Amen. How are them feeling? Man. Hey, listen, we only got an hour anyway, yeah? So, well, less than an hour now, about 50 minutes, yeah? So, boom. Shout out, man like Carnito, I walk on. What you saying? Ma. Old tight, OG, Ellen James. We got Ellen in the building. Walk on, come on, come on. Shout out Donna. Walk on, Donna. Man, you got yourself, man. Come. Old tight, Sonny, yes. They are. Come on, man, like Sonny, you know. How them feel like. That is, I think, what we like. Slap the like button, like, so yeah. Man, shout out. Alright, I think that's it, yeah. Yeah! Alright, man, so let's. Alright, shout out Shoons. Shout out Shines on the tree. Man. Yeah, we have a white name still here, but they are. Shout out Liggy. We got the leg stuff. Yeah, alright. Alright, yeah, man. Anyone comes in now, you missed the register, too late. Yeah, alright, so let's get busy, man. So there's been a review on the Farage Riots. The Farage Race Riots. Yeah? The Farage Race Bomberclot Riots. Yeah, man. Misinformation. And all them things there, yeah? So they've come to a conclusion where they're saying they don't know whether having more information would have definitely led to no violence, no uprising and no riots or whatever. Also though, it's like they've took the blame away from a lot of the people like the Andrew Tates and the Nigel Farages and the Katie Hopkins and anyone that was sharing the name of alleged Syrian refugee, saying that this man, or because this man has committed this crime, we must attack all asylum seekers, residents hotels or anyone that basically doesn't look like an English person on the roadside. Like what the fuck? That's mad. So if it was an actual refugee or someone that had come here on the boat, would that have been justification? Huh? Is that what the people them are basically trying to say? That is justification, or that the people that support that is justification because these people come from another place. Someone else that may have come there in the same circumstances commits a crime. Now we can go and attack you. Huh? What the fuck is that, man? That's wild. Oh. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we got the prize. Mad. Yeah, man. Catch me in King's Landing soon, though, yeah? Alright, say less. But anyway. So, that's what it seems like the Farage Riot supporters, especially them nutcases like Danny Roscoe, yeah? Yeah. Self-labeled himself as a coconut and all that, yeah? It's mad. Wild. Yeah, but anyone that supports that, yeah? Are you trying to say that it's okay for people to attack children's houses, asylum seekers' residents, people that you don't know whether they're asylum seekers or not, just general foreigners, because a foreigner committed a crime? Like, what the fuck is that? Cause that's crazy. Wild. Like, the people in the hotels would have had as much clue about this attack as you. They found out at the same time we all found out when it's going on the news. So it's mad still that could be able to be allowed to slide. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, wild. So, them man there. Them man there that was promoting that should have faced some consequences also, man. Because you see the low level people that carried out the same actions, or no, you know what it was, yeah? Is that, see the top dogs or whatever, yeah? They're able to finagle their wordplay and pay for a different sort of protection, which means that if they ever did get pulled in, King's Council's going to come to the police station to argue why these men shouldn't be found guilty. So now it's just you donuts at the bottom that are saying, oh, like flipping Lucy Connolly, oh, you should, I don't care whether it's racist or not, go and burn down these hotels. Huh? Obviously she's going to jail. Are you mad? Incitement to arson is a serious, you know what it is, yeah? Enough men are breaking mad laws out here, yeah? And thinking that it's actually nothing, kidding. Yeah. Yeah. Malicious communication is a serious charge. Yeah. Cyber stalking, serious charge. Yeah. Incitement to violence is a serious charge. Jail time. So, yeah, carry on playing games, innit? Like, I don't know how many of you have been in jail before, or not, or whatever, yeah, but yo, you see when you're ordering food on the laptop, and you're in there for sharing kids' pictures, bro, you're gonna get napalm every day in your face, you get me? Yeah, you're gonna get napalm the fuck out of cuz. Yeah, and you know what's mad, yeah? Another low-level bacon might napalm you as well, because obviously they're at the lower level trying to get back into general pop. So if they fuck up another bacon, i.e. you, that's sharing children's pictures and all them things there, yeah? Like Esau, Bleeding Heart, Brian Hell, and them other nonsense, and the rest of the nonsense in that nonce crew, yeah? Even if you support their channel, I'm counting you as a nonce. Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you say, yeah? You go around there chatting your so-and-so, when you know that they're sharing children's pictures, you're a nonce yourself. Because it's not outrageous you enough to say, yo, this is bacon behavior, cuz. Are you mad? Yo, from the first time I heard about that, I'm like, yo, them man are bacons. Yeah, you're bacon, cuz. So, support bacons, you get a bacon label anyway. Back to the rioters, i.e. Lucy Colony and them other dons that were saying people should go and burn down asylum seekers' hotels. They don't care if it's racist, or they don't care about no consequences, and so and so. But now when they're locked up serving their bird or whatever, they want to try and get reduced sentence. Get people to feel sorry for you, you know? Yeah, get people to feel sorry for you. And all them sort of things there. But fuck all that, man. Suck your mum. Yeah, man. Suck your mum. Yeah? Through a straw. Backwards. How about you on fucking time out? Say you would have burned out someone's children in the hotel or whatever. All the innocent people that you was willing to attack in these hotels and all them things there. What about them? Pagans, cuz, man. Full-time pagans, cuz, man. So, yeah, man, it is what it is, cuz, like. You know what I'm saying, cuz? Listen, I don't give a shit if fucking half of the subscribers duck out and all them things there, yeah? Like, who's this children in the house? Hey, you stupid. Fucking idiot. You're spastic, anything, man. If you've ever typed anything that's sensible once, you're fucking spastic. What are you talking about, man? You're chatting shit. So there was more violence and crime at the Notting Hill Carnival this year than there was at the riots. Man, suck your mum, you pussy. You're a dickhead, man. You little crackhead. Dickhead. You idiot. More people in jail now from last year's, from the race riots than there was from the Notting Hill Carnival. You man are spastic. True high level spastics, cause you know what? I'm not even sure how any of you man actually even fucking type. You know what I'm saying? Even put your trousers on and feed yourselves in the morning, man. Cause you got some high level spastics over here, cause like fuck you know. Man, anyway, man. Yo, James O'Brien.
The answer to this, but it might be a helpful test of how much attention you were paying at the time. But there has always been, since the phrase first appeared in the outer recesses of social media, there has always been an extremely reliable way of working out that all talk of two-tier policing during the Farage riots last summer was, at best nonsensical and at worst downright dangerous, designed very deliberately to foster far-right claims that police services in this country, and indeed a criminal justice system that has been shown repeatedly and even found by official inquiries to be institutionally racist against people of colour, people with black skin or brown skin. Of course, far-right white supremacists are desperate to believe, or at least desperate to persuade the weak-minded to believe, that the truth is in fact the opposite of what their eyes and ears tell them, that the criminal...
That's a fact, cuz. Yeah, don't worry about all the reports that show institutional racism within the police. And whenever time we've shown that, you man have done everything you can to fight against what the actual report says. You know, to try to fight against some fam. Suck your mum, you idiot. How about, bro? What the fuck you talking about, man? These dickheads. Like, and it's got their own made-up reports. Nigel Farage report saying, "Oh, it's the working-class white people that are being mistreated by the police," even though the government stats show the total opposite. Man, you're spastic, bro, if you believe that. Like, with the facts shown in your face. We've read through numerous reports, multiple times. Man, the fuck are you talking about, man? Yeah, man, suck your mother.
Justice system or the police services are in fact biased against white people. It's 5 minutes after 10, and occasionally I stumble across a Rosetta Stone, a skeleton key to unlock a story so powerful that I am very conscious of how bad I am at keeping things to myself. So I'd have been a rubbish spy. I always quite fancied being a spy as a kid. I'm reading a brilliant espionage novel at the moment. I told you about it last week, but I gave you the wrong title, for which I apologise. I gave you the title of the first novel in the series, but I'll give you the correct information later in the programme. I'd have been a rubbish spy because if I'd pulled off an amazing mission, I'd have wanted to tell everybody. I'd have come on the radio the next morning and sort of started dropping hints. I'd have been like, you know that mysterious assassination in Kiev at the weekend. Well, I'm just saying that I wasn't at home on Saturday, or whatever it might be. Assassination of a baddie, obviously, of a Russian actor. So I'm very bad at keeping things to myself, and yet this observation is so powerful that I mean, I certainly can't run the risk of forgetting to tell you, but it makes such a nonsense of any claim whatsoever that there is or that there was two-tier policing over the course of last summer's riots. Just fall apart in your hands. 6 minutes after 10 is the time. In fact, and we'll open Idiot's Corner early this morning. Mark's been in touch. He says, the radical left mouthpiece takes his turn. Time to turn off. I think we can add the phrase radical left.
Yeah. Like man said, idiots called us. I better got the keys to idiots called the cuss car. Man, they've just say dumb shit constantly. On top of dumb shit. Like, it's time for the far lefty mouth poking patient. Don't worry about what the government stats say. Yeah. Mad. God damn. Idiots corner. Man said left-wing extremists. God damn. Let it play.
The phrases that really stupid people use without having the first idea what they mean. So I'm grateful to Mark this morning for not only opening up the gates of Idiot's Corner, but also for reminding us of the power of these phrases that excuse people, excuse bigoted people, the sometimes quite draining effort of thinking about things and trying to understand things. So there's something I don't understand, and we're going to put in the effort to try. So as I read this morning about police forces being unprepared for the level of violence that broke out during the Farage Riots, and I read also that the inquiry by the Home Affairs Committee into the aftermath of the dreadful killings of those three little girls, that the police silence made the violence
Yo, hold on 2 secs, yeah? Supposed to clout, bro. This shit's going mad. Yeah. Give me 2 secs, 2 secs. I just need to fucking restart.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to my green screen, cuz, but give me 2 secs. Let me load up the Canon again, cuz. Canon.
Answer to this, but it might be a helpful killings of those 3 little girls, that the police silence made the violence is so powerful that I of a Russian actor. So I'm very bad at keeping things to myself, and yet this
There we go.
observation is so powerful that I mean, I certainly can't run the risk of forgetting to tell you, but it makes such a nonsense of any claim whatsoever that there is or that there was two-tier policing over the course of last summer's riots. Just fall apart in your hands. 6 minutes after 10 is the time. In fact, and we'll open Idiot's Corner early this morning. Mark's been in touch. He says, the radical left mouthpiece takes his turn. Time to turn off. I think we can add the phrase radical left to phrases that really stupid people use without having the first idea what they mean. So I'm grateful to Mark this morning for not only opening up the gates of Idiot's Corner, but also for reminding us of the power of these phrases that excuse people, excuse bigoted people, the sometimes quite draining effort of thinking about things and trying to understand things. So there's something I don't understand, and we're going to put in the effort to try. So as I read this morning about police forces being unprepared for the level of violence that broke out during the Farage riots, and I read also that the inquiry by the Home Affairs Committee into the aftermath of the dreadful killings of those 3 little girls, that the police silence made the violence worse. I mean, that's the headline in the Daily Telegraph. It's a little grayer than that in...
Alright, let me pause it there real quick, man. Like I was saying earlier, like, with that, the police silence made it worse or whatever, yeah? It's like the man them are trying to give leeway to the people that went out on the riots and all that, like, there was any sort of justification on what happened and all that sort of stuff, all the different people that they attacked and all that. Yeah, that's bullshit, cuz. The fuck? Like, but how dumb are you, cuz? Because the police didn't tell you about a live investigation. At the time of the investigation, you decided to take the law into your own hands. Man, shut up, man. What kind of idiot are you? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? They don't even make no sense at all. Like, literally no sense at all. Yeah, do you know what, yeah? Because the police didn't tell us anything that's happening, I'm gonna go and burn down this hotel. That's smart. Go nuts.
The detail, it cannot be determined, they conclude, whether the disorder could have been prevented had more information been published. However, the lack of information created a vacuum where misinformation was able to grow, further undermining public confidence. Can you work out what I'm troubled by here? I've thought this from the very start. I thought this from the moment that Farage started bleating about how it wasn't his fault that people were spreading. It wasn't his fault that he spread.
Yeah, but this is the smart thing about me and the spastic thing about you. Posting about people wanting to attack other people wasn't telling people to go out and burn down hotels, you fucking spastic. For fuck's sake, man. Can we please get some smarter motherfuckers in the chat as competition? Because it's like, we're just scraping the dregs of the barrel. Like, these men have got like one GCSE between like 50 man. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, for fuck's sake, man. Fucking hell, bro.
Misinformation about the Southport stabbings, and then tried to blame it all on Andrew Tate, who he has, of course, previously described as part of the same phenomenon to himself. Made no secret of his admiration for Andrew Tate, but him trying to claim that it's the police's fault that we spread misinformation troubled me at the time, and it troubles me now for two reasons. The first is that we should surely be dedicating our attentions to telling people minded to spread misinformation to sit down and shut up. In fact, to even bring measures against people who could be shown in court who have incited violence by dint of spreading their misinformation. It seems to me
out talking about, all right, we should ban that this and we should run up on that one and blah 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 blah, all that sort of shit there. But no one expects no consequences from that. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god. Yeah, man. That's how you know, like, even though there is people that have criminal records or whatever, it's like the man them just forgot what it is to fucking be a fucking, you know what I'm saying? Mad. Mad. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Are you going crazy?
in a way that you are coming at the problem from the wrong angle. You're coming at the problem from the wrong end. Oh, well, look, if the police don't go against operational procedures and reveal everything they know about somebody accused of a crime before anybody has even been charged, perhaps, but certainly before anybody has been brought to court, then I'm afraid that you're just going to... I mean, it's not our fault that we started spreading all sorts of lies about people having recently arrived here in a small boat, or people being asylum seekers, or people being Muslims. You can't... Listen, if the police won't tell us things that they don't particularly want to tell us, you can't blame us for making stuff up and lying about things. Do you see my...
See? Yeah, the feds didn't tell us, so we just made it up. But that's alright, innit? Innit? Cool stuff, man. That's dumb. Obviously, if you just fucking make up your own mind and take fucking things into your own hand, you know what time it is, cuz, man. It's peak for you, innit? Also, yeah, I see someone typing about your favourite rapper has bodily. Who the fuck is my favourite rapper, you idiot? You think I'm fucking 12? Huh? Like I look up to fucking musicians. Shut up, man, you idiot. You dickhead. Whereas you look up to musicians, yeah? You're an idiot. Shut up, man.
My problem, and I'm very, musicians. I don't think lonely is quite the right word, but I do seem to be paddling a fairly empty canoe on this one. And that's why the phone lines are open, because you could perhaps quite easily explain to me why I'm barking up the wrong tree on this and everybody else is barking up the right tree. If someone tells lies, I mean, look, the point about the old freedom of speech adage about shouting fire in a crowded cinema or a crowded theatre, you know that one, right? Everyone knows that one. So you say, oh, freedom of speech is wonderful. You must have absolutely unlimited freedom of speech. I say, what about if you stand up in a crowded theatre with it's only got 2 exits and you shout fire at the top of your voice, everyone pegs it for the exit. God, there's a phrase I haven't used since about 1984. Everyone pegs it for the exit. It even rhymes. God, it's dropping them all over the place today. Everybody pegs it for the exit, and some people fall over, and in the stampede, people get crushed to death or people die. So you can't shout fire in an empty cinema. It would be difficult to bring criminal charges, but it's a figure of speech for a reason. You tell lies that cause violence, you are responsible in part for that violence. So what would happen here? What would they stand up and say in the event of someone shouting fire?
This is what we're saying, man. We need like better competition, man. Because, like, you know, James O'Brien's is going to make a simple analogy. The man them ain't even going to understand what he's talking about. And just come up with 20 and 20 equals 50. the fuck you on, bro? You're going mad. You're going wild. Obviously, if you're in a field and you shout fire and someone gets hurt through the stampede of people running out the door, do you think that you're going to face any criminal charges or prosecution after that? Fuck it. Well, I'll go on with it, man.
Oh, what's going on, man?
What's going on?
Long time no
What's happening?
speak. Big up
What's
everyone in the
happening?
chat. What's happening? I don't know. What's happening is I thought I'd jump on because you know what? You made some really like good points. Like, you know, especially I feel like I think this is skipped over. A live investigation by the police. They're supposed to stay silent. Like you're not even supposed to discuss live cases, even if you're not the police. Online, there's a if you notice when there's a live investigation or a live court case, they don't talk about it too much until it's done, and then everything's
Yeah.
reported because you prejudice the
Yeah.
case, right? All right, cool. But what I would ask you is this: do you think it's fair that everyone that was put in jail for typing things online? So there's a differentiation here between incitement. So like,
Depends
yeah,
what you're
go and
typing,
do.
innit? Because if your typing isn't like you're gonna lay out there, is actual incitement to violence or
Yes.
calling for a hate crime or whichever different thing that people was calling for that ended them up getting jail sentences or whatever, then
You see, look,
but if it's just like typing your opinion, in my opinion, I dislike so and so because so and so. Obviously not, innit? It's just an opinion.
yeah. You see, for me, there's a precedent that's been set here. It's like there's a thought crime. There's a movement towards thought crime, which is a very dangerous state to be in. Because the next thing you know, we're living under tyranny. We're literally living under tyranny to a certain degree. If you're not allowed to express your, if you're not allowed to express your opinions or your feelings online or in paper, in print, then it's like living under communism, isn't it? But there is a great space
Express
because
your opinions,
the
but
incitement
you will pay the
is
consequences for your opinions if they end up being seen as incitement to violence, hate crime.
do you know what you're saying there? You know what that sounds like? It sounds like if you burn a religious book or you write hurty things or you make a document or a report in the newspaper that offends us, you'll pay the consequences. Can you see how that's kind of similar?
No, it's not that though.
No.
It's there's protected groups within the society, and then there's certain speech which is against the law. So incitement to hate,
Yes.
incitement to violence,
Yes.
like calls to action will get you put in jail. Giving your opinion won't.
Mm.
So just having your opinion on something, I don't like them because blah blah blah. Yeah, it's more likely not to land you in jail. Lucy Connolly's like, yo, fuck them refugees, I don't care if it sounds racist, go and burn down the hotels,
Yeah,
blah blah blah.
that's
Gonna put her in
incitement.
jail.
That's clear incitement. But my case is this: I don't feel like all of those issues were incitement. So, for example, there were people standing on the street during a protest at Downing Street, and I'm sure some of those people ended up in jail for standing on the street. That's ridiculous. I mean, you see, I try and look at the both sides, right? So look, you know, during the Brixton riots, I'm sure you was alive during them times, right? So again, to me, there was a two tier that could be described as a two-tier policing. So when those sus laws were out and they were stop and searching black people, black youth, and all the rest of it, we turned around and said, no, we're not going to have this. It turned into a riot. Now, are we here now in 2025 saying
that's not the same? That's not the same scenario that happened with this race.
It's not the same. No, but it's not the same scenario. But you can see there's similarities there.
I can't. Do you know why I can't see there's no similarities here? Sorry, go on.
Let
Go
me
on.
maybe
Finish your point.
explain it. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, we had an issue. Okay, there was an issue with the police, and things happened to stop that issue with the police. Now, in this scenario here, I don't know why they call it Farage Riots, but they're saying that there's a two-tier issue with the police, so that's why they wanted to riot. I think there is a similarity
But
there.
that's the finessing. Fuck's sake, man! You just ringing me off every 2 seconds, us. Yo, hey, listen, my phone's ringing, man. Hold on 2 seconds, yeah. Fuck out, man.
But yeah, big up everyone in the chat, man. It's been a very long time. Well, has it been a long time? It's been a fair few months, but given the gravitas of
Sorry,
this,
man.
sorry, go on. I was just
Hey, let me
talking to the
answer. Let
chat.
me answer that last point, yeah.
Go on then.
That
Go
you
on.
were saying, yeah, about the like. Why I don't see the similarities, yeah, is that in the say the Brixton riots or whatever, yeah. For example, who's using that as an example, like there was actual biased laws that the police were using to take out on a certain sect of the community. In this scenario, it was just that the police didn't give all the information that the agitators wanted before they went out and done their thing, innit? Like, so as far as they was concerned, there wasn't no police oppression of any of the people that was at the riots or anyone that supported anything like that. Who was the police oppressing in that time?
I think in that scenario, I think it was more the misinformation that was being put out there as opposed to the police not giving out information. So I can understand why people. Do you get what I'm saying? So in a time like that, people want answers. They want straight away. And obviously, the police are conducting operations and investigations, so they can't let out too much information about what they want to investigate. Yeah, anyone with any common sense would understand that. However, if you've got people out there that have been shown from Russia or wherever they are, bots from wherever, and they're stirring up bullshit online to incite people to go and do shit and incite other people to post similar shit, then clearly there's agitation there. But nevertheless,
That's what
if
Nigel
someone,
Farage, Katie Hopkins, and all them blocks were doing, right? Because they was giving out
yeah, yeah,
a name of an asylum seeker that didn't exist, and a scenario of an asylum
yes,
seeker that didn't exist, and saying,
yes,
this man's done this, blah blah blah, and then
yes.
these men have decided in their great wisdom to say, these men always told the truth, so we're just gonna go out and riot and do what we said,
Well,
do what
do you
we
know what
want
I'll say? This,
for what we think justice should be.
I think, yeah, that's the issue. It's what people think. Just so it's mob mentality, yeah. But you have to understand that there's emotion behind that. A tragic incident had happened, so people's emotions. People are not robots. People have emotions, so they're gonna do something, right? They want to do something because they feel
But the
helpless.
whole country was in shock about that scenario. I don't think there was
Exactly.
anyone that heard that scenario and
Yeah.
said, you know what, actually, fuck them kids, or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
everyone was
Yeah.
in shock.
Yeah.
Everyone
Yeah.
was like, rah, this is bad. The guy's got to be crazy. Like, who the fuck would want to harm children? Like,
Yeah. I mean, do you know what? I can't. So anyway, I don't want to talk about that person or individual. I don't want to talk about it. I can't even mention his name or look at his photograph. But anyway, point being is that the perception of certain members of the public was that nothing was being done or enough is enough. Maybe that was fueled by people like Farage, and I've said it from the beginning. Do not trust Farage because he'll just turn your back on society. That's what he's known for doing, setting up shit and then running off. But point being is that um, the misinformation that was put online was fueling people's emotions. Do you get what I'm saying? There were individuals that were trying to calm things down and say, listen, let's find out X, Y, and Z first before we move on to doing whatever. But then there's the other lot that were like, no, fuck it, enough's enough. But then when you hear reports like this Mahmood minister, what's her name? Shabana Mahmood, and she got turned down. As far as I'm aware, she got turned down. But she was trying to say that she wanted to. Basically, it was a work to try and bring down the disproportionate imprisonment or convictions of people of color by saying that
She went on the opposite side of it still, because they was going to do the pre-sentencing reports.
yeah, but she got turned down anyway.
females.
The bottom line is she got that bill, that proposal was turned down.
She was on the opposite side of it.
Okay, but whoever put that down, whoever suggested that, just goes to show
Criminal
what
justice
kind of
system
state.
that the CPS.
Go on, the CPS what?
Yeah, the CPS brought in that pre-sentencing report guidelines of people getting pre-sentencing reports, so we can find out the backgrounds of the people and the reasons how they've ended up to here. Is it beneficial for them to be jailed? Is there any sort of other rehabilitation that could serve as punishment on all that sort of stuff? So,
well, you see, the thing is, I've always been. Listen, I've taken stick for it in the past, right? Like, I'm one for justice. Okay, I feel that justice should be blind, right? So, you can't turn around and treat a certain group of people one way and another certain group of people a different way. It should be across the board. Now, if you want to try and cook the books and say, listen, let's put more white people in prison to make it look like we're not demonizing black people, because the amount of people of color that are in prison is disproportionate to white people. Let's bring it and level it out by cooking the books. Then that's not justice. That's you trying to fucking look good. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the government trying to say, look what we've done. We've brought down the statistics of black people and white people. You're cooking the books. That's not justice.
no, but it's not the government that brought that in. It's the CPS.
Well, CPS. It's the Minister of
Crown
Justice,
Prosecution
right?
Service. They're the ones that obviously deal with the sentencing and so like the sentence, whoever it is that deals with the sentencing and all that, like the judges and the magistrates and all that.
Right, and the oversight is the government, right? The governments are the ones that oversee it.
Obviously had numerous reports.
And thankfully that was turned out.
No, but it's like it's hey Buddha, it's public servants that work for the Crown, not the CPS, like, but you know, the Justice. They're the ones that brought in or was saying that people should have thingamabs. So they're civil servants. They're independent from the government. So whichever government's in their positions, okay.
They're civil servants that work for the government. They don't work for a private company like G4S. They're working for the Justice Commission, right?
It's the Sentencing Guidelines Council. That's it. That's
right. It. So that which is part of the government.
I swear the judiciary is an arm of the government.
And they're civil servants, bro.
Big up, man. Like,
they work for the.
How you doing, bro? You good?
Yeah, what's that?
They work for the what's it called?
They work for the government.
Yeah, big up yourself, science. No, they don't work. They don't work for the government. They're civil servants, innit? They work.
But civil servants work for the government, man.
The party, yeah, but the party in charge doesn't control the different people that are civil servants in there, right? They're civil servants of the. And you know what it was? It was a Labour government that relinquished power to civil servants to be independent, because people were saying that things like this, people were cooking books in different numbers by having their own civil servants say this is happening when that's not happening, that's happening when this is happening, or what. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so what you're saying is that as civil servants, they still are part of the government's kind of branches.
Hey, your mic's well low, you know, bro.
Is it? Oh, wait a minute. Let me sort my mic out.
Your mic's really low. It's really hard to hear what you're saying. Still, yeah. Hey, listen, yeah. The show's gonna wrap up in a sec still, man, like, because the StreamYard thing's gonna run out. Like, press 1 in the chat if we should pop off a restream panel so we can carry on chatting for another hour or so. You get me? Like, what you saying, science, Buddha? What you down for a bit of a longer show so we can wrap on?
I can't do that, actually. But it's been good chatting to you guys. Take it easy, and I'll speak again. I'll speak for you from the chat anyway.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, bro, I'm easy, but yeah, I thought I'd chat for about half an hour still. To be honest.
Go on then. What are you gonna say to the What was you
Yeah,
going to
the
say to
point.
that point that Buddha was making?
Yeah, but it was more what you were saying, innit? Because I think you guys were not really saying anything to conflict with each other, but it's just the way you were saying it. So I was just trying to clarify with you what you're saying is that the members of the judicial system, like the lawyers and judges and you know admin staff and all that stuff, they do work for the government because it is a branch of government that the industry is in. But I think what you're trying to clarify to Buddha is that they don't work specifically for one of the parties, meaning that the parties can't monopolize their behavior or their kind of rulings or anything like that. They are independent in that sense, which is true because they do go back to the government, but they don't answer to the individual parties, like you
To the
said, for that
government, yeah.
reason. Yeah, they are a branch of government and they do directly work for government, but not they work on a kind of like a more foundational level of the government, where even whichever party, they're not really going to change how the justice system works. They can, obviously, any party can, you know what I mean? If you get enough votes or you make any changes and you get enough of the politicians to agree, you can make changes to the judicial system. But that has to go through the process of being ratified by enough people and to qualify in the procedures to do that. So, yeah. But yeah, I was just thinking, like, I don't really know that much about this, but I was just trying to clarify that that's what you're saying, isn't it? Because that doesn't go against what
Yeah,
Buddha's
yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah. I'm saying that it's down to the DJ put the name of the people in the chat already, but it's down to that group why the pre-sentencing reports were being recommended, because they're seeing the reports saying that there's more people of ethnic minorities receiving jail time for the similar crimes and all that sort of stuff there. So to make sure that people are getting a fair trial or fair sentencing, because obviously the trial's already done and it's after you've been found guilty and blah blah blah, you're going to get the sentence and that. So fair sentencing or whatnot, that's where they tried to bring in the sentencing guidelines. But then, like Robert Jenrick and others like that, yeah, have tried to make it seem like the government are bringing in something that goes against, in his words, straight white Christian men. With his fucking bollocks, like the pre-sentencing reports can still mean that people of ethnic minorities are still overly represented in the jail system, even with pre-sentencing reports.
Yeah, I mean,
So
so it seems like the same old problem again, in that somewhere along the line it's been identified that there is injustice occurring, i.e., with the percentage of like the amount of heavy sentencing given to certain ethnic groups. Yeah, so without any other factors in play that you could identify, well, this is the reason why. That shouldn't be the case, isn't it? That goes against the idea of universal justice. So because that has been proven to be the case statistically, so now they've tried to modify the situation, the procedure, the way it's done, to eliminate that problem because it's been demonstrated that's a problem. So then, because that's been done, someone turned around and said, "Oh well, now it's the justice system is going against white men." Now, how does that play out? It doesn't, because it's just focusing on an identified problem and trying to rectify that. It's not going any way towards like disestablishing anyone else's rights. How would somebody else getting more justice or someone else getting their actual rights that everyone's supposed to get, how would that make someone else lose their rights? I don't think it follows.
yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Like, do you know what it is? Yeah, it's obviously the man them that watch like KGB News, fucking Talk Shit TV, and them flipping stations, Dan Wood and the Waste Man, and all them other guys there, associates, and blah blah blah. They've just basically just lied about what the pre-sentencing report is going to mean for the average person. When, you know what I'm saying, that it's more to
Yeah,
look into the
but
background of the reasons how you ended up in this position there, to see if giving you what sentence is going to be helpful in helping you rehabilitate from the crimes that you've committed or whatever
yeah,
like
or
that.
it's going to
But you
be
know,
justified.
if
A
someone's,
punishment that's
yeah,
justified and matches the crime. That's what we're looking for, is justice. A scales of justice whereby the punishment matches the
this
crime.
phone is
That's
just
that's what
non-stop.
we expect.
Hey, one second.
Go on, you answer that and I'll just speak my thoughts. Yeah, so for me, I mean, like, I don't really know about this stuff. I don't even know about the individual people that Veli's mentioning. I just heard these guys chatting about it, and noticed the point that time and time again, it just seems to be that, look, somewhere in the world, as we all know, there's many injustices occurring, many of them circumstantial, many of them institutional. So, no one knows exactly what's what fully. So we look at that, and there has to be some reasoning, some evidence, some statistics to show that certain injustices are occurring on a wider scale, i.e., societal, or pertaining to religious groups, ethnic groups, or any groups. That's something we notice, and it's easy to point out with statistics, national statistics at least. So when we see that, what normally happens is something comes into play to address that, you know. So I don't really see a big problem, because I don't feel like that takes away any of my rights or takes away, my likelihood of justice. If anything, you raise the bar for everyone. All ships rise with the tide. There's aspects of my life and my existence which suffer from, you know, situations of injustice at times. I've experienced it. So has everybody. White people, black people, Asian people, religious people, non-religious people. We've all experienced it, because people are people. So I don't know. I don't have a problem with the government or people trying to address injustices. Yeah, sometimes I disagree, and I think they've got it wrong. But I think from what I've heard about this one, I don't really see any objection. I can't think of any objection. Why would there be an objection? How would what they've proposed to do take away justice or rights from white men or whatever? I don't see that. Yeah, so that's my position anyway. But like I said, I don't really know that much about it. But the way I look at it is that there's a kind of analogy with the scientific world as well. In that, that's why you need
Yo,
these independent organizations. Yes, bro. You back?
yeah, my bad. I did get a phone
Yeah.
call still, man. Like, the whole world's ringing me, man. It's like
Yeah,
literally
it seems like
one
it. That's what I'm
after the other, mate. You know what I mean? Like,
saying.
god damn, must well busy. And then some fucking driving instructor dude was going, "You cut me off on the roundabout." And I fuck off, did I cut you off on the roundabout, you dickhead? The roundabout's clear when I come on. He's going, "I'm gonna ring your company." I'll fucking ring them then, you mug. What you talking about?
Hey, did
What
you
the
see the
fuck's
driving
gonna happen,
instructor that?
bro?
I saw one driving instructor run
Ring
over
British
some guy.
Gas, man,
I had seen
and
this
tell them
video,
the
yeah.
owner of British Gas done it. You get me?
You know
So,
what I'm
God, you
saying.
see this video?
No, yeah, I see this video of this driving instructor. Someone come out of the car to road raging, and he just run them over. He just run them over and carries on driving.
Mad.
And people were saying like he was
Mad,
got someone on his
mad.
test and that, but it weren't. It was just his instructor.
Yeah. Just the instructor by itself. He's like,
Yeah.
"I'm gonna take a picture of your van." I'm like, "God damn, man."
All right,
I slowed down so I
all
could take
right,
the picture.
mate. Yeah, you go ahead and do that, innit?
An idiot, bro. What are you talking about, bro? You're kind of
That's driving from London for you, mate. That's a daily occurrence.
It's a drop. I was thinking like he was saying something, yeah. So I was like, "Bro, what was you trying to say, mate?" I couldn't hear what you said. And he goes, "You
Oh
cut me
right.
off in the fucking roundabout." I was talking about. No one cut you off on no roundabout, you dickhead.
Yeah. Just leave him to it, mate. Just leave him to it. I don't even get into no
Yeah,
road
man.
rage.
So this thing of this these pre-sentencing reports was going to be damaging to English people or whatever. Like, I don't see how, or if there was any sort of facts that lined up with that. Yo, we still live, yeah? I don't know what's happened here.
I think so. Continue. I'm on the stream
Yo,
yard, one,
hey,
so.
people in the chat, we still live, yeah? Let me know in the chat.
Bro, I
It's
was
gone
chatting
over
for.
the time that it was supposed to be allowed.
Oh, is it? They might do some chargeback thing where they let you have them
What they did,
minutes
man.
and then charge you some next premium rate or something. No, but that'll be their own fault, then, isn't it?
Alright, still live, yeah? Hey, buddy, you could jump back on them, bro. Like,
Yeah, we'll just ride it till it dies, isn't it?
I didn't know
We'll
it
just
was
ride
gonna
it till it goes or whatever.
keep going, mate.
Yeah. If it's like living on borrowed time, then fine.
Yeah, man. So It's weird, isn't it, man? These, even though, yeah, what's mad, yeah, I'll tell you what's weird, though, yeah, is that maybe if the people that we've been speaking to was trying to say, yo, when we were showing these different reports that state institutional racism is actually present in so and so, so and so, if there was more susceptible to the facts that was there, it's actually facts that's been laid out to show that these things are happening. Yeah, then man couldn't really say that these men are just lunatics, innit? Because or just people that literally don't accept facts, even if it's in front of their face from the fucking government or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
But that's the thing, innit? They have to play the proper game to try and enact something or to try and establish a position. They have to come up with some reasoning and evidence. And so if that's been done for the reason why they're doing the pre-sentencing reports, then you need to do the same to disestablish the pre-sentencing reports.
Well, the thing hasn't actually been. They didn't bring it into force, innit? Because that Shabina Mahmood, she was against it as well.
Oh, right. So that's what they were campaigning or proposing, and it didn't come through. Oh, but there's even less to complain about then, isn't it?
No, don't. The Lamy report states institutional racism within the fucking criminal justice within the sentencing. Yeah. The fucking Casey report states it. The McPherson report states it. Fucking there's another one as well. There's like about 8 different reports that man's brought up with the same shits in them that these men are not willing to accept. Yeah. Then without any report or any sort of factual evidence to back the points that they're making, these men are willing to accept that pre-sentencing reports means that English people are going to get worse sentences or longer sentences.
I don't. Like I said, I can't see any connection, causation. I can't see any reason to think that. If anything, it's just typical again, isn't it? You could tell what people's mindsets are about when nothing is even threatening them. They see everything as a threat. It's some shook people, man. Some shook mentality.
Scary.
I don't know what they were scared of. What is scaremongering? It's all this scaremongering, trying to make everyone else feel scared because you're scared. Why are you scared? Because you don't understand nothing. That's why. It's fucking the most scary thing in the world is to not. Bro, you could be scared of something, yeah. But once you understand what the threat is, you can come to accept that. But when you don't even understand what's going on around you on a day-to-day basis, of course you're scared. Then you're real scared. Now you're scared for your future. You're scared for your lifestyle. You're scared for your culture. You're scared for your race. You're scared about everything because you don't understand what's going on around you. And that's all I see from these types of people, man. Like, what's there to be scared of? Like, the world changes. Nothing's gonna stay the same. It's not meant to stay the same.
Still, with this two-tier system against the English people or whatever, I'm like, even with that, there's literally no evidence that even points in that direction or has ever pointed in that direction.
I mean, sometimes they talk about the liberals overdoing it and therefore, things going too far left and going crazy, which, occasionally that is the case, but it's not really a massive problem, I don't think.
But has that happened within sentencing for ethnic minorities and all that sort of stuff? No? You know what I'm saying? It's wild.
Yeah, no, to do with that, I can't see no connection between that and that. Like I said, to me, it just looks like some independent people have noticed this discrepancy in the sentencing and they've investigated it. And like you said, there's been a number of reports that even I've heard about, which I don't even know about this stuff, but I have heard about the ones that you mentioned. So there's solid reasoning and evidence for them to ask for, some changes in the sentencing procedures or whatever that actually take into account the fact that it's been shown that there is a discrepancy in between ethnicities. So the goal of justice is universal justice. So if that's been identified and demonstrated, then And for me, that's all that's going on. The same way that hundreds and thousands of things have changed in our laws. Yeah, some of which we disagree with, but a hell of a lot we agree with. You know what I mean? From children's rights to women's rights to minority rights, to all this stuff, to immigrant status and rights. There's all these things that we do agree with, and there's some that we disagree with. But to start acting as if like, oh, this new change, this tiny little new change, is a problem. What's the problem?
The problem is that some people will actually face justice. Like I keep trying to say here, if equality ever actually really comes in, yeah, man are gonna feel like man are being oppressed, innit? Yeah. Actual real equality comes in, and it's on merits, on
But it's relative,
all
isn't
that
it?
sort of stuff there.
If someone is used to enjoying some sort of privilege or whatever, then it's only natural, isn't it? Yeah. Well, that's the way it goes, isn't it? Imagine.
Alright, let me play a little
look at-
bit more. Go on.
Yeah, go on.
Carry on.
No, I was just gonna say,
Go on,
imagine you say it like that, yeah. Imagine for the oppressed people who barely get some glimmer of hope that something is going to be done to help them in their disadvantaged situation. And then you got other people crying that no, this is actually going to be injustice and immoral against us, who are actually the privileged groups in society by far and wide. That cannot even be argued. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We can all agree that we live in a balanced society in the sense that we have more rights here than a lot of countries.
Hey, Khan.
Countries.
One sec.
Yeah,
One sec. Hey, Khan, listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Change your picture in your thing, man. You're trying to do the trolling stuff. Allow fucking Nixie come.
But that's
get back to the normal
Cheddarman
account, man.
But that's Cheddarman though.
No, bro. We know what you're trying to do, cuz. Yeah, stop playing about.
But you're just saying.
No, I don't know.
That's favoritism.
I don't know what you're trying to do.
No, it's not favoritism, man. You just see, cuz, man.
Alright, bro. I'll change it.
Come. But yeah, man. So, you know what it is, yeah? Is that if you're gonna start making serious points, yeah, and they're gonna say, "Well, you're trying to say my dad's cheddar, man." It's like. You know what I mean? Fucks up the
These have been debating about human evolution and anthropology. Why would that even be an issue for Nixie?
What's that? Nah, yeah, because Khan done a trolling account saying it's Nixie's pups in it.
Okay.
He's back now anyway, so. Yeah. Each other. Sorry, carry on, man. I just need to mute up first. Actually, let me play.
Yo. How's my mic?
Yeah. Good.
I think you'll find that the failure of the cinema to make regular announcements that it was not in fact on fire is the real reason that created the vacuum into which I could then shout fire at the top of my voice. This is. I think I'm on the right track, aren't I? Since when did we start saying, "Oh, if you don't do that, then the liars will have a field day"? And when bad, silence and punish the liars. Happened online. Of course, it must be the platform where it happened. Must join in with the claims that this would somehow stifle free speech. Telling people not to tell lies that prompt other people potentially to set fire to hotels full of human beings doesn't strike me as stifling free speech. If they were telling the truth, we're nearly there, we're nearly at the problem, we're nearly at the thing that really, really troubles me about this whole story, this whole scenario. But we're not there yet. It's backwards, right? It's just looking at a problem that has been caused by people and trying to blame people who did not cause the problem. I'd love to know what police officers think about this. I'd love to know what lawyers think about this. We respect, said the committee of MPs, the Home Affairs Committee, to be precise, We respect the Crown Prosecution Service's commitment to minimising risks to successful prosecutions. That is why they often don't provide information to the public that they may have come across themselves, because it can limit a successful prosecution. It can prejudice a trial. But it is clear that neither the law on contempt nor existing CPS guidance for the media and police are fit for the social media age. And that, I think, is the point. And that might be the chink in the armour of my confidence this morning. My confidence that this is bad and or backwards. And the chink in the armour of my confidence might be the possibility or the plausibility of the criminal justice system keeping pace with the social media age. It's why, unfortunately, I find myself having to mention Elon Musk again this morning. If Twitter and other social media platforms were properly regulated, then potentially insightful claims would arguably have disappeared very, very quickly. Certainly back when I was on Twitter a lot before he took over, the regulation was not perfect, but it was pretty good. There were things you couldn't do. There were people who would be removed. If you were found, for example, to be in the business of spreading insightful lies, like Andrew Tate was on that during that particular episode, your account would actually be closed down. One of the first things Elon Musk did when he arrived in the building was to actually reinstall all of these provocative, often far-right accounts, all of these accounts dedicated to spreading often racist lies. They've all come.
Yo, yeah, let me pause it there, man, because it's like, you know, this free speech thing, innit? It's like, this free speech thing is basically a one-way street, where the man them want free speech and free reign to say anything they want. Doesn't matter how you feel about it or whatever, but don't you dare say anything that will upset any of their free speech advocates or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Don't say any hurty words that's gonna upset these man, these gal, and make them spaz out. But they must be able to say anything and everything whenever they want and however they feel, with no consequences or no repercussion to any actions that may lead to any sort of violence and all that. It's actually stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's actually stupid. The hell are we talking about? What are we talking about, guys?
Free speech is a tricky one, man. Absolute free speech, nobody wants that. They act like they do, like you said, when it suits them and they want to say shit. They act like they want absolute free speech. But the truth is, nobody wants absolute free speech. That's crazy. What you want is an absolute free speech of exchange of ideas and criticism, not incitement to violence and crime. That's next level. That's bordering on conspiracy to commit crime, shit like that.
Crazy, because like you say, when the people are talking about burning down hotels and so on, just hide what they know anyone to the hotels and try to down. It's just hard. If man's talk shit about flipping England, you should get dashed out of the country. Yeah. That's mad.
The deportation word. The D word, bro. I hear that quite a lot from people who think they believe in
they should get deported. How many times has man been saying Veli should get deported from the UK? Yeah, these times they ain't even really chatted shit about England or nothing like
you
that.
could
Anyway,
you could refuse to go to
I
war.
always speak about system.
And they said that you should get deported for that if you refuse to go to war. How many of you would go to war, you piece of shit? You would never go to war for nothing. But go to war for your country.
You wouldn't even go to war for their fucking own kids, mate. Let alone go to war for your country. So it's wild still. You know what I mean? Like, people will say they want this free speech stuff. I don't believe them still, because like you're saying, it always, when it works on this two-way street, when people start saying wild stuff that the man them don't like, these men should be in jail, deported and punished and all them sort of stuff there. But what happened to free speech though? What happened to the free speech chart then? You know what I'm saying?
So don't you agree it's a little bit of both? So we don't need to have the cancel culture that we've got now, because that's ridiculous. It's led to people being shut down and not being able to even communicate on either side of the political divide. which is
Do
disgusting.
you know
But what it is, yeah, is that you're taking it, but you're trying to make it like these people saying inflammatory statements is part of a civil conversation to be had between people. Like, it's actually not.
Well, it depends on the intent, don't it?
I mean,
Yeah, but can I just say,
wait, hold on. So calling for the burning of a hotel or whatever. What do you mean? Depends on the intent. That's the intent. Burn down the
Right, so I
hotel.
wasn't being specific because I've only just arrived, so I've got no idea what the conversation's been up until this point.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
No, I'm saying
okay,
that.
look,
I've probably even heard you say it as well, yeah, that these people are in jail for hurty words or whatever. But they're in jail for
So there's a
incitement to
lot of
violence and
people
saying
that
stuff
are
like that.
in jail for hurty words. The bloke with the swastika, the bloke who was right up front, no, I agree with you, should be inside for arson. Because it doesn't matter where you light a fire. If you're lighting a fire and it's dangerous to the public, then it's arson. It's deemed as arson.
What about people that
But
were
there's other
arguing that
people that said
they were
things
just
in the
setting
heat
fire
of the
to the
moment.
bins, not the building? Does that make a
Huh?
difference to you? What about people
What?
who's making a case for someone who set fire to bins rather than the actual building? Would you agree with that?
I'll say there's a difference, yeah, because I think it's been propagated out in the public that these people were trying to sort of like kill the people that were inside the asylum hotel. I don't agree with that.
but then what did they go there for? What was their objective?
I think to protest. Yeah.
When setting fires is part of that.
Oh, yeah, I need to go on mute for a second.
Yeah, for smashing windows, setting fires, throwing missiles, they're all things that tend to happen after a protest if it gets into a bit more of an aggressive scene with
bring
police
you up to
and
date,
stuff.
yeah? Let me bring you up to date on what James Martin said. He said, everyone wants freedom of speech. He goes, because if someone stood up in a cinema and shouted out fire and everyone ran towards the exits and basically trampled over each other and died, surely that person that, like, as a prank shouted fire is responsible for some of those deaths. Would you agree to that? Or would you agree that he's got the right to shout out fire in a full cinema?
No, obviously that if you're calling out fire and there's not a fire,
there's no fire. In a scenario.
Then they are responsible. But these kind of statements just cloud everything, don't they? Because we all know that there's not ultimate free speech in this country. We all know that there are certain things that if people say which leads to violence or somebody being in a violent situation, we all know that the law can prosecute. So I don't know why people are sitting here making out like this country has got complete free speech anyway. But what I would say is that people shouldn't have to lose more rights because people are sensitive to some topips. So, for example, it all depends on context. So if you get, like on these channels, right? Then. Hold on, Carl, let me finish. Like on these channels, if you allow someone up onto the panel and then they come on and they just scream N-word, 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 like some of the trolls do, right?
Yeah.
Right? That's just being provocative. It's useless. It's futile. It's not even worth engaging with. But if you are talking about race relations or, I don't know, homosexuality or LGBTQ rights and stuff like that, and somebody comes up to make a contribution and they say something that's politically not the same as yours and you get sensitive about it and then you make a big deal, propagandize it and tell lies, I don't think that those people should be ostracized for being truthful and want to articulate how they feel, even if they're not going to act on them feelings. And I think there is a difference, a great difference.
All right, can I just come back at you on that one thing, yeah? When we're talking about people's feelings, it's a very subjective thing because, like, just because you feel something don't mean you should have the right to automatically express it, especially if it's not based in any facts. So me believing something and me actually saying something is two different things, because when I say something, it's an act. I've actually taken action. I've actually done something that cannot be taken back again. But when I believe something, that's just between me and my brain, right? So I can believe what I want as long as it's not expressed. in a way that's harming anyone. So when people believe things, we might not agree with their beliefs, but as long as they're not expressing it in a way that's going to harm other people, they're entitled to their beliefs. But
So
when you
I
start
disagree.
saying things,
So I disagree to a certain extent.
I know I'm obviously coming back at your point and putting a counter point to your point, which I personally believe that if you're saying something just based on your belief and you can't substantiate it or factually back it, and it's just the belief, then you should be held accountable for the action that you committed of actually verbalizing your belief that was unfounded. Like you just said, someone
So when
shouts out
people come
fire
on
in a
here and
cinema. If
propagandize
there's
stuff,
no actual fire,
hold on. So so I've got 2 points. When people come on here and propagandize stuff that isn't truthful,
yeah,
they take it out of
yeah.
context, put
hmm
their own spin on it, and then give out someone's address. Is that incitement to violence?
No.
Yeah, it is.
What do you
Because
mean?
a lot of what
Be more specific.
a lot of what the
Me
people are
putting out
doing.
someone's address that don't actually mean I'm saying go and do something to them.
Well, it
Nah,
could
it is though.
indirectly mean that.
It's still incitement though, man.
What is the reason for putting the address though?
You can't. Yeah, you can't be putting out people's address because they said something you don't like. So and so.
No, you can't be doing that. But is it incitement to violence specifically? Is it violent? Is it asking for violence though?
Well, it could be indirectly.
Well, if the person goes, if the person goes there and commits violence, like you could be a bit in public.
Well, anyway, moving on to the second point.
Really, I don't know if it's me or if it's your mic.
What was your second point, Chief?
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm in Tesco's, isn't it? But I'm saying it's sharing people's social media pages, sharing people's address. That's actually a crime, you know. Like that's malicious communication. That's cyber stalking and all that. People can go jail for that shit now.
Oh,
yeah. You can go to jail for that, you know.
Yeah, you shouldn't be doing it. So I would argue, Khan, that somebody who comes on and does that is actually worse than somebody that's trying to have a meaningful conversation and doesn't articulate themselves very well and says something like, oh, well, I don't think people should be in interracial relationships, for example, right?
Or I don't believe people should eat meat or be vegan or something, whatever they believe.
Yeah, they're not intending to offend you, but someone who's sitting there in an interracial relationship may feel offended. Not me personally. I think everyone's got a right to have their own opinion on that. But there are other people that would actually take immediate offence and make it all about them when actually the person wasn't doing that. They wasn't trying to hurt anyone's feelings. They were just
where's the insightful part in that though? What are you inciting?
Well, there isn't. But what happens is that you will get people that will make out that they're being provocative through their being controversial. You know.
Right. Anyway, like I wanted to draw the parallel between what you said earlier, which is someone stands up in a cinema and shouts out fire, and there is no actual fire. It's completely different than if there is actually a fire. So somebody's shouting out, oh, I believe that there's going to be race riots in this country and this is the reason why I believe that. And then the race riots happen, right? We got to say, like, is that person saying it, making it happen? You got to ask the question at least.
Well, you can ask that question, but I don't think you'd be able to reasonably,
but what it would be,
able to do that.
Yeah, what it would be, was that if you see, like for example, what that Lucy Connolly done, something, incidents happened, heard something on social media, and then said, "Oh, this place should get burnt down and rah rah rah. These people should be attacked."
That's
I don't care if it sounds how it sounds. That's the incitement, right?
Right, 100% agree on that one.
Of the place to go to and so and so and so and so, but like someone saying, I believe in the future there's going to be a race riot because our country is being overtaken, isn't necessarily saying have a race riot.
No, but it's still fear mongering. But it's still fear mongering.
But it ain't that incitement to violence. Though. It ain't incitement to have a riot.
No, unless you turn around and say, we need to take up arms and everyone needs to go up in every town needs to go up now. Like once you say
Yeah, we need to
that,
search every asylum seeker's house and all them sort of
yeah,
shit. They're like,
yeah.
what's his name was saying. Then yeah, that's
Then you
incitement as well. I don't see
right.
I don't see none of them top guys got no charges from them race riots or whatever anyway, because like
What they done, Vel,
they was all
broke up
basically
the
inciting. They
message.
gave out fake
Yeah.
names. They all this, that, and the other, and there's no fucking consequences to pay. It's just
What
just...
they've done, right? Listen how clever they are. They broke up the message into 4 parts and let 4 people say each part. Say, not what each one of them is responsible for the whole sentence getting put out. So it's like me saying I, Relly saying hate, Jupiter saying Jews, and scientific method saying kill them, right? And then when someone goes and kills a Jew, we're like, well, we didn't tell you to do that. We're not responsible. But yeah, but between the 4 of you, you've put that message out. And that's what Tommy Robinson, Nigel Farage, Danny, what's his name? Danny, the other idiot, Danny, not our Danny, the other idiot.
No, that's you just casting a net.
No. What I'm saying is because one of them, right, isn't saying the whole message. But between 2, 3 of them, if you piece it all together and you identify them as a movement, you can then make them responsible.
But you can't identify them as a movement because they disbanded their movement,
right? Because they disbanded their movement, but they've done that on purpose, right?
Not because they disbanded the movement, but because they're not all on the same page. They're at different levels of what they believe or what they stand for.
I think they believe the same thing, but to different levels of extremity. Like some are more extreme than others. But
well, there you go. There's different gradients, and therefore you can't treat them all as if they're the same. When they're on different gradients.
No, but they haven't been. I'm saying I personally think they should have been, but Veli's asking why weren't they? Why didn't the law come down on them for inciting a riot? And I'm saying
well,
that's the reason.
There's a good argument for why Danny Tomo wasn't even questioned. Yeah, I think even people on the right would agree with that. It doesn't make sense.
Well, you know the answer. They're all paid agents. All these people are paid agents.
Well, I don't know if they all are, but I do think that Danny Tomo has certainly made himself look dodgy. But the fact of the matter is that was the sentences applicable to what was said or written? I don't think it was in some cases.
All right, I agree with you that sometimes the law has to make an example of people and they do go beyond their remit and basically punish people over the top. But that is only because they're trying to send a message out.
I think the law shouldn't be making examples of anybody, that everybody should be treated fairly under the law.
I don't agree with that. I think that the person who carries out the law, the punishment for the law, has got the ability to make either a lenient judgment or basically make an example of someone, because that's their authority. They've been given that authority.
Yeah, but I don't think that they should be allowed to do that. Who gives them the right to say that they should make examples of people? And who chooses which people are to be made examples of? No, well, people should be treated equally under the law.
It's difficult to make your argument because when we see lenient punishments, we can see that people flout the law and just do what they want. So when there's
I'm not arguing for lenient punishments. I'm arguing for equal punishments. No one should be made an example of.
But it's how I'm
saying. Either you've broken the law.
What I'm saying is,
and there should be sort of like a tariff there where people understand quite clearly what the punishment is within our society for breaking that law. Penalisation.
My understanding
they shouldn't say, "Oh, this person, I want to make an example of him." No.
Look, let me give you an example. Let's say, for example, you wake up one day and there's double yellow lines outside your house. Right now, the first lot of tickets that everybody gets, the authorities, the government, I mean, the local council could turn around and say, all right, we'll waive the first week of tickets because it's a new thing and you lot didn't know. But now you've all had one ticket waived, yeah, you would have to take this seriously and abide by the law. So when a new law comes in, like let's say they bring in a law about we're going to punish people for saying things on the internet and blah, 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 they can go easy, right, on the first lot of people because they're like, all right, cool, we've changed the law, you didn't really expect this harsh punishment, so we're going to like waive your first offense, right? Like that's the whole thing about if it's your first offense, it usually does get waived, right? That's the whole thing because it makes it justice, right? Now on the other hand,
I don't agree with that. I don't think they should.
Let me
be
land my point though. On the
event.
other hand, if something happened, like for example, people took to the streets and protested and it turned into a riot, and the government saying, right, The first people that took part in this, the ringleaders, the first ones that came out within the first week, we're going to give them harsh punishments to make sure that the second week and the third week and the fourth week, those people think twice. Now, rather than put all those people from 4 weeks worth of people in prison, the government only ends up putting 1 week's worth of people, the first lot of people, in prison. So they've saved themselves a lot of time and money and effort, and they've saved the taxpayer money by doing that. So that makes sense to me.
Well, it would make sense to you, somebody that probably never goes out on a protest, probably has never gone out for any rights at all. But people from the black community that have gone out for Mark Duggan, people from the white community that went out for the Southport Girls would probably disagree with you. And in fact, it was quite disgusting the way that the law come down on some people that actually mildly committed a crime, whilst others that did more serious offences got away. For example, I live in Greenwich. Velly lives in Greenwich. He must be aware of Len Dovell, her daughter, ram-raided shops during the 2011 riots and got £1,000 worth of staff got let out on a tag. Whereas an innocent estate boy who actually came past after the windows had all been smashed in, leant through, got a bar of bubble gum, actually got sentenced inside for about 8 weeks. I think it's absolutely disgraceful the way that they are not looking realistically at the way that they treat people.
I think it is realistic, and I think
like, so you see in that scenario. Wait, hold on. Before you move forward, before you move forward. So in that scenario, do you believe that if there was pre-sentencing reports given for both of those people in the thing box, do you believe that the ram raider would have avoided jail and the other person still would have went to jail?
Quite possibly, yeah.
That's not the truth.
Because I don't think it's all down to whether it's pre-sentencing. I don't think that that is the problem. I think
the pre-sentencing was that.
I think it all depends on what kind of lawyer you've got and whether you've got the money to get a good lawyer. So obviously, Len Dovell probably went and got his own lawyer, whereas that person sitting there probably got a lawyer that was just duty solicitor. Probably got told to plead guilty.
Even after that, you're just speculating. You're speculating. That's speculation.
Listen, the pre-sentencing. Wait, hold on. The pre-sentencing report comes after you're found guilty, though, innit? Like,
yeah.
So, like I said, on that time there, I know your legal counsel might matter still, because they might be able to give words on your side to the judge or whatever. But on that side, it's like down to the judges and the people that are setting their sentencing on how long each people were serving or whatever.
Yeah, so for me, Billy, I look at it like this, right? These two individuals, the one that so there was a working class boy that got 8 weeks, young teenager. Then there was Len Dovell's daughter that did a ram raid, right? I don't think it should matter what the parents are, whether you're poor or not. If you weigh up taking a tube of chewing gum to somebody taking thousands of pounds worth of goods to sell them on, we can quite clearly see who's committed the most crime. One was premeditated, the other wasn't. One was less goods, the other was thousands of pounds worth of goods. It doesn't matter whether they came from a rich family or a poor family. What matters is that we should be looking at the actual crime in hand and the severity of the crime. Now, the only time that I would say that you need to go and look at pre-sentencing reports or take it into account is if you are a persistent offender. So if you did commit persistent petty offences, right, and you in the end you become a nuisance to your community, then you could say, right, it's too much now. You've done over 100 crimes. You're annoying people. You're nicking knickers off a line. You're fucking nicking a chewing gum down the road. You're letting tyres down. You're just becoming a general nuisance. You are going to have to serve time this time. Then it might come into thingy. But otherwise, on each instant, you should be looking at the severity of the crime and not what their background is.
But you know what? That's ultimately what you're saying is you don't agree with people being put into groups and given a blanket kind of like deal unless you approve of it. Like, it has to run by your criteria for what's important. Because if a judge is saying, well, I seem to be throwing people from poor families into prison more than rich people, right? I want a review carried out onto what's making these poor people commit a crime. So when it turns out that, wait a minute, these people going and stealing chocolate because they're seeing adverts on telly where everyone's eating fat off juicy Easter eggs. And they're like, well, where's my Easter egg? I don't get nothing. No one loves me. This ain't fair. I'm going to go out and nick a Snickers bar, right? Let's say, just using that as an example, right? Now, when you look at things like that and you say, okay, there is a section of our community that are committing crimes because they're being let down by society. The social thing that applies to them, the social contract that applies to them, to a certain degree, they're being let down. And their frustration at that is resulting in them committing crimes, right? Even if it's a stupid crime like nicking chocolates, let's say, for example, right? Now, for that to be taken into regard when they're punished, I don't think it's a bad thing, because that's like equally as saying rich people who get chocolate every day, right? And have got chocolate in their cupboards filled up at home and they go out and nick chocolate when they don't need to, right? Should get a worse punishment, which I agree with. You should
That's
get a worse
ridiculous.
punishment.
That's
Why is
totally
it? Explain,
ridiculous.
but explain why you think that, because I'll give you a full explanation.
It's totally ridiculous, because even if you don't have something, there's no need to go and steal it. But having eyes of envy doesn't mean that you're more moral in doing what you're doing. The only case where that would actually come into some kind of judgment would be as if somebody was actually starving. And even in that case, in this country where we've got soup kitchens, you don't need to resort to those levels. We actually
soup
have.
kitchens are far and few between, though, man.
Yeah, but we've got
And,
soup
like,
kitchens, we've got
kitchens
food
get
banks,
shut down.
and we've got the welfare state.
Yeah, but the reason why we've got food banks is because people and soup kitchens and that sort of stuff there is because the wages that people are earning ain't enough for them to sustain themselves. Some people are
Yeah, I
actually
think
working
there's
and
an
going to food
argument
banks.
for wages to be risen. I'm not arguing that, and I'm not saying that the levels of pay are good enough and sensible enough. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is that you can't argue, oh, I just stole that car because I can't afford a car, or I just stole that piece of chocolate because chocolate's a luxury and I've never had it before. That's ridiculous.
No, but that is usually how sort of them things are happening, right? Like a lot of people are committing crime or doing crime because they haven't.
Yeah, crimes of envy. Yeah.
Not crimes of envy. Like people are committing crime because they haven't got bits and pieces. I'm not saying that it's justified or whatever. I'm not trying to justify it. I'm saying given the reasons or the reasons that people are given for why they would be committing certain crimes and blah blah blah. And you know what I mean? Like, so.
Yeah, but it's still a crime. People are not looking at the businesses or the people that are actually trying to run the business and seeing that it's their pocket that's taking the loss.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody knows that there's petty thieving that exists in the world. But I think... Hold on, sorry. I think... Oh, for God's sake. I think everybody knows that there's petty thieving in the world, right? And that most teenagers go through a stage of petty thieving, etc., etc. So we're not saying that's the worst crime in the world. Organised theft on a large scale is far greater criminal activity than somebody who nicks a bag of crisps in the local sweet shop at the age of 13 or something. But what I am saying is that there should be some penance for it, because you can't just be allowed to go around and constantly be a nuisance to these shop owners that are taking the loss. It's not fair. You have to be made responsible
I don't think
for what you're doing.
That might be Khan's argument. That wasn't my argument that people should be allowed to do so and so, so and so. I was saying, like, not haves, being one of the not haves is one of the reasons why certain people are committing crimes. That's what I was saying. Like,
yeah, no, I agree with you, but
not
that's an
doing it,
excuse in my book.
Here's the point, though. Like,
it's a moral standpoint. Wait, hold on. It's not justified or a moral standpoint. It was just a reason why there are people committing certain crimes or whatever. And then
yeah, but I don't. That's
like,
what
to lean
I'm
back
saying.
into the pre-sentencing report thing. Yeah, was that so? In theory, what it sounded like it would have led to was that they could look into the scenarios that's led up to you getting found guilty now. So all the different like bits of petty crime or whatever that you've done leading up to that. What's the best way to rehabilitate you? Should you be going to jail? Because right now, yeah, like, if you go to jail, if you go to prison or whatnot, yeah, it's actually just like a gangster university, basically, isn't it? Like, because if you are bad enough to hang with the big boys, should we say, you're gonna learn something new and some new so and so, and then come out committing this, that, and the other. You ain't gonna be able to get a decent job. You ain't gonna be able to, well, decent job. You might be able to get a low paid job or whatever, but depending on what you was doing previously, what crimes you're committing to fund your lifestyle, and what sort of level of life you was leading, yeah, you're just putting yourself in a bit of a trap in it. You're not going to be
Yeah,
able
but any
to.
sensible business person wouldn't want a criminal working for them.
So what we're going to do with
That's
all
not
the
true.
criminals then, Dupes?
That's not true.
Leave them without
A
jobs?
lot of business people are criminals.
That makes sense, does it? You're going to write someone off and just say, right, you can never have a job for the rest of your life.
No,
So what's
you can
society going to do?
you can go and get a job, but you have to declare it. If you had the potential to be a lawyer,
Now, you
but
just
you've
said
ended
who
up
would want to
ended
hire
up
an
doing
ex-criminal?
fraud. Hold on. If you've got the potential to be a lawyer, but you've ended up doing fraud, you've got caught and you get put in prison, and then you come out and you want to still be able to practice bar freely, then that's a ridiculous way of looking at it. So what penance would there be for
No,
actually?
that's not the
No
same
one's
thing.
ever said
Like you
anything
say,
like that.
it's if your crime was funding a certain style of life or whatever. Say you was making 10 grand a week on the roadside, you're doing bits and
Right.
pieces and blah blah blah
Through
blah,
drugs. Yeah.
you decide to whatever, yeah, because it's not only drugs that you can make that. Yeah?
Okay,
So
black
through
market,
crime,
whatever.
you're
Yeah,
making
cool.
10 bangs a week or whatever, or 10 bands a month or whatever, should we say, yeah, to make it more realistic, yeah. Then you go to jail, get convicted of certain crime, you come out to restart your life or whatever. What job can you get that is gonna sustain that sort of lifestyle? You're not really gonna be able to get that sort of job, isn't it? Like, so
Who cares?
that's why enough of these men are ending in a 22.
Yeah, but why do you care about that?
I'm giving you a fucking reason, man. You keep making it into an argument of like anyone's trying to justify or whatever. You're asking for the reasons why people are doing what they're doing, right? I'm giving you the reason why they're doing what they're doing or whatnot.
Yeah, okay. Well, then let's take it from this angle. Then it doesn't make sense. Why are people reasoning that these
That makes
people that
sense.
have committed crimes deserve to be able to come out and just be able to walk into a job that can
No
keep
one's
them
fucking
in the
reasoning
style
that, man.
they've been accustomed to, even though they've only become accustomed to it because they committed fraud or they did some black market activity or some fraudulent
Yeah, no one's
activity.
reasoning that. It's like you just keep trying to go down to this thing where you want to have someone trying to say that people committing crimes are okay. Like literally, no one's not trying to make that point. I'm saying that
Okay.
for someone that is in that lifestyle, in that gangster lifestyle, crime lifestyle, or whatever,
Right.
if you start to earn a certain level or whatever, you go into 9 to 5 into a straight life or whatever, depending on the level of earnings that you get, you might not be seeing that same sort of money. So you can see how these men are going to jail, ending up in the crime university and just coming out to do higher level crimes that do you know what I'm saying? Like elevated, like it's the rehabilitation thing of jail. Like a lot of people were going to jail and coming out with flipping started off with GCSEs and now they're coming out with degrees in being a gangster. So that's really the point that I was making. Not that anything is justified or rah. I'm just giving you the reason why a lot of these dons are not, or some of these dons, especially the dons that have been able to fund a certain lifestyle through crime or whatever, why they would be not willing to switch their lifestyle to a 9 to 5 lifestyle, because it's not gonna. Basically, like the people them like that are gonna have to understand that the amount you was earning through those illicit means unless you're going to be starting a business or having so and so, you working for someone else probably ain't gonna, with no qualifications, probably ain't gonna pay you that much, innit? So it's like the rehabilitation side of jail ain't really, it's not really working for the people in jail.
I was watching a thing the other day, a TikTok, right?
So
Someone put, sorry, Jupes. Someone put, why do black people spend more time in prison than white people? And when I looked in the chat, yeah, all that it was putting comments of white people, because you know TikTok's all like people up and down the country, right? Are putting comments like, oh, because of absentee fathers, because of this and because of that, and all these stupid things. But really and truly, the reason was when you look at like for like convictions, white people weren't getting as harsh convictions as non-white people. And I think that when we look at that as a situation, I think, well, if there's judges making these decisions and they're always deciding, consistently making decisions against non-white people, and them judges just happen to be white judges, right? Are they racist? Is there a reason why they're giving non-white people harsher sentences? When the government looked at it and they said, well, if they go by the pre-sentencing report, they'll be guided towards making a better decision, and they wouldn't be able to just basically give a judgment off the top of their heads and have as much free reign as they have been, because they've been using their free reign to exert their racist ideologies and get non-white people banged up. When we hear like white people
what report was
arguing,
that?
when we hear white people arguing against that, it makes us think, wait, but are you racist as well though? Like,
What
why would
report
you
was
want
it?
the report that led to the thingy's been asked to be brought back in? What's it called? The sentencing guidelines. That one.
Yeah, so the mistake that they're making with the sentencing guidelines is you can't just flip racism. Even if it proves that the judges are racist, they should be doing something about the judges. They should be
But
removing them from their
this is what
positions.
they're doing.
They shouldn't be just flipping it and making it a case of, right, well, you're not allowed to be racist to black people. You've got to be racist to white people.
But you can't. But that makes sense. You're saying
It does.
so
It does when in the
equal racism.
implementations that they've now halted, that they've now temporarily put on hold, it's because they knew full well that it was flipping rate. The argument was that black people were suffering a higher rate of getting longer sentencing and this, that, and the other, right?
Yeah.
Now, personally, I believe that there might be other factors, not just the harsh charge, but whatever, right? But just deciding, okay, well, what we're going to do now then is we're going to look at black people. It don't matter what crime they commit. We're going to look at black people and to give them mitigating circumstances, but we're not going to allow any pre-sentencing reports of white people because
But
at
that's
the
not
end
true.
of the day,
But why are you saying that though? Because that's not true.
Because that is what they were trying to implement.
What,
They
that
were
white
saying
people
that
can't have
black
Where
people
did
were
it say
ethnic
that? Where did it
minorities.
say that? Where did it say that?
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it was. What
No,
they
no,
were
no,
saying
no,
is
no.
that if you was a female, or if you were an ethnic minority, or if you were of certain religions, that you
Yeah.
were going to be looked at, you were going to be given mitigated, you would be
That's
priority.
so dishonest. Like, come on,
No,
you
that's
can't even
not
It's
say
not
true.
true
this.
at all.
That's not true.
Looking at
That's
your,
so
That's not true.
looking at the
ridiculous. I can't
That's
believe
not
you're
true.
saying that, Jude. That's ridiculous. How
Jukes,
can you
let
say
me
that?
give you let me give you a carnism, yeah? Imagine there was a law that said when you sold a car, you had to give a full service history with it, right? But then people stopped doing that and they were selling cars that had been clocked and cutting shuts and everything. And someone turned around and said, but wait a minute, we need to bring back the law where you have full service history. And then all the criminals jump up and say, nah, we don't want that. It makes it obvious that you don't want things to be fair. And in this situation, for you to turn around and say, we don't want sentencing guidelines to be looked at, it's equivalent of a car having a full service history because
I
it's
haven't said
given
that.
a bit of a background
I
to
haven't
why
said
you're
that.
looking
That's
at what
your
you're looking at.
interpretation of what I'm saying.
I know, I'm allowed
I
to make
mean,
my interpretation.
it's a
And
weird
you're allowed
What you
analogy,
to
said was a
but
lie,
answer.
though.
yeah, but Jupiter,
So
I
let's
haven't
not.
said that. I
Like,
don't think that
Khan's point is
people
valid,
shouldn't
but it's a
have
weird analogy.
have pre-sentencing reports. What I'm saying is that you shouldn't have protected groups that are going to
All
have
right. Well,
But no,
how
their
about this? How about this? Can I explain
pre-sentencing
it this
but
way?
reports
that's not,
looked at
you're making
Can I
that
not
up
wait? Can
though,
I
white
can I
Juice.
try
There's
and
people.
no,
explain it?
And if
that's
Wait,
what
not
I
wait.
said
true.
is a lie, then why have they temporarily halted it?
Khan, let
That's
me explain it.
totally
Let me
nothing
explain
to
it to
do with
her.
it.
So Jupiter, did you agree? Yeah, that there was some statistical evidence to show that minorities were getting harsher sentences for the same crime with with all the same factors. Do you
No,
agree that that was
I don't believe that
okay?
you'd
But
be
do you
able to
agree that
find
there
a
was a report that
case.
came out and said that?
I don't believe that you'd be able to find a case with exactly the same judge, two people from exactly the same
No, no, no.
background,
They're doing national standards.
exactly the
It's
same
national
social
statistics. It's not one
circumstance,
judge.
That's not what
social
he's asking
It's
you,
national
circumstances.
Jupiter. He's
statistics.
not
Jupiter,
asking
you're
you
being
that.
silly. You're just being childish. I'm talking about national statistics. We're not talking about any one judge. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm asking you, do you agree that there was a report that on a national level that this was occurring? It was identified that this was occurring, that with all factors being equal, ethnic minorities were still getting harsher punishments. Do you agree that a report said that?
I agree that a report exists, whether it's
That said
fairly,
that?
whether
No,
it's
no, no.
accurate is a
Criticizing
whole
its
different
methodology
debate.
is different. Criticizing its methodology is different. Do you agree that a report came out and said that?
I agree that the report exists. Whether it was accurate is another whole debate.
Okay, but it
Yeah,
did
but for
say
you
that,
to
yeah?
question the
It did
report, you need to
demonstrate
have
that
some degree of.
according to the way it was done, it did say that. So, given if somebody looked at that report, like many officials in government, and a lot of them did say it was validly carried out, and there was obviously some people rejected its methodologies, but there was a large number of people who agreed that it was valid. Now, on that basis, if there was some impetus from politicians or people to say that this needs addressing, and the way to address it would be to re-establish the pre-sentencing guidelines, then you shouldn't have a problem with that, because what you're saying is that that would detract from white people getting justice. But in no way, shape, or form can it possibly do that. All it can ever even attempt to do, its main objective, its highest goal, is to achieve justice that everybody already should enjoy and does enjoy, most ethnicities, except for a few, except for some. And all it's trying to do is bring them up to the level of universal justice. That does not in any way, shape, or form detract from anybody else's right to justice or experience of it.
So my argument is this: scientific. If that report is accurate and they can prove that on a like for like basis, which you say has happened, I say it hasn't, right? For a like to like basis, that people from one group are getting treated unfairly, okay? The answer is not to just flip it and say, right, the other group needs to be treated unfairly, and we'll
That's
give
not
a
what they're
right.
doing. Nobody's being
It is
treated
what they're
unfairly.
You're
doing.
making that up.
It's
How
not.
are they doing that?
The answer is to remove the judges that are racially biased. That's the first thing. The second thing,
You're remixing
the
what you're. That's
second
not actually.
thing.
You're
Hold
just
on, let me
making
finish
stuff
though.
up,
You
man.
can come back on what I say, right? The second thing is, if that's the case, and it's to realign injustices to do with racism with the black community, I don't understand why we've got exceptions for religious groups or females.
All right, like science asked you before, yeah. Can you pull up where it says that people should be given exceptions because of their race or religion?
The groups that were going to be given the pre-sentencing reports was ethnic
No.
minorities, people
I
who...
said, can you pull up paperwork that shows
No, I
what
can't.
you're saying
not
is
right
true?
now, no.
Because it's not true. That's why. It's not actually true. There is no paperwork that says that they're going to be giving blights to ethnic minorities or people of a certain religion, aka Muslims. Like, so that's actually not true.
I think it's on Black Belt
Barrister,
Barrister, but Black Belt Barrister...
You're choosing to
Jupiter, there
misunderstand
ain't
the
no
situation. You're not
people,
trying
there
to
ain't no
understand.
one
Black Belt
without
Barrister...
Jupiter, there ain't no one without sentencing guidelines. The sentencing guidelines exist. It's whether the judge wants to look at it or not.
Okay, answer me this. On Black,
Yeah,
so
the judge has been
on
straying
Black Belt
from
Barrister,
them.
he does have the paperwork, right? That he shows. He shows that it could be deemed as racial discrimination against white people. And he actually explains in full the reasoning behind why they're doing it, which is the reasoning that you're giving. And I'm saying I don't agree with it. I think there's a better way. If they really believe that there's injustices, there's a better way of doing this by removing the judges that are discriminating, rather than
But
actually...
you don't get it, Jupes.
Wait, one second. But on Black Belt Barrister...
You would rather remove hundreds of judges than just make them stick to the
yes,
guidelines.
if they're racist, wouldn't you?
So
listen. But that's not even what Black Belt Barrister said though. Like you said, yeah. In what you were saying, Black Belt Barrister didn't say that these sentencing guidelines, though it's written here that it says that these sentencing guidelines are here to give ethnic minorities or people from Islam lenient
Special treatment.
sentences.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like,
That's
literally
not the
never said
case
that.
at all.
So,
That's not the
and
case
there's
at
no
all.
paperwork that says that.
Why
Like,
has
that's
it been
just
temporarily
the
halted?
far right.
Why has it been halted?
It's the far right.
It's got nothing
It's
to
the far
do with
right
anything.
doing their thing. Rob.
Why has it been halted?
But why don't you answer the question that's been put to you?
Which is?
Which is there is no evidence.
Where's the
for what you've
paperwork that
claimed.
shows
Where
that?
did you get
that
it
There's
from?
says that?
plenty of evidence, which is why they halted it.
No.
No, but there's no paperwork that states that. Show the paperwork that states that the people that deal with the sentencing said that, well, to make it equal, make sure that there's more white people going to jail. We're going to be less lenient on black people and ethnic
It doesn't
minorities
say that like
and
that.
so on. So
What it says is that the
But that's basically what
pre-sentencing
you're saying.
guidelines are going to give ethnic minorities and people from religious groups and females pre-sentencing reports, and white people are not going
No,
to get them.
everyone's got a pre-sentencing
not
report.
true,
It's just whether the judge considers it or not, whether he looks at it or
They
not.
have to do it according to the guidelines and not
Just
stray from
listen
those
to look,
guidelines.
Jupiter. If there was a system, right, where there was an AI computer that was giving out sentences, right, and it would be exactly how you said, where it didn't matter what background you was from or what your history was, they just looked at the crime you committed and
Yeah.
automatically gave you a sentence that was befitting that crime, right?
Yeah.
Ethnic minorities and white people would be getting the same result. They would
Which
be
is
getting
why
the
I
same
think we don't need
sentences,
the
right?
pre-sentencing
But when
report.
it's left to the judge has to bring humanity and his own rational thinking into it, right? Because not everything's done in a computerized way like AI. There is a human element to things. Like when we was watching Tommy Robinson's court hearing the other day, the barrister that was putting the case forward was putting forward compassionate grounds for Tommy Robinson's side to be heard and taken seriously. That compassionate side to the law means that it ain't just by the book. There is a human element to it, right? And that's why judges are given the right to sit over cases and bring that kind of like balance to the case. Now, what they've been doing
Yeah,
is
that's what
because
appeals are for.
what they've been doing is because they've been hard pressed for COVID and whatever, they've not bothered with all that. They're just like, do you know what? Let's just skip to the decision making and whatever. And without realizing their own biases, their own racial prejudices have come out in the shortcut version of justice, because the process of justice eliminates their prejudices and they're protected by that process. So when they do fuck up and they start showing their prejudices, the other people turning around and saying, but wait a minute, there's a whole framework of law here that you've been overlooking. If we just bring that back in, yeah, that will get rid of the judge's preferential treatment of certain groups, right? Now, you seem to be making an argument
Wow, that was
is
really
going...
well said, Khan.
Thank you, brother.
That was
That is
amazingly
going
well put.
against what Jupiter wants, which is she's claiming she wants the same sentencing for both. But now, when she's faced with a judge making a decision based on a history and bringing a bit of humanity into it, she's saying, well, that's going to go against white people. And in a way, she's right, because white people have got less reason to commit crimes and should be, as indigenous people that are supposed to be patriotic and not costing their country money, they should be getting punished harsher. Right? Because in my country, trust me, if you're Turkish and you're fucking around with the Turkish judicial system or the police, they'll treat you 10 times harsher than any immigrant, right? But here what we have is a typical British pleading for special treatment based on their skin color coming through again. Like what Tommy Robinson's whole argument is that we're more British than other people, we should get better treatment. Or Jupiter say, well, my ancestors
Well, they're used to it. They're used to it being like that, innit?
my ancestors fought and died for this country, and we've been paying taxes for a millennia, so we should get better treatment than other people, right? But that's not. But,
Okay.
but when you look at,
Thank you for your very
All right.
long emotional
All right.
outburst that
Thank
actually
you.
was
All right.
grandstanding and didn't mean
All right.
anything at all, right?
Okay,
The
I
fact
tried my
that- The
best.
fact of
Nah,
the
the
moment
first
matter is
half
that
was a
you
good
can't
point.
speak for me. Can you refrain from telling people what I'm saying?
Sorry, but I've known you
when
for
I
years,
can actually
and
speak for myself,
I've said the things
and
that you
I'm
said.
actually here. Please don't talk over me. I didn't talk over you. The fact of the matter is this: if the judge is discriminatory, he should be removed from his position. We shouldn't just be going, listen, judge, we know you're racist towards black people, but because it's unfair on black people, what we want you to do is start being racist to white people. That makes sense.
All
And
right,
only
listen,
racist
listen.
Turkish men
Again, you've
would
done it
actually
again.
think it
Listen,
They're
listen.
not
does.
being
Can I
racist to
just
white
You
people.
keep
can I
doing
quickly
that,
say
man.
something?
They're
Let me
just
just say
lying
something. Let
for
me
no
just say
reason,
something.
man. But no one
Jules,
said that.
there is no
There's no
such
paperwork that says
person.
that we're going to be biased towards ethnic we're
Listen,
going to be less biased towards ethnic minorities and start sending
Yeah, I don't know why she
English people
refuses
to
to
jail
exactly.
more.
accept this basic point.
Furthermore, there is
I
no
don't know how
such
many
thing as a
times I can
person
explain it.
without biases, right? There is no such thing as a person without biases. But the thing is, you have to, go within the legal framework that's put in front of you that eliminates your biases, that stops you from being
Yeah,
biased. But
like the scientific
when you
process.
shortcut, exactly, when you shortcut that whole thing and you bring it down to just one person's decision that's being made behind closed doors, you cannot eliminate their bias. Now, what we're seeing is predominantly white judges sending predominantly non-white people to prison for longer, costing the country more money than it should be. And the people that have to pay for it are turning around and saying, but wait a minute, why don't you make it equal to the white people? But then the white people are turning around for some reason and saying, well, if the black people are in jail for less time, then are the white people going to go to jail for more time to balance that out? And I don't see where the argument comes from. And I'm just asking Jupiter to bring a bit of flesh to the bones of that argument and show us, like, at least one strand of evidence other than your beliefs or what you've heard sitting in Witherspoons chatting to people, gossiping on the block, or whatever, wherever you collected this belief from. I just want to hear a little bit of facts to back it up, please, if that's possible.
I just told you where you can go. Unfortunately, Black Belt Barrister actually strikes, but he breaks it
But,
down quite
but Veli said that
well.
you've misrepresented that view. So
Well,
now
Veli
we've got
would
to
say that.
me and science can't choose between you and Veli now, because Veli's saying
You
one
don't
thing,
have to go
you're
and
saying
watch
the
it and
other.
make your own mind up.
All right, so you're saying you've watched it, and from what you've understood, they're saying that pre-sentencing reports is basically an opportunity for black people, or non-white people, we should call them, to
No,
plead for
racist to white
special
people.
treatment.
That's what she said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
basically
Black Belt
to
Barrister never said nothing like that at all.
That's
He never
crazy.
said it. He never said in this thing. He said it can be interpreted to being this, that, or the other. He never said that. This paperwork here shows that where it says here, line thing point 15, it says we're going to treat ethnic minorities and Muslims less harsh than English people. It literally doesn't say that, innit? But that's basically what Jupiter
Of
keeps
course, it
trying to say.
literally doesn't say that. I've never claimed that it does.
That's
But then why
that's
do you
the
keep
point that
saying
you've
that
literally been making for
it
like
says that it's
the
racist to
last
white
20
people?
minutes.
Why do you keep saying that then?
Because it is.
Oh,
I've
you're a
never
joke.
said
You're a
the
Explain
law
joker.
explain
You're a
why
literally
joker.
explain
states. I've never stated that it literally says in the wording, be racist to white people. I'm
But
saying the
then why do you keep saying
outcome
that?
is racist towards white people.
Right, but you don't know that. That's just your crazy interpretation and indeed misinterpretation.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Yeah, because the
Don't
thing
make
that
it
you refuse
right.
to understand, which you makes you willingly ignorant, because I've explained it twice, Khan's explained it twice, Veli's explained it more than twice. The simple fact of the matter is, if there is a situation where, for example, white people in this country have been getting lighter sentences than even what they should according to the guidelines, if that is the case and has been the case for many years, and then we also notice that on the other side of it, these other groups of people are getting the opposite. That is a grave miscarriage of justice for that to be occurring on a national level. So it's been established that that's been happening, and no one can really deny that that's not been happening.
But the
We all
weird thing
know
is
that.
science. The weird thing is she seems to be assuming, or her side, not let's pin it on her, but her side of the argument from whoever seems to be arguing that we're saying that the white people's sentencing should come into line with the harsh punishment that black people are receiving or
Yeah,
non-white
that's
people
a
are
good
receiving.
point. She
But
does
we're
seem
not
to be saying it
arguing
like
that.
that.
We're
Yeah,
we're
like we're
saying
trying
it
to
the
trade,
opposite
switch
way.
places. We're
Exactly,
trying
we're
to say,
saying
oh,
it the
she's switching
opposite way,
places
where
with
we're
it.
saying
No,
that the harsh punishments should be brought down to the level of white people, so white people's sentencing won't be affected one way or the other. It's just that it'll be used as a
exactly.
barometer to
It'll be
judge.
raising the lower line of injustice, raising it up to universal justice, yeah, or closer to universal justice. That's
And
all.
on that,
The same.
on that, I rest my case.
No, I get that
Thank you very
100%,
much.
bro.
Right,
It's the
so
same as raising the poverty line or the education line.
so
It doesn't stop the rich or the
yesterday,
really
this
smart
this
from
was
getting more
dated.
educated.
Hold on, what date was this? This was dated. Let me find out. Well, it hasn't got a date on it, but yeah, it doesn't have a date on it. Okay. Right,
What kind of
so
article
saying
doesn't have a
yesterday,
date on
so
it?
it said
Where did you
yesterday
find
the
it?
Sentencing Council for England and Wales released new guidance. So it must have been a couple of weeks ago when they released the new guidance, right? Which means the courts must request and consider a PSR before forming an opinion on the sentence. In particular, the guidance says, so in particular, that a PCR should be considered necessary if the individual is from an ethnic, cultural, or faith
Yes, yes,
minority.
because they have been
Young
getting the hard,
adult,
they've been getting the hard end of
women,
the stick. That's
pregnant
why.
people, and primary carers are also listed. So there's groups of people where it's
We
deemed
know that.
necessary.
Yeah, we know that. We've
Yeah.
already
White
explained
men are
why.
not in that group.
Yes, because they don't need
Right.
to. They haven't been identified as a group
Why not?
suffering. Because they haven't
can't
been
white?
identified as a group
Right,
suffering
so
from this.
White
explain
women
to
were
me-
included in this group. So how can it be
explain to
racist
me-
against white people if white women are included in the group?
Women in general was included. Disabled
Explain to
people
me
or
why white
people with
men
carers.
shouldn't have a
Because
shouldn't
they
have a
are
group.
not suffering in this circumstance. They are not the ones
What are
getting.
you on about?
Are you stupid? Are you actually that dumb?
Okay.
They are not the ones
So
that are
what
getting the
about
harshest
the report?
sentences.
So are you
Dudes,
denying there's a report that
dudes.
white working class boys are at the bottom of the education table?
What the fuck has that got to do with
Forget
anything?
about
We're
that,
talking
Jupiter.
about crime
Well,
You
and
seem to
doesn't
be
that
sentencing, you
mean
arguing.
idiot.
that
Wait.
eliminates?
Sentencing, you
Jupiter,
idiot.
Doesn't
one
that
sec,
mean
slow
that their
down.
opportunities are limited?
Don't change the subject. Listen, you seem to be making an argument that white people should be
But
treated
how would
just
that
as
mean that they
badly
get
as
harsher
black
sentences?
people to make the system fair. That don't make sense. Because without pre-sentencing,
This is
white
silly.
people are getting a lesser sentence, but you seem to be arguing that they should be getting treated the same as the people who are getting treated harshly. Which means that white people will, like, if we go by what you're saying, white people will get higher sentences. But as the status quo is now, they're not. So I don't see why you'd make an argument to change how white people are convicted.
My argument is that, number one, I do not believe the first report in the first instance. I believe it's a political agenda driven by wokeism.
You have to bring some backing.
Right?
You can't just turn up off the streets of Ealing, Broadway, or wherever you are and make a claim like that. You can't say that.
That's my first belief, because I don't believe that they've done like-for-like cases. I think on Top Show they think it's the same, so they might go, oh, look, these two burglars both broke into an house, and the black bloke, he got, 2 years, and the white bloke, he got, 6 months, right? But what they haven't looked at is the fact that maybe the black bloke has done it twice before, or the fact that one's got a private lawyer, the other one's got a duty solicitor, or the fact that one was drunk out of his head, even though being under the influence isn't a good excuse, but it will be taken into consideration, or certain things like that. So what I'm telling you, is that mitigating circumstances do get considered, They are considered for everybody. They're supposed to be considered for everybody. But what has now happened is that they want to take away the mitigating circumstances from white people because they know in the majority of cases...
No, that's not true. That is exactly where you're lying.
Cases, the way the system used to work was on merit. So if you were of good character, it would go in your favour. What they now want to do is to take that away and say that if you're of bad character because you're, I don't know, a druggie, homeless, you live on the streets, you're a prostitute, maybe you come from a working class family where you've never brought
easy
up
on the
properly,
prostitutes, they're
then
my
that should be
favourite.
taken into consideration. And good character isn't something
what
to
are you
actually give
talking
you
about?
mitigating circumstances.
What the hell are
Bad
you talking
character
about?
actually
This is
Jupes is a
nonsense.
and that
politician
is
now.
what I don't agree with.
It's
You're a
crazy that you've
politician.
taken
You're
it down
saying
this
that
fucking road.
mitigating circumstances and pre-sentencing reports are actually being looked at, which is the opposite of what's really happening, where it's not being looked at. That's why there's injustice, because it's not being looked at. You're claiming now, I don't know where
And it's a very specific group that has not been looked at from, and it should have been.
They're not looking at. Is that what?
The law states
on
that everybody gets a pre-sentencing report.
So they found out
But
that
they
it
wanted to
wasn't being
change the
done for this group.
guidelines to make it so that there was people in protected groups that would and others that wouldn't.
Yeah, those people
and the
who
others
need
that
it
wouldn't.
because they're
White
suffering
men.
from the injustice
Stop
of
it.
not using it.
No, but you're
Fam,
making
you're a
that white
joke. Like,
people have got
are you
pre-sentencing
pretending not to
reports
understand
now,
it? So you're just
and they're
that dumb
taking
and
them
racist.
away from them. But that's
Then
not
why
what's
have they
happening.
temporarily halted it if there's no point to it?
That's a different subject altogether.
Yeah, that's to
it's
do
not.
with whether the
No, it's
politicians
not.
agreed or
They
not.
know that
or the
there's a
right
point
politicians.
behind it, which is why they've temporarily halted it. They know there's
Yeah,
truth
but
to what's being said by the people opposing it.
what is the reason then? You tell us the reason. What's the reason why they hold to it?
Because it's not fair.
It is fair because its whole point of existing is to address an injustice and bring that up to justice. How can that be not fair?
Can you not see that you're flipping reality 180? Like basically back on itself. You're saying, this is Jupiter saying this, that there is pre-sentencing reports. Everybody gets the chance to put forward their mitigating circumstances. But what they're doing is taking away white people's right to put forward their mitigating circumstances. And that statement within itself is just completely made up, and there's no founding for it whatsoever.
I'm saying,
For
as the
you to
law
say that is
stands,
nonsensical.
before the pre-sentencing guidelines that they wanted to change, everybody had mitigated circumstances.
But I'm saying to you that the judges had not been looking at them. Like, they do exist. I've made
Well,
that
then
case.
deal with the fucking judges. Don't take away the right of the white man.
How are they taking the right away from the white man? The white man's getting an easier sentence because he's mitigating circumstances. Nobody's mitigating circumstances is getting looked at, and the judge is making an off-the-cuff decision, and it's always going in favour of white people. Why are you arguing against
everybody
that?
should be looked at.
Right, which is what they're saying.
No, they're not. What they're saying is that it is necessary for people in protected groups. It's not necessary for white men. That is discriminatory.
Because they're not getting harsh sentences. Why would you need mitigating circumstances? They're giving you the minimum sentencing.
I don't agree. I don't believe that that's true.
Yeah, but you don't agree based on what? You can say, I don't believe it, but you've got to back your belief with some sort of substance. I bet if we look at who's got the harshest sentences in this country, you'll find that there's white men that are inside and have been inside from the fucking 60s. That's a completely different thing because we don't know what crime they've
committed.
committed.
Well, they are the harshest sentences and the longest
we don't know
sentences.
What crimes they've committed. They could have done really heinous crimes. That's a different thing.
And if you look, you will find that there's murderers that are from the black community that have actually been fucking given very, very, very minute sentences compared to people that committed the same offence in the 60s and are still in there.
So you're saying that it's because they're black that they've been given lighter sentences? Or is it because it's not the 60s anymore?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying you're the one that's saying it's about colour.
I'm asking you. You said that black people got less than the people in the 60s. And I'm saying, is it because it's not the 60s anymore?
You claim that all black people always get fucking harsher sentences is not true.
But listen, if you can prove one case that argues against that point you just made, then you win. So that's automatically called a straw man. You set up an argument that you can dismantle with one case.
What's his name? That guy that they consider mad. Why is he in prison?
What you're doing is called disingenuous.
What did he go to prison for? What did Branson go to prison for?
Jupes, you're not getting the point, mate.
Like, and why did they keep him in for so long?
Jupiter, we go through this with you, right? Day in, day out.
I want you to answer my question.
Not because we hate you, because we want
you. And then when we look at this summer,
listen.
When we look at this summer, and we see people only writing words on the internet and getting fucking. There was a woman who wheeled a bin, got 2 years. How's that justice for anyone? How's that justice for our society?
How can you decide what justice is? Are you a judge? Are you qualified?
Oh, but you're quite happy to have the racial discriminating judges still in power, aren't you?
They're racially discriminating against black people.
Yeah, so why are you keeping them in power then?
Because there's guidelines.
Sorry, Charles Bronson's been in jail for so long because he's bent a cell door, he's took prisoners hostages,
God, that's terrible.
And all that sort of stuff there.
So now Jupiter's the judge.
What are you talking about? Charles Bronson had people in his cell as hostages and all them sort of shits there, man. That's why he's on that one segregation. And why he's been in for so long. He went in for armed robbery and then committed loads of crimes in jail. That's why he's in jail for longer. And he should be out. He should be out now, but he's committed more crimes. That's why he's in jail.
But if you look at the length of time that he's been inside, he should be out. He shouldn't be in there. It doesn't matter that he's done silly little petty offences inside.
Next thing you're going to say is a political prisoner.
So wait, hold on. Kidnapping fucking prison guards and prisoners is petty crimes. You're crazy, man. Wow, man. You should look into what Charles Bronson's done, man. He's a fucking...
You say, and allow us to help you use a proper criteria to arrive at your conclusions, you could be a fucking amazing person. You could be a fucking politician, mate. You could get elected.
I don't want to be a politician, and I'm
no, but I'm
already an
saying you've got
amazing
that potential. You've got the potential to be a high functioning person, but for some reason, I think it's because your main group of people that follow you are dumb that you have to dumb down your point. Same like Tommy Robinson
Don't
appeals
insult
to
the
dumb.
audience,
But
because
it's
the
true
same
though.
people
But
that
it's
come to
true.
my channel come
But
to
it's
fucking
true.
Vellies, you cheeky
Yeah,
bastard.
but you come here as the opposition. You don't come here like me and Scientific Method do and put forward decent arguments. You come here and say, well, I believe this and I don't believe in that
That's
report.
debatable. People
I don't believe in
always
that
think that you
report.
come forward with
But why
decent
don't you believe?
arguments.
But why don't you believe in that report? Oh, because I don't. And then you start giving some made up
Because I don't
EastEnders
believe,
scenario.
I don't believe
When
that
you-
report,
You're
right?
a nutter.
And in fact, you don't believe it either, because your argument is that black people weren't getting pre-sentencing reports.
Me and Scientific Method both
I
said,
don't believe
right,
that
but
they
we don't need
found
to decide.
equivalent. I don't
Jupiter.
believe that they could find two individuals
Jupiter.
exactly 100% equivalent
That's
to each
irrelevant.
other.
That's irrelevant. That's
Replicated
conflation.
several times over, enough for them to be able to make a
listen,
calculated decision. I don't believe it.
Jupes, I think you should go away and research, yeah, for your own sake, what the
I don't
rules
think
of the...
I need to go away and research.
What can I just
That
say?
actually
Can I
doesn't
just-
make sense. Wait, how they done the reports was that it's people that have been committed for the same sort of sentences, isn't it? Being pleaded guilty, and whether they've been sent to jail or not,
Two
and how
people
long they've
nicking a
been sent to
bike
jail,
doesn't
on how they,
constitute the same offence.
on how they.
But that's
on
not
how
saying we
they was
can't
convicted.
compare
So
anything
if
to
you-
anything then.
If you get nicked for GBH Section 18 and I get nicked for GBH Section 18 as two men or whatever, yeah, like a white dude and then me gets nicked for GBH Section 18 or whatever, we both get found guilty and we're both in the similar circumstances, then obviously that's how they're going to measure up on which one's getting harsher sentences or not. I don't see how that's hard to work out, man.
So so my argument is this, Lily. If we had a system where you steal a bike, you get 6 months. Let's say petty crimes of stealing, you get 6 months, just out of the blue. Some people could argue that's too harsh. Some could say, no, it's not. But let's just say for a petty crime like that, 6 months. Two people steal a bike, they should both get 6 months. There wouldn't be no argument. But because we are a country where we have pre-sentencing reports, yeah?
Do other countries don't have it?
No, we have pre-sentencing reports. You cannot find me two situations that will be exactly the same, because
Don't
you
have to be exactly the same.
Hold
Don't
on.
have to be exactly the same.
Hold on. You have to
All
look
right,
at
I'm
the
holding on,
nuances.
go on.
First
So
of
what do
all,
you-
you have
what-
to look
hang
at the
on.
legal representation nuance. Then you have to look at the mitigating circumstance nuance. Then you have to look at previous crimes nuance. Once you actually start taking in the complexities, for you to find and replicate crimes on a multiple account, right? So you would need a black individual, a white individual, several times over with exactly the same kind of solicitor, mitigating circumstances, pre-sentencing reports, and previous criminal convictions before you can come to the conclusion, and that would be at every level and every crime in this country, before you could come to the actual conclusion that there is a reason that is down to racism. You would have
that's
to,
not how
you
it
would
works,
have to
Was
prove that, and they haven't proved that.
Look,
What they would do a measurement, they would measure on people that's been convicted for the same crime. Obviously, the scenarios leading up to the thing is after you've received the guilty plea, innit? That's what they're saying. Both people have done a guilty plea or whatever at the similar time or whatever. My man's received 10 years and this guy's received 4 months or something like that. That's where they're making the comparison.
I've never heard that. But if you've got two youths that are together and one of them's already been caught for carrying a bladed weapon, right, and then he's being caught again, before he even gets to court, he's already got a mandatory 6 months. Before
would that be a fair examination, Wendy? Would that be a fair examination? The stuff that you're trying to say, someone that's been convicted already, receiving a sentence versus someone that's not.
That's why these new guidelines won't work, because what are they going to take in consideration? Are they going to change the mandatory? Are they going to change the mandatory 6 month sentence automatically for being caught with a bladed weapon twice. Are they going to
The
change that then?
argument, you just ranting for no reason, yeah, because
Well,
no
are they
one's
going to
even
change
arguing the
it?
point. That's not even happening.
Wendy, you're getting it wrong. We're trying to compare like for
Making
like,
stuff
and you've
up.
deliberately come with two different cases.
I'm just saying. I don't know
No,
how
but
it can
what my
work
point to you,
because
Wendy,
there's a
my
lot of
point to
things.
you. Wait,
Yeah.
finish. I'm
Calm.
not arguing.
From-
I'm just explaining.
Yeah, from
Wendy,
this
what you need to
report, can you
understand is
give me the
Jupiter
two test
saying.
cases that they brought
Wait.
forward? Can you name
Can I just say something?
Can you bring forward the two test cases that they replicated, or the several, some of the examples? Please bring them forward. The names of them.
We're
The
still
names.
talking about what you just said a second ago, yeah, which you said a lot. So give us a chance to talk about that before you say adding something to the mix, like further.
As far as I'm concerned, I always thought everyone was
back in a bit,
entitled
man.
to
I've got to jump off.
pre-sentencing reports.
Wendy, what I wanted to say is, by Jupiter's explanation, two crimes are so different from each other that we can't draw up statistics to compare the outcomes. And I'm saying that based on the things that she's brought to the table, like she said,
Well,
the whole
you
list
could
of
look at.
things.
You could look at.
She said the whole list of things that make one crime different
Yeah.
from another crime.
So you could
right?
look at knife crime. You could look at
wait, one
a
sec,
white youth carrying a knife and a black youth carrying a knife.
Right. So what Veli said is basically what you just said, which is we'll look at the crime committed, right? And we'll look at the conviction rates of the people based on their ethnicity. And just based on those particular points, we can draw up a conclusion using an Excel spreadsheet, which will tell you in about
It's about
5 seconds
to me,
flat.
it's about the crime, not the ethnicity. I don't care about the ethnicity.
No, but I'm saying if we add 3 variables, which is number 1, the crime that's been committed, number 2, the ethnicity of the person, and number 3, the duration of their
Why
sentencing.
would the ethnicity of the person matter?
Because the claim is that non-white people receiving harsher sentences than white
Right.
people.
So last summer during the protests, right?
Can I just finish what I'm saying
all
before you
white
change
people
it?
were, all those that they caught were white and they were jailed. Muslim people were not jailed.
But we're saying for like crimes.
Same crime, same crimes.
But, so
In
you're
fact,
saying that
some of them
Muslim
weren't
people
even arrested.
were exactly. So how is it the same crime then if you're not even being arrested?
Because the police
They were
officer
doing the same thing
at the scene
No.
would tell Muslims, go and put your weapons back
Listen,
inside the mosque.
that's got nothing to
and
do with what
arrest
we're
the
saying.
white person that
We're
might have a
saying that
fucking piece of wood on them.
Listen, what we're saying is people who have been brought in front of a judge after they put their plea in, right, and there's evidence being that they're blatantly guilty. It's just a matter of them being sentenced, right? So they've already accepted their crime. They're already in front of the judge.
Get a pre-sentencing report.
But the judges have not been looking at them and doing a little shortcut.
You. I don't believe
but
that.
This is the claim. But look, this is the claim that we're.
Well, then
this is
get
the
rid of the
information
judge who's not
that
doing
we're
his
bringing
job
you.
properly. You don't change the guidelines because the judge is failing
So they've
to fulfill
told
the
them.
guidelines.
They've told them make sure you do your job properly because the guidelines are already there for you to do that. That's all there is to it.
Statistics show that Albanians are actually, and I think it's Afghans, right, are raping, are committing sex crimes at a higher rate than the indigenous English people, right? That's a fact.
So
but are we going to say, looking at that on paper, that if more of them are convicted because they're actually committing the crime at a higher rate, that it's racism?
No.
Is that what you're trying to do, Khan?
What we're saying
that's what it looks like to me.
Because we
it
already
looks like
laid it
you're
out.
trying to get convicted criminals.
Have you got a memory lapse?
By pretending it's racism.
But we can't just keep repeating the same point. We said a person who's been convicted of a crime, their ethnicity and the duration of the time that they're going to serve are the 3 variables. You can't add anything to that.
Why does their ethnicity count?
Because the claim, we're going in circles. The claim is that non-white people are receiving harsher punishments because they're not
depends
looking
on
at
the
their
bloody crime, doesn't it?
They're not.
No, because it's
maybe non-white people are doing worse crimes.
No, but we're not looking at those. We're looking at like for like. Right, so like what Jupiter said about Charles Bronson, there ain't a black version of Charles Bronson where we can compare them and say, oh, well.
Well, then they haven't done a complete fucking report then, have
Charles
they?
Bronson is a one-off character. He's a one-off person. They made films about him. He's like his one person. To use him as an example is totally skewing the point that we're making here, which is when the crime is the same, and the ethnicity is different, right? They should, by all rights, get the same sentence, but they're not. That's all there is to it. I don't see how you throwing everything but the kitchen sink at me is going to change that.
I've just given you an example. We know statistically that Afghans and Albanians are committing sex crimes at a higher rate than the average indigenous English person that's white. Okay? We know that. On paper, if you looked at it, because they're getting locked up for their crimes, you'd go, hold on a minute. Why are so many Albanians getting locked up and white people are not getting locked up? But the fact of the matter is, it's not racism. It's the fact that they're committing more fucking crime in that area.
This is why statistics.
Look, Khan, if it was
1
so
minute, Wendy.
equal,
Let me just reply to
Khan,
her. Let me
if
reply
it was
to her,
so
please.
equal,
Please, Wendy,
and
you can
so,
speak after.
no,
Listen,
no.
stick a pin in
If
it for
it
a
was
sec.
so equal and so fair, why has it been altered?
Let me just say
Why have
one
they
thing.
put it on
Before we get to
a
that, let me just give Jupiter the due respect of answering her point, right? She's saying a different thing from what I'm saying. I'm not saying the number of people from a particular group or ethnicity. I'm saying like for like, if we picked an Albanian, right, in a crime that you're saying they're overrepresented in, right, we picked an Albanian rapist and a white rapist, and their crimes were the same. Let's say they both raped 10 women in Hyde Park, whatever it is, right? They should, by rights, get the same sentence because they've committed the same crime.
Well, it depends. If
but
the
when
Albanian who's a high sex offender has done it before, yeah.
Oh, well,
No,
he's
but
going to
we're
get
saying
the
that-
largest.
You're saying
He's
if
going to
they've
get the
raped
biggest
10 women,
sentence,
right?
Yeah.
But what
without-
about if he's
without
come from a
pre-sentencing
country
report-
and it turns out that actually he's a serial rapist from his own country?
But without a
Or
pre-sentencing report,
what
you would
about
never
if he's
know that.
actually? What about if he's actually done other crimes that are quite
See,
severe?
this is the
as well
thing.
as
This would
rape?
all come into the pre-sentencing, which you don't want to look at.
Well, I'm telling you that it has done. And the reason that they don't want to give pre-sentencing reports to white people is because they know that most white people are going to have good merit with their character references
All right,
in opposition
let me
to
ask you a
people that are
question.
serial fucking murderers,
Listen,
serial
listen,
rapists, terrorists, petty thieves,
listen.
drug dealers,
Let
and
me ask you a
roadmen.
question. Hear my question properly, right? This is my question to you. Why are you assuming that the powers that be, meaning the judges and the judiciary and whatever, are looking for reasons to send white people to jail more than what they currently are doing? Why are you
To
thinking
appease
that?
ethnic minorities who think it's racism when it's not racism.
Ah, get it.
Oh yeah,
I get
I
it.
definitely agree that
So
it's all
really
to
and
do with these
truly,
fucking
wait 1 sec.
immigrants that are coming in.
One sec. Forget about blaming it all on immigrants and racism, as you've always been doing. My thing is, why would you want to do that when it's going to cost you, as a country, it will cost you more money, right? And you'd have to build more prisons and you'd have less space in those prisons to put other people because you've got white people serving twice as long as what they should normally be serving. Why would you, as a judiciary, as the elites in this country, want to do that to your own country? Why would they do that?
But they don't care. They do.
Well, the elites in this
I would say
country
to you,
are not
they're more likely.
necessarily. The elites in this country, the people in positions of power, if you look at Birmingham's mayor, if you look at London's mayor, if you look at all the
What's a
local
mayor?
council
Mayor's not
officials,
elite.
if you look, even up until before Keir Starmer got in, the Prime Minister, you will see that there's a heavy influence of a foreign influence and heritage in this country. Yeah, namely that there is an Islamic influence in this country that's been corrupted and put into our system. Now we know that people are being bought out in favour to push this wokeism. Now, it is not fair that we had a system where people that had good character and good merit who accidentally commit a crime, right, or commit a crime that is out of character, yeah, is suddenly not going to be getting pre-sentencing reports because too often it proves that their crimes are very, very sporadic. In other words, you might get a white murderer that commits a crime of murder in the heat of the moment, never likely to do it ever again in his life, yeah? Not someone who's been running around with a knife, stabbing up people, and then suddenly gets done for murder because one of them actually fucking dies. Somebody that's committed a crime of passion or something like that. Somebody that's not saying that it's right, because murder's still murder, but it'll be a one-off event. Yeah,
Right, cool. Let me reply to
and
you
so
now,
they
right?
won't have.
Wait, because I got your point. I got your
any
point. You're
criminal
saying that
record.
there's Muslims
Hold on,
with
I haven't
money.
finished. They won't have any criminal record. They've probably upheld a family life. They've probably been good parents up to that point. They're probably held down a job. They've got a good standing in the community, and they're not really a threat to the wider community because it was a one-off event.
All right, Jukes, listen.
They know
to me
that these things are what has been making the sentences.
You're throwing everything at me.
White men. Hold on. So now what they want to do is take away the mitigating circumstances for white men. Right. So in future, white men,
no one's saying they're going to take away
we're not going to look at any mitigating circumstances because you're in the group that we know is of high standard. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that away. We're going to lower the standards by saying every other group.
But they're not lowering standards. They're raising the standards.
Whether you're in an ethnic minority, whether you're female, we're going to look at you and give you pre-sentencing reports. And what we're going to do is, if you happen to be a prolific shoplifter because you're poor and, you saw somebody eating chocolate and you've never ate chocolate in your life, we're going to go, oh, we need to worry about him because even though he's been thieving all his life, it's only because he never had a bit of chocolate.
All right,
bigotry of low expectations, Carl.
All right, listen.
That is what we are bringing into our justice system.
You've spoken for so long
it
that rather than
lowers
making
the standards.
one reply,
and what it does is reward criminals.
Please, before I forget my 2 replies quickly, I'm going to keep them short, yeah? First thing is, you've said that they're going to take away white people's mitigating circumstances. That's not true. Furthermore, if there is, let's say 90% of cases going in front of the judge are from white people and 10% are non-white people, for the judge to do a shortcut version of justice on the white people, but basically give them a bias in favor of a lenient sentence, that makes sense because why would they want to spend extra time on 90% of the cases when their workload's already over the top? Right now, if that kind of shortcut version seems to not spare black people or non-white people the same sort of balance, and they're saying, well, to make it fair to them, because we're giving them a shortcut version of justice and we're more likely to be biased against them, we'll put in factors that basically eliminate our bias.
It's not about being biased.
One minute. Wait. I'm saying to you that they're not taking away mitigating circumstances or pre-sentencing reports from white people. They're just saying it's not necessary that we actually look at it, but with black people or non-white people, it should be necessary because they're being overly, harshly punished for the same like-for-like crime.
Everybody should be looked at.
Yes.
But if there seems to be, an uneven outcome, because most white people tend to have good character references,
can I just address your original point as well?
Then what it tells you is that there's something going wrong in the other communities.
You're going to have to just make this whole point again because I can't remember what I was going to say and listen to you. The first point you made is that there's Muslims, or Muslim countries with big money and big investments that put money into this country that are somehow getting Muslim population in this country favoritized. And I'm saying to you, that's how it's supposed to be. Because if I was the king of Oman and Boris Johnson, wait, can I just finish my point? If I was the king of Oman and I had Boris Johnson and Angela Merkel both coming to me saying, we want you to invest twice the amount of money that you have been in our countries, and I had to choose between both of you, and I said to you, Boris, I really want to choose you over Angela, but you're treating Muslims badly in your country. Can you not adjust that? And then Boris Johnson comes back and says, right, we've looked at it, Muslims are being treated harshly, and we're going to do away with this harsh punishment. And then that secures a massive investment of Muslim money into this country.
Corruption, you mean?
That's not corruption.
It is.
Because Muslims are actually being treated unjustly.
No, they're not.
They are.
They're not even getting taken to fucking court on the scale of which they're committing their sex crimes.
Tell me how and where, Carl.
Pre-sentencing reports are being looked at as a necessity for certain groups of people. That means that the judges have been overly harsh on black people, non-white people, Muslims. I don't know, Jupiter had the list of all the people, right? So basically, anybody who's not white, Anglo-Saxon and Christian is being getting treated badly. So Muslims come into that. So if I was going to invest a lot of money into this country, like I said, if I was the king of Oman
no, that's not
or
true.
the UAE,
what you mean
and I
is
said to Boris Johnson,
what you've looked at done, what you people on the left have done is looked at the sentencing and
I'm
gone,
not on
oh,
the
look,
left.
even though the majority of the country is white, and even though the majority of the crimes in the country are committed by white people, they seem to get less sentencing. Why is this? And they've come to the conclusion it's just based on colour. What they haven't done is look at it properly and go, actually, it's because most of these people that have committed crimes actually haven't committed crimes before, are less likely to commit a crime again, right? Are of good standing in their local community, have done stuff for the local community, are well known, provide good character references, and probably have been in stable, secure relationships and employment.
Look, can I just quickly make a point? I believe that if judges are overworked and underpaid and they haven't got enough time to go through everybody's mitigating circumstances, and then they turn around and say 90% of crimes being done by white people, what we'll do is we'll skip their mitigating circumstances, go straight to the sentencing, but to make sure there's no miscarriage of justice, we'll just give them the minimum sentence for their crime. So even if they wanted to, they couldn't appeal it because their appeal wouldn't get them a lower sentence because they're already getting the minimum sentence. I personally believe that that's what's happening, and that's why it looks like black people or non-white people being sentenced harshly, because they're not getting that same sort of leeway. Now, the only reason I think the whites are getting the leeway is not because they're white or not because the judges are racist, but because 90% of the workload that they're being faced with is from one particular demographic, which you would expect. That's all I think it is.
Well, I think you're fucking nuts.
Why?
Because I think you are.
Why? But based on what? Then it makes sense what I'm saying.
No.
Look, you got two groups of people, whites and non-whites. Whites are making up 90% of your workload, right? You're asked to give them all a sentence, and you've got a range.
I don't think that's true.
You could give
so
them.
I don't believe.
You could give them a range. But I'm just giving you an example, right?
No,
so you've got
no. It would be
75%. Why are you saying no, no, no? That's a bit rude.
Because it's proportionate with the population. And the
okay, but it's just arbitrary numbers. The numbers don't matter. All right, whatever, 60%, whatever it is, right? The majority of my workload is coming to me from one group of people, and I'm saying, do you know what? When it comes to this particular group of people, I'm not bothering to look at all their pre-sentencing reports. I'm going to skip to the conclusion, give them their sentence, but to make sure that they can't appeal my decision, I will give them the lowest case, like the lowest sentence that they could get. So they can't appeal what I've said, because even if they do appeal, they can't get their sentence reduced.
Okay,
right?
where's the facts for that? Where's the
I'm saying that I believe that that's what's happening. That
yeah,
is
but where's
the incentive
for that?
No, there's no evidence. I'm saying I believe that.
If you have
I believe
evidence
that.
for that.
No, I'm saying I believe that. I believe that based on
okay,
my
so
dealings.
That's just what your
I'll tell you where I've got that from. I'll tell you where I've got that from.
Like you said earlier, that don't mean nothing. It's just an opinion.
Yeah, but I'm putting my opinion to you the same way you put your opinion.
Yeah, but I don't think that's true.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to sell you.
Even if that was the case, right? Let's just look at it and say, okay, that's what it turns out to be. Let's just imagine that it did. Then remove the judge for not doing his job.
But they can't. There's no. Who are you replacing him with?
There's plenty of other people that can go past the bar.
But this is the argument I was making when it came to the grooming gangs with the police and the social services. It's all well and good saying throw the police in prison if they're corrupt, sack the social services. But they are the infrastructure of this country. Without them, this country ain't going to run. So you have to correct them rather than punish them. Because if you start punishing police, no one's going to want to be a policeman. No one's going to want to take that job because the money's shit, the lifestyle's shit. Like basically, there's not a lot going for that job in the first place. So if you start becoming an enemy of the state by being a policeman, then the country's shooting itself in the foot. It's supposed to pay the policemen better money. It's supposed to train them better. It's supposed to give them a better work-life balance. And it's supposed to make policing a job that's respected by the population, by everyone. Everyone should want their child to grow up and be a policeman. Same way everyone would want their child to grow up and join and do a stint in the army if it was national service, like in other countries. People are proud to do that. Yeah, but people in other countries are proud of that. But in this country, you don't get that. If anything, the majority of the population hate the police. But whose fault is that? That's because the elites use the police as their personal protectors and as their personal bodyguards. That's what they use the police as. They use them against their own population. right? Which they shouldn't be doing that. They underfund them, they underpay them, and they overwork them. So you're going to get corruption. You're going to get police throwing their lot in with organised criminals and trying to make a bit of extra money because they're thinking, well, we're walking the same streets that these criminals are walking. They're walking around with Rolexes and bloody Audis, and we're walking around on minimum wage.
Your average policeman doesn't think like that.
But based on what, though?
Based on the fact that they just don't think like that. Oh, look at him with his Rolex watch. No.
Of course. What do you mean? I've been pulled over by police and they're like, what the fuck someone like you doing driving a BMW? I'm like, what? You get that a lot. Like, police are known for doing things like that. If you're driving a Ford Escort, trust me, I've had a lot of Ford Escorts. Police don't pull you over. Police do hate people with money, and they do seem to think that everyone makes money illegally. All right, look, we got the situation now with
Belly. Luke's in the back. Luke's in the back.
We got the situation now with
can you give us
Nigel
an
Farage
example
and the Turkish
of Muslims
barbers,
being
right?
treated
Situation.
unfairly? Can I have an example of that, please?
I just showed you.
It's true what's going on with the Turkish barbers. What are you lying for?
Nigel Farage turned around the other day and went, oh, come on, we all know that they're not really Turkish. They're all Syrian. They all probably got here on a boat yesterday.
Well, yeah, probably. Yeah.
He had to back, the week before, he was adamant that they were Turkish.
Whoever they are, they're not doing any barbering.
Exactly.
Well, they're probably Syrian.
Exactly. Whoever they are, should be the same.
Or Turkish Muslim.
Or Kurdish, PKK sympathisers that are here working for the British government.
Yeah.
Well, why is Nigel Farage saying that? Well, Nigel Farage turned around and said, but we know that they're not Turkish, they're Kurdish, he said, or Syrian. He said that himself.
He never said Kurdish. He never said Kurdish.
He did. I swear on my life, I wouldn't lie to you. I wouldn't lie to you. He definitely said that. He definitely said that. So the point is this, Wendy, now that the whole Syria debacle's over, England is not funding PKK,
and the Turks are going in there and killing everyone. Yeah.
All right, cool. Whatever. I'm not defending that. What I'm saying to you is the Kurds that were brought here, all right, and the English government was supporting them as an insurgency are no longer getting that support. So they will no longer be able to export money from England back to
No, you just hate
Kurdistan.
the Kurds. You just hate them. You hate them. You've been brought up to hate them. You hate them.
When have I said anything against them?
You've never said anything good about them.
You've said a lot against them.
What do you mean? Half of Turkey's Kurds.
I don't care. You don't like them.
The Turks and the Kurds is like the English and the Irish. They're that mixed together. You
can't
can't tell who's who.
You can't tell who's who. In previous conversations.
I think you're just trying to undermine.
Yeah, you're not Turkish though, Icon. You're not Turkish though, right? Yeah, I thought you're Cypriot.
Who's this prick trying to talk to me?
Best look UK, Bunge Islam.
Is it true that you lost your channel?
I've lost 2 channels now, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, bloody hell.
Oh, you just made my day.
Why for losing the channel? I've lost about 10 so far, you weirdo. If me
weirdo.
losing the channel makes your day, I can do that every day if you want.
Was it the channel with my videos on, or is that one still running?
That one's still running.
Oh, fuck. Dickhead.
So I'm actually a question anyway, because you said about 10 minutes ago that Muslims are treated unjustly in this country. Can you have an example of that, please?
I'll give you an example. The Pakistani community in this country has been literally vilified. I personally believe that it's because of the relationship.
Can I just have an example of how Muslims have been treated unjustly in this country? You don't need to give me like all the rhetoric and shit. Just give me an example.
The Pakistani community in this country has been vilified, and the whole entire Pakistani community.
We were talking about Muslims, not
we were talking about Muslims. So how Muslims been treated unjustly? So stick to Muslims then.
Pakistani Muslims have been treated unjustly, unfairly. They've been vilified, made out to be some sort of scapegoat. And Elon Musk is even. Elon Musk is even. Wait. Elon Musk has even aligned them with immigrants that are getting here off of boats.
Yeah, Elon Musk hasn't got anything to do with the UK. He's American. He's South African.
I'm saying to you that Elon Musk is even throwing fire.
So let's get back to the question.
Petrol on the fire of alienating Pakistani Muslims.
Okay, so how are Muslims being unjustly in this country? Can you give me an example, please? You still haven't given me an example.
Tommy Robinson, Nigel Farage.
So 1 minute. So Tommy
people that are
Robinson,
raising money.
1 minute. 1 minute.
People are
So Tommy
currently raising
Robinson,
money.
right?
Wait. You asked me a question.
You've made your point. I'm going to reply to that.
Can you regulate your boy? Like, he's asking me
So you
questions
mentioned
and
Tommy Robinson,
he's trying
the
to
guy
cut
who
me.
gets jailed for his activism against Muslims.
No, he never got. All right, tell me one instance where Tommy Robinson got jailed for his activism.
No, don't try and deflect. You give me one example of how Muslims are treated unjustly by the UK system. Not just by one person, Tommy Robinson.
I'm trying
how
to.
Muslims are treated unjustly in this country. Example, please.
I personally believe that Pakistanis were brought to this country because England had a good relationship with Pakistan. Right?
Can I have an example of how they're treated unjustly? You can say you can say they're not allowed to pray, they're not allowed to wear the fucking niqab, they're not allowed to eat halal food. What example can you give me that the UK treat Muslims unjustly? Give me an example.
I personally believe that Pakistanis are now being treated badly solely because the Pakistan government has got a good relationship with China right now.
Yeah, give us an example of how they're being treated.
I believe that the right wing,
Boris Johnson calling Muslim women letterboxes.
No, we're allowed to do that. That's Section 29J Act. If I want to say that Khan's mum looks like a letterbox, I can say it. I'm legally allowed to say it.
My mum don't wear hijab. She's always in the house.
I said it if I wanted to.
Anyway, Khan, give us an example of how the Pakistani community are being treated unfairly.
Mosques being burnt down, riots started out on their doorstep.
No, remember this country is an amalgamation of left, right, liberals, people that are
Jupiter, he just said that mosques have been burnt down in his country. What mosques have been burnt down in his country?
Mosques were attacked and they attempted to burn down mosques in this country. Furthermore, the mosque in Finsbury Park was a Pakistani mosque and someone drove into the front of it with a white transit van screaming Tommy Robinson.
So again, so that's an example of how British system unjustly treats Muslims, is it?
No, Pakistani Muslims in particular.
What? So that's the British. So the British system enabled that Osborne guy.
I believe that the British system panders towards certain Muslims, like the Saudis.
So what about the Muslims who got on top of the churches, yanking off the crosses?
Yeah, they were wrong for that.
Yeah, but were they treated unjustly for it, Khan?
No, you
don't have a clue, do you? No, I bet they weren't even arrested for it, Khan.
Were they not?
Well, if they was unjustly treated, they'd have been whipped in fucking chain in the streets, wouldn't they?
Here's the thing, I don't know if that even happened.
Supposed to have shouted Tommy out, because I've not heard of this case.
The guy called
let me just make it clear. I don't know any other Western country that has bent over fucking backwards. The UK have shot the fucking Muslims and come in and fucking bomb us.
That Osborne character did not shout out Tommy Robinson's name. What are you on about?
I heard that he did. I've
got
a cousin that lives in Finsbury Park, and he said to me that he was at the mosque. He was at the mosque.
The only link. No, you're a liar. No, you're a liar, Khan. No, we're not going to listen to lie.
The guy opened the window, leant out the window, and shouted Tommy Robinson as he
drove that's a lie.
Into that old
the only link, it's been investigated thoroughly. The only link that it had to Tommy Robinson was that this Osborne was on the Rebel Media mailing list, and it had Tommy Robinson's name on there. That's the only link that they could find for him to be in connection.
So what about the New Zealand attacker who wrote Tommy Robinson's name on his weapon?
You lie at your
what about that? What about that? What about the guy who done the New Zealand attack and you ripped Tommy Robinson's name?
That's New Zealand. It's nothing to do with the UK, is it? Nothing to do with the UK.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes,
How
it
is
is.
it?
We're talking about the UK. You reckon the Muslims are treated badly in the UK? And may I add, Tommy Robinson is
Saudi Arabia on it as well, Khan.
Is he an authorised member of the parliament, is he?
Who?
Well, Tommy Robinson doesn't represent the state.
I personally believe that the right wing are an extension of the government, and they carry out the government.
You are an Islamic extremist.
The far right carry out the bidding of the government within population,
and then the government just go and arrest them.
None of these anti-Islamic movements.
Yeah, can you now, Doc? It's a bit low though.
Can you?
Is it low?
That's the first time we heard you.
What about all the terrorists who shout out Allah before they fucking
they're wrong for doing that as well.
Can we blame Islam then?
We don't agree with terrorism.
Who's
Yeah,
we?
but can we blame Islam then? Can we blame
Muslims
Islam?
don't agree.
Muslims don't
Muslims
speak
don't
for
agree
Muslims.
with terrorism.
Khan, don't speak for Muslims. You've only been one for about 2 years, and you don't know the religion like I've exposed
Sorry,
many times.
but
Don't speak for
Muslims do
Muslims.
not
Speak for yourself.
agree with terrorism.
You certainly don't speak for Shamima Begum, do you?
Shamima
Push
Begum
him out.
went to fight for a country called Syria.
She's a terrorist.
Well,
She's
so
a
what about
terrorist
all the
Habibi.
English people that went to fight for Kurdistan?
All
Well,
terrorists.
they get treated as terrorists, don't they?
All right, what about all the English people that went to fight for Israel?
Not terrorists.
They're not terrorists.
They're allies.
They'll get to
Come
come back to
on.
England, right?
You also said, Khan, you thought that Donald Trump was going to side with Palestine. You flipping fuck. I can tell you that
for those foreign
any
nationals
British
that
IDF soldiers will be coming home to a hero's fucking welcome, Khan. I can assure you of that. Heroes fucking welcome, be applauding in the street. Thank you.
They'll be arrested, mate.
No, they won't be arrested. Why would they be arrested?
They'll be arrested because they've carried out atrocities.
Under what charges?
They've carried out
Wait,
atrocities
you're
in the
telling me
name of
that
the State of
British-
Israel.
You're telling me that British Israeli citizens who have gone back to Israel as conscripted...
Wait.
Well, no, I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Explain
Who
British
was
Israeli.
conscripted,
Explain
and
British
then when they come back
Israeli.
to this
Explain
country,
that.
and when they
will
come
be
back to
arrested.
this, you think that they're going to get arrested?
Yes,
You are.
they are.
Because,
Yes,
well,
they are. They are
not
going
going
to be
to.
arrested. I
Well,
can show you. I can
Explain how the ICC have released arrest warrants for Netanyahu, and he's been in all these countries since then. And he
Stop
hasn't
asking people to explain and then not letting them explain. Let him explain.
Let me
For
explain.
fuck's sake.
Let me explain. Right. So these arrest warrants that have been given out for Netanyahu and Gallant, they are the ones that have been made public. There is no obligation on the ICC to make those arrest warrants public, but there are some arrest warrants that are being made that are not going to be made public, and it's going to be for these foreign nationals, because we know from there are groups like Declassified that have been able to do freedom of information requests on the justice.
Can you show us that freedom of information request, please?
I don't have it on me right now, but I can definitely look it up.
Even if what you're saying is true, where the ICC will
but this is
wait, I'm making a point. So even if it's true, what you're saying that they'll issue arrest warrants, they've already issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu. Hungary has to abide by the ICC.
Let him get to the point. Let him make the point,
went
and then
into
answer him
Hungary
back on the
about
point.
4 days ago.
You can't just come in and bombard people, shouting.
Let him finish making the point. Wait, guys. Let him finish making the point, and then answer the point after. Because he was still halfway through.
I did not make my point. You interjected. No, I didn't. You interjected. You did not let me finish.
You said that
I had not finished my point.
Arrest warrants.
I allowed you to come back in
the background, and you said that. And when I asked you. No, you said that there were secret arrest warrants in the background, and then I said, "Well, how do you know about them?" You said because there's freedom of information requests.
I shouldn't have let you ask that question.
You said no.
I
haven't got them.
let you interject.
That's conversation deaded.
I should not have let you interject. See, how old are you?
77.
No, honestly, be honest. How old are you?
None of your
that's
business.
personal. Let's not do personal.
No, because when you're having an adult conversation, allow people.
So you said that there's arrest warrants, haven't you?
I'm saying
arrest warrants, haven't you?
Luke, can you just give him the dignity of
I'm going to go on mute.
I just tried to. I was quiet, and he started asking me about my age.
We're all used to, but there's other people that aren't used to you.
So instead of asking me about my age, when I was quiet there and allowed you the floor, you had the perfect opportunity for you to start going through your shit again. Instead, you asked me about my age.
But magician, he
I
uses
saw that
words
conversation as
to
dead
replace
because you said
one sentence.
you said that the secret arrest warrants out for people that nobody knows about. I said, how do you know about them? You said because there's groups that I'm in who have done freedom of information requests. I said, can we see that freedom of information request? You said, no, you don't have it. That to me, conversation deaded. You don't have proof. You're speaking bollocks. I can assure you that IDF soldiers who are British and Israeli citizens, when coming back to this country, will not be immediately arrested. If anything, they'll be applauded, saying, thank you, sir, for your fucking service. Now, if you've got anything to suggest otherwise, i.e. arrest warrants, Dark Magician, I suggest you bring them. And if you don't want to do that, then at least tell us how old you are.
Yeah, Luke, this ain't going to work, Luke.
Are you done?
Are you
done? Are you going to go on mute and be quiet?
I'm not going to go on mute, no.
Are you going to be quiet?
I'll be quiet if you're going to provide an answer, yeah.
What's the point of saying you're going to be quiet when you could just be quiet?
He'd be quiet, calm. He asked me if I'm going to be quiet. He asked me
I
that
don't want to get into a slanging match with you. I just want to say what I've got to say, and then you can do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, I'm asking you. So can we see these?
No, I don't. So the groups that are saying that they have been given indications that these arrest warrants are going to be made, they have not been told directly, and there's no evidence of it. That's the whole point of why it's been done quietly.
You just said there, you
Is
just
what
said
I'm
there
trying
was.
to say.
You're a liar, Dark Magician.
Yes,
You just
because
said that there was
they've
information
look.
requests.
So stop interrupting me,
No,
and I
because you're
will
lying
answer
now.
you. I'm not lying.
You are. You said that there was
Luke,
freedom of
you can't
information
accuse
request.
people of
Now
lying
you say, now
without
you're saying that there's no
decent
proof.
So
evidence.
you
It's
have
just
to
rude.
go and
Can't,
approach the
Alan.
IC. The IC. You have to approach them and you have to ask them questions.
Yeah, I know how the freedom of
They're not
information
right.
request. You said that's already been done.
They're not under any
You're
obligation
speaking over
to give you
people
any
constantly.
information. But
And you're
because
interrupting, Carl. Yeah, I'm not. Listen,
look,
Dark
bro,
Magician, I know how the freedom of
why are you?
information request
Why are you?
works. You
Listen, are you
said
going to let me talk, or are you just going to just
I
continue?
am, but I'm going to pull you up on your lies. But I'm not going to lie to lie, Dark Magician.
Look,
You just said
when
10
you
minutes, 5
when
minutes
you
ago.
when listen, when let
Right,
me say
I'll
what I've
explain
got
your
to
lie.
say,
I'll
and
explain
then
your
you
lie.
can
You
pull
can
me
correct
up on
me.
my lies.
I'll
Then
explain
you
your
can
lie.
pull me
You can
up.
correct me if I'm wrong. So you said 5 minutes ago, I asked you, how do you know about these arrest warrants? You said very
Why are
clearly,
you
because
repeating
these
what
groups
we've
are
just
putting
said?
freedom. Be quite calm. You said that these groups are putting freedom of information requests, and I've got the information. I said, can you show that, please? You said, no, I don't have a copy of it. Now you're saying that they put in freedom of information requests, but they don't have to give it. What is the answer? There's not. Where's this evidence? There's no
Stop
evidence that there's a
talking.
secret arrest warrant
Stop
for IDF
talking.
soldiers.
Shh. Stop talking, young man. Just stop talking. Yeah.
How do you know how young I am?
So
Please.
what
I'm not
I
told
would
my age.
like
Just
to
stop
know,
because
Dark
you're acting
Magician,
like a child.
Oh, because
You're not
so
allowing
Dark
me
Magi-
to speak.
losing the
You're not
argument.
allowing me to speak.
Don't come here saying that you've got evidence of something, and then when I ask you for evidence of something, you say it doesn't exist. That means that you don't have evidence.
I'm not.
Mongo.
Did I say that it doesn't exist? I never said that.
Yes, you
You
did.
put that word into my
We
mouth.
can
No, I
rewind
did
it if
not.
He
you
does it
want.
on
We can
purpose, Dark
rewind it if
Magician.
we want.
He does it on purpose. He deliberately misquotes you, so
You
he's
said that.
drawing you
You said
out.
that you go to
if
the
you
ICC
haven't
and
got an
they don't have to give you the
authentic,
information.
legitimate,
I don't know why you're telling us that organisations don't have to give information through a freedom of information request. If you're saying that they have got the
Yeah.
freedom of information request,
Right.
and that's
So,
how you know that these
are
arrest
you
warrants are out
going
there.
to allow me to talk? Or are you just going to just
I
like
keep
just
allowing you
keep
to talk, and then you
talking?
go quiet and start asking me about my age and that.
Because I'm
Tell me
waiting
how
for
you
you
know
to
about these arrest
finish.
warrants,
I'm
and
waiting
can
for
we
you
have
to
proof?
finish. Yeah, I'm waiting
Sengizu
for you
is
to
trying to
finish.
influence Wendy into smoking weed.
Yes. So can I please have evidence of these arrest
Right.
warrants?
I'm
And
going to
can you
say.
show me
I'm
where
going
you
to
got them?
start talking now. Please be quiet.
I shall be.
Thank you. Right. So there is a group called Declassified. Some people might have heard of them before. They're a left-wing group. They work very closely with Novara News. Right. I'm sure you've heard of them before. Yeah.
Nope.
They were recently on a podcast with Owen Jones, and they were explaining we have asked for information on these foreign nationals and what are you going to do to arrest them. They have made indications that they are looking to make secret arrest warrants for them. That's
Can you
what they're
show us
looking
that?
to do.
Can you show us where
It's
you've
on a
got statistics?
I'm going to try and find the podcast and I'll put it in the back. I'll put it in the back.
So the ICC have said, yeah, we might be doing secret arrest warrants. Just don't tell
Oh,
anyone.
they
Does that sound
indicate
that
these
sound
things.
legit
They
to you,
indicate these
Dr.
things because
Magician?
they're not.
Yeah, but what
Look,
I'm
when you're
saying
working
is,
in
why
a
are they going to be
working in
secret? Why
a
would they do
legal,
it secretly?
Mention
you
my
know
uncle. I mentioned
exactly
your
the reason
prophet.
why.
Alhamdulillah.
You know exactly the reason why, because they would be very explosive, very, very explosive. And like you just said, if those people were to come back to the UK, they would be applauded. So
Yes.
if the ICC were to put out these arrest warrants for them, they would have to make them very, very secret, and they're not under any obligation to make them.
Well, which tells
public
me they're
anyway.
going against the nation then.
Exactly.
If
It's
you,
like,
if you,
Even if
no.
it's public, like Netanyahu, we don't have to
You have
abide
to
by it. We're
understand,
sure
we
that
are
we don't have to.
signatories to the Statute of Rome. They are
No.
not beholden. We are beholden to them. They are not beholden to us.
I don't know why you.
It's
I
not
don't know what you're
It's
going
not a
into.
two-way street.
So the
That's not a
ICC
two-way
have.
street.
So regardless whether it's a secret arrest warrant or public, like Netanyahu's
It's
is a
not
public arrest
secret.
warrant.
It's not
Like, so
going to be
I'm
made
speaking and
public.
you're interrupting me immediately. Like, so even if it's a secret arrest warrant, that doesn't mean shit.
It's not
The same way,
It's not going to
it
be
doesn't
made
mean shit
public.
if you get a public arrest warrant. We've all seen that Netanyahu has been issued an arrest warrant for God knows how long now. He's been in the United States, not arrested. He's been in Hungary, not arrested. I can assure you that if Netanyahu, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. I can assure you that if Netanyahu was to enter this country, we wouldn't arrest him either.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that actually.
Thank you for assuring us.
Actually, I'll give you
I assure you. Man said, I assure you.
Yeah, I assure you, because we're not Mongols. We don't side with terrorists.
You are
even
a Mongo.
Labour,
You're a
even our
northern
left-wing Labour
Mongo.
government see a
You're
massive
the literal definition of a
I think
Mongo.
the ICC are saying there's a massive case for the Likud party and Netanyahu and Gallant, for instance, and there's other people that are also adjacent to that. They are. There's a good case to say that they're terrorists, and what they've done is terroristic.
Have you got this evidence where they've got the arrest warrant?
I'm going to find it. Give me a second.
Let me just quickly ask Dark Magician a quick question.
Who's it a secret amongst? Like, how are they going to arrest people?
It's not a secret. It's not being done. Do you understand the difference between the two things?
Netanyahu, being such a high-level person, can avoid prosecution, does that mean that every Tom, Dick, and Harry that went and fought for the IOF, can also claim that same leniency?
Calm. I'm going to try and reason with you, Calm.
I'm not talking to you. I'm asking.
I'm going to try and reason with you. So we see.
Oh my God! This country, can I just not finish what I'm saying?
No, you can't. No. In this country, we see Israel as our allies. We see Hamas as terrorists. If somebody has gone over to fight for our allies, not like it was with the YPG or whatever, where there was a guy called Aidan James or something went to go and fight over the good people who were still seen as terrorists. Yeah, the country recognised that he still fought for terrorists. He has to be arrested for it. This is very different. Nowhere in our country or our legislation do we recognise IDF as terrorists. So that they can't be arrested. They can't be arrested coming back to this country for any terrorism laws because they are our allies and we support them fully. What are you talking about?
It doesn't work like
that.
Are
you?
No, it works with it.
I thought it was against the law to fight for foreign countries.
Can I ask your name?
Say that again, Billy.
Can I ask your name?
It's based Luke.
Yeah, best Zionist. What would you say?
Okay, all right. So, Base Zionist, I've just put a link in the back. So, I'd like you to apologise for saying that I've made baseless claims.
What do you mean apologise? There's a list of about 1 minute, episodes 1, 2,
right,
3.
It's the first one on the list.
Right. So you want me? Wait, you've just posted a link, and within 2 seconds, you want me to apologise.
What does it say? Just read out read it out. Read out what it's called. Just read so everybody can hear. Read out what it's got. Owen Jones, is it not?
So I'll read it out to you. So it says to be jailed, capital letters jail, by the way, which tells me it's clickbait, over war crimes, question mark.
Right.
Question mark. You missed the question mark at the end. He's asking questions. He's not putting the statement out there. This is Owen Jones. This is Owen Jones and his socialist lefty fucking mindset. What are you about? Arrest warrant. You said, don't try and back away now, Dark Magician, because you said that they had put in
jailed. How do you think they're going to be jailed?
I'm not finished.
Arrest warrants.
Right.
From the ICC.
Now can I make a statement? Tell me when you're finished.
My God.
Have you finished? Can I make my statement now?
You're hard work, and most Zionists are hard work, to be honest with you.
Can I make my statement now?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
So, before we got into this bit of back and forth, you said very clearly, when I asked you, how do you know about these arrest warrants? You said that these groups had put in freedom of information requests, and that's how you know about it.
This is what they're saying in the podcast,
No, now you're saying that they can put in information, but they haven't done it yet.
No, I didn't say that. No, I did not say that.
Yes, you did. You said, and the freedom of information, they don't have to acknowledge it. They don't have to give you the information. Yeah. You said that. But then before that, you said that they've already got the information. So you're lying.
Oh my God, you are seriously spazzed out.
I got to.
That's not what I said at all. So don't try and
that's exactly what I heard, and it's all recorded.
That's what you heard, yeah. Now you're getting dizzy because I've just actually called you out. I've actually shown you that what I was saying was actually backed up by evidence. Now you're absolutely losing it.
Podcast where he said,
and I never said it wasn't. I've always said it was a podcast. I always said it was a podcast.
Owen Jones has been saying since day dot that anybody fighting Palestinians are committing war crimes.
What I said was true, right? What I said was true.
No, it's not true. You're saying that that's fact, that you're going to get arrested. That's his opinion.
I never said it was fact. I never said it was fact. No, I did not say it was fact.
When they come back into this country, they are going to get arrested because people are putting freedom of information requests and the secret arrest warrants out there for it. Don't try to back away from what you said.
How would that be fact? That's
you
not
said
fact,
that the secret arrest warrants out there for him. You've already said that.
I'm saying that there are indications that they are going to make.
You're lying.
Yeah, right. No, see,
now you're trying to back away from what you said.
You're upset.
You already said that the secret arrest warrants out there. Now you're lying.
You didn't think that I was going to come with the facts. You didn't think I was going to come with any
facts. You come with an opinion.
And now you're getting upset.
Stop clouding facts with opinions. Are you saying that if I listen to this documentary, I've not put the question to you. So you're saying now, if I listen to this podcast, it's going to specifically say that there's arrest warrants out there for the secret arrest warrants for anybody who's fought for the IDF. Is it going to say that, or is it going to be more opinion based? Owen Jones wishful thinking. Be honest.
I've been completely honest from the
Well, answer the
get-go.
question.
I don't know whether it's actually going to go ahead or not.
Thank you. So it's
I
wishful
hope it
thinking.
does.
That's my case.
Okay, you've won. Great. Go peacefully into the night, dear sir. I don't really care.
Stop getting triggered over.
You've made an absolute tit of yourself, bro.
Right, it's not my fault that the IDF are going to be giving a hero's welcome when they come back over here.
Well, maybe I'm sure there will be
I'm
some.
going to be
very
applauding.
small, yeah, and I'm sure that there'll be very, very small sections of society that
Yeah,
will
it
be
won't
there.
be a lot. No, it won't be a lot of people coming back. Like it's only a few soldiers that are British Israeli.
Yeah, but I don't see it being like the England team coming off. It's not going to be massive crowds outside with the England team coming off coming back from being battered.
No, we've seen that. Like the actual decent, common sense person in this country, we don't really get off our settees for stuff like that, especially like protests and whatnot. That's all sweaty lefties who don't really have much to do with their lives.
Yeah,
we like to sit on our sofas and praise from the television.
What's the English football team got to do with it?
God knows.
No, I was just saying that
he came in the year like saying yes, no, they will be arrested. There's secret arrest warrants.
I never said they will.
Owen Jones knows all about it, and then we just
discovered
that it's an opinion. Owen Jones' opinion hasn't changed. And he's always said that people who have fought for the IDF should be facing war crime charges.
I personally think that they should. I think they're terrorists, and I think they should be treated exactly the same way Shemaine
Well, that's your
was.
opinion.
It was absolutely right. Jemima Begum
unfortunately, for you, they will give a hero welcome. And they'll be given gold pages as well.
It's this guy who just waits for you to talk and then he starts talking.
You're doing the same, mate.
They can't be arrested. They're an army, aren't they? They're a legitimate army.
So I said to him,
it doesn't work like that.
Isn't it? I thought it was against the law for people to fight for, even if you're a citizen, to fight for two different countries.
They've got heritage towards that country.
Yeah,
you've got dual heritage.
If you're a British Israeli, you are conscripted. Like they don't have a choice.
Yeah.
The guys
but because we are signatures.
The guys over there from Scotland, Liverpool, Newcastle, everywhere.
Even British nationals, along with our leaders, our politicians, we're all under the Statute of Rome. So if we commit international crimes against the Statute of Rome,
talking about the Statute of Rome?
Stop doing that, man. Yo. Let him get to the end of the sentence. Stop doing that. Guys, stop doing that, man. Get to the end of the sentence and then answer after it.
Do you know what the Statute of Rome is?
We haven't had anything to do with Rome since Henry VIII.
Oh my God, you're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. Yeah. You are a dum-dum.
Well, explain
how.
Tell
me what statue of Rome. Tell me what it is.
I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not going to say nothing.
No, just tell me what it is.
Hey, Doug, you're going to have to explain it to them, though.
Yeah.
You have to explain it. So
I'm not explaining nothing.
No, why? Because
so I don't know what it is.
We can't explain it because he's the dum-dum.
We've had nothing
dum. Will you tell me what it is?
Who's we, Dark Magician?
Well, you're
Come on, Dark Magician.
Dum-dum.
No, tell me what the Statute of Rome is.
Dum-dum because you use we, which includes yourself, Mongo.
No, hang on, Luke. I want to know what the Statute of Rome is.
So the Rome Statute is the treaty that established the International Criminal Court.
Thank you.
An international tribunal with jurisdiction over the most serious crimes of international concern: genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and since 2010, the crime of aggression. It was adopted in Rome, Italy, on July the 17th, 1998, and entered into force on July the 1st, 2002.
Okay, so that's nothing to do with Israel.
Yeah, I don't think Israel abide by that.
If you're a country that is a signatory to that statute and you commit,
but it's not Israel isn't committing genocide or anything.
No, because they're dual national. So because they're of course Israel's not a signature to it, but British citizens are, so they're dual national, so they would come under that. And if the UK government sought to harbour them, they would also be found culpable for that too.
Yeah. So you don't think there's been men go over there and come home? You don't think they're already, some of them are already home?
I think some of them are. Yeah, I do. Yeah,
of course they are.
We already know that the Home Secretary and the Foreign Office have already been colluding with.
I'll be back in 2 seconds. I need to make another call.
We already know that. I mean, if you look at the BBC, the BBC are going to be held accountable after this has
Well,
happened.
but what they do, you see, is when they go over there to join the IDF, they also collate evidence, you see, about these stories, you know, these horrific stories that we hear. They bring back the truth.
What
Yeah,
are
but
the BBC going to
BBC
get
gonna be
done
held to
for,
account
Dark
for?
Magician?
I think a lot of them have actually been outing themselves. So if you see some of the IDF soldiers showing their Twitter accounts, their TikTok accounts, they've actually been documenting
Yeah, well,
what
they're
crimes
probably
that they've
not
done.
even IDF soldier because
No, they
a
are.
real
It's all in their
a real
they're
one.
actually there on the front lines in full
No,
fatigue.
look, oh, yeah, they're there. Anyone that's come back here is not going to go onto Twitter and announce that
No, I
they've
don't
been.
think so. I don't think I think they're British. They've got much more sense than that. And
I mean, really, Douglas Murray should be arrested then because he went out there, didn't he? Yeah.
no, but he went out there under
Embedded
journalistic.
himself with the
He went
IDF.
out. He went out there as a journalist, so he
Yeah,
has.
but he embedded himself with the IDF, so yeah.
It doesn't work like that. If you're a journalists I don't believe the journalists going out there unless you could I don't even know how that would actually work, to be honest with you. If the journalists would have to be shown to be, I don't even know if they have like a statute for propaganda. I don't think they do. So it would just be for the military action. That's what it would be.
Well,
And also,
the people that go out there and join the
spies as
IDF,
well.
they don't come back here and go onto social media and announce it to the whole world.
No, I don't think. No, obviously those British nationals, I think some of them are back if they're not already still over there. Some of them are back and they are in the UK and they are living and they're okay. But I'm saying that it could get very, very sticky for them very, very soon.
Oh, Lord.
It will, because when the dust settles,
DM, hold on a sec. Yeah, let me just check if that's Reggie. Yo, Reggie, is that you?
The IDF have been fighting.
Hold on a sec. Hold on. Guys, hold on. Yo, Reggie, is that you?
Yeah, man. Peace and blessings.
Get your Nigerian accent, cuz, man. You have nothing to do with Jamaica. Jamaica is free from you.
We are one people, Reggie.
Oh, Reggie, where you been?
Jamaica is free from you, Reggie. Blood clot. Hey, especially since Khadijah left.
Hey. Hey, what's up, Juice?
Now, carry on.
Yeah, I'm very well.
Carry on. Hey, Dark Magician, Reggie's a resident pagan, man. Resident pagan has come to pagan up
I remember Dark Magician. I remember.
Is he giving up Jesus?
Oh, Lord.
No.
Not yet. It's like he's trying to transfer over to the Alhamdulillah. Respect.
No,
you get me?
Never.
Why respect?
What's good, though, man?
All right, go on then. Carry on.
Yeah. So what's your stance, though, Dark Magician, on this whole thing? Anyway, like you always seem to never have a position.
See.
Well, he's obviously in support of Palestine and thinks that Israel shouldn't be there.
I do believe that. Yeah.
Oh, that's not obvious.
That's mad, though. I can't understand.
Oh, you believe that Israel shouldn't be in existence, or what?
I think Israel has. I used to be a Zionist, and I used to believe in the Zionistic project, and I was a two-state solutionist. But I think after this particular genocide, I think that Israel should be dismantled.
It's not a genocide.
It absolutely is. And
no, it's not.
Every single Human Watch group in the world has said it is.
One minute, all. But the basic figures
look like.
Well, Judicial, first of all, they're basing the figures off Hamas numbers, which nobody can believe Hamas numbers.
Yeah, but I don't just want to argue his mindset.
I just want to relate to the point, because Hamas don't differentiate between civilian and militant. So I don't know how anybody could see it as a genocide. And the fact that the population of the Gazans has increased drastically and not decreased, I again don't know how you can call it a genocide.
So,
because
you say
it can't be a genocide,
that you believe.
Yeah, no, it can be. Yeah, a genocide is about the intent to wipe out.
Yeah, to ruin them, to wipe them out. But because they're having children, it doesn't mean.
If Israel can silence this within minutes, Veli, you know they can. They'll show you a demonstration on TV, on a TV screen, showing you how they could have dropped this bomb, and it took them a week to wipe out the entirety of
that doesn't, bro. Listen, just because they could have, it doesn't mean that it's not a genocide, man.
The fact that they're still fighting the war and the hostages are still not back tells me that Israel have taken the utmost precaution never seen before in any form of warfare. Really? And the fact that they're still being called genocide
that's laughable.
That magician, do you think America?
Don't worry about the dead kids, innit?
Do you think that America?
Listen, yeah, but the dead kids don't excuse terrorism, unfortunately, Veli.
Dead kids don't excuse genocide either.
It's not genocide, though. Where it's terrorism, you cannot prove where it's genocide.
Fellas,
so where do you expect all the Jews to go, Dark Magician?
If they're saying they want to wipe, if they said they want to wipe out Gaza, basically,
they're already
turn it into a genocide.
Veli, I've shown you. Stop being dishonest, Veli. I've shown you where Hamas, the charter, which these Palestinian people voted them in, says religiously.
They didn't actually, because
the Midianites wipe out every single Jew.
Let him finish. Hey, Doc, let him finish.
This point, guys, and I've said to you, Veli, that you wouldn't be having this sympathy for them if you changed the word Jew for black. And the charter said that we want to wipe out.
You know what it is, yeah? Do you know what it was, yeah? Listen to this, yeah? You would have a point, yeah? If it weren't if it weren't Benjamin Netanyahu and the Likud party themselves that was actively funding and making sure that Hamas was receiving funding and obstructing the PLO to make sure Hamas get voted in, innit? So if they're so, bro, let me finish. I'll let you finish. Let me finish, yeah? So if that is the case, that Hamas are so and so, and their charter says this, that, and the other. Why doesn't Netanyahu have a part to play in Hamas getting into power, even though he supported them getting into power?
Listen, he's going to get the most ultimate checkmate that he's ever in his life. Listen, regardless of who's facilitated it, I'm not accepting that he has facilitated it in your definition. But let me just accept it just for this.
Facilitated them receiving money.
So regardless of who's facilitated it, it doesn't take away from the intent of the perpetrator. So that's like your wife, for instance, opening the door to somebody and allowing somebody to come in.
That's literally what you're doing, though, bro.
An atrocity against that woman. Your girlfriend or your wife may have facilitated it, and then a few weeks later she might look back saying, "I wish I didn't fucking open that door."
That's what you did with the Palestinian voters.
The intent of the person who's committed the crime. Now, please address this point, Billy. Do not interrupt me. Now, you know very clearly, I've shown you, I've evidenced it time after time, where the charter, which the people of Palestine read and then voted Hamas in, the charter says very clearly that the Muslims will fight the Jews and kill all the Jews until the very end of days. If that charter was changed to the word Jews and put the word blacks there, regardless of what's gone down, that would be enough for you to say, I am not sympathizing with these people. Now, I don't understand why you don't have that energy when it's towards the Jews. I do not understand, especially
you make the same point all the time,
anti-racist,
and I bite it away every time.
Equal opportunities type of guy. I don't see it.
All right, stop talking now.
Listen, wait, hold on, because you asked me the question, innit, yeah? But let me back that away easily, yeah, for 6. Yeah. Alhamdulillah, like we're saying, yeah. Boom.
Deal with that.
Like Netanyahu and the Likud party knew about the Hamas charter before they was going to get voted in, and before that they was even going to be up for a political party, but they still supported them. You said to me, I can't blame my wife if she allows someone into the house and they start fucking up the place, rah. But you're doing the exact same thing. Bro, You're doing the exact same thing with the Palestinian people, because you're saying the Palestinians voted in Hamas, so they're to blame for Hamas. While saying it doesn't matter that while saying it doesn't matter that Netanyahu, it doesn't matter that Netanyahu was allowing the fund, even though Netanyahu's Jewish, right? The Likud party is a far right party that wants far right views for the Jewish people. So why the hell is Netanyahu allowing people that are classed as terrorists to receive fundings and to become the governance of the place?
Yeah, so we got to have
every single time we've tried to have this argument, Billy. Be quiet, please. I'm responding to him.
No.
So every single time that we've had this conversation, Billy, you've never answered that question directly. Every time that I've asked you about,
that's the answer.
Hamas.
You just don't like the answer.
I'll just turn my microphone on. Don't be rude, Dark Magician. Don't be rude, Dark Magician. Dark Magician.
Wait, Dark. Let me speak, bro. But Luke, wait, hold on. Before you go though, I'm making the same point in reverse that you're making about the Palestinian people, right? And the whole thing as well. The worstest thing about it is that imagine if I was the Prime Minister of Jamaica and there is a group that are in Cuba that are saying that they want to get voted in, but we want to destroy Jamaicans, and I allow the funding to go through to this Cuban group. Wait, hold on. I allow the funding for this, because that's the point. That is the point that you actually are not understanding. It is. That's the point that you're not understanding, bro. Because the Likud party allowed the funding to go to them.
You repeat yourself. You want to repeat yourself. I've already you've told me what you want me to reply to.
I'm actually gonna die, man.
Every time that I bring up Veli, the fact that there's people in this world who have seen a charter that says that they fight the fight the Jews and kill them wherever the Jews are found, and then they voted a group in based on that. Every time I bring that up, you say, "Yeah, but this person allowed it, that person allowed it." I don't give a fuck who's allowed it.
Yeah, because that's why I keep making that point.
I want you to address that there's people out there who want to annihilate an entire group of people, Jews, and I want you to remove the word Jew and change it for blacks. And tell me, would you be looking at all these other things, regardless of all these people?
I've answered this question 10,000 times, but you refuse to accept the answer.
Speculation.
I know for fact, Veli, that if this didn't say Jewish people and instead said black people, you wouldn't be looking at Netanyahu saying that he'd allow it. You'd be like, I don't give a fuck who's allowed it. These people's intent still remains, regardless of who's facilitating it. These people want to wipe out black people. I'm not sympathising with them, but you do.
Collective punishment.
No, I don't. That's not the point, yeah. And like I'm saying, that's the whole point as well. Like you keep wait, hold on, because that's another switch and bait that you keep trying to do, yeah. You keep trying to say calling for a ceasefire is the same thing as supporting Hamas. That's literally nothing like that. Only you and people with your mindset that want to keep trying to conflate. Bro, stop, man. I allowed you to finish. Bro, stop. I allowed you to finish, man. Come on, yeah.
Chuck him off.
No. Allow him to speak, bro. Because we need the opposition vote, or else we're just gonna rub each other's backs. It's boring. But like I was saying, wait, bro. Stop, yeah. Stop, because my batch is on 3%. It's literally gonna die in any second, yeah. So like I was saying about the fucking if Netanyahu has allowed these people to receive funding and even supported them getting into power, obstructed the other Democratic Party. Like if I was the leader and was obstructing the people that was more democratic, that was trying to have more of a peaceful style, not saying that PLO are maybe not wild or any sort of that stuff as well, but I'm saying that they're more democratic than Hamas. Correct? You agree with that, right? Yeah? They could have been voted in instead of Hamas, but Likud party did whatever they could to make sure that Hamas was going to get voted in. So why do you not put none of the blame, like you do with the voters, onto Netanyahu as well?
No, you've been dishonest there. We've had these conversations many a times. They're separate issues. I have acknowledged that in my understanding of it and my opinion of it is that people may fund certain groups in the hope that they will topple another group and it may be beneficial for them moving forward. A lot of times that does backfire. We can evidence that throughout fucking history of any fucking form of warfare. That still doesn't address the point.
In that scenario, does that give them? Does that put them in?
I'm going to ask you a direct question. And I don't want you to correlate it.
I've already answered the same question. There's no fucking. Obviously, you know that there's no way that I'm going to support someone that's trying to annihilate black people. That's dumb.
So then please
I wouldn't do that. So why would Netanyahu do that?
When I ask you a question, that's very simple.
I've answered it, bro. Listen, stop saying that. I've answered you that. I've answered it 20 times, and I keep saying to you, you obviously know that I wouldn't support a party that wants to destroy black people. That would be dumb of me. But why would why would Netanyahu support a party that wants to destroy Jews? Is that
what about it?
And you just admitted
it's not. I've answered that question and replied with a question. Stop it.
He just admitted
Stop it.
He literally just admitted that's what Netanyahu
did. You just admitted that anyway. That you know that he done that anyway.
You have a very clear answer to it.
You just want to give your own. You want to give. I gave you a clear answer. My clear answer is that no, I would not support a party that wants to destroy black people. My reply back. Listen. Listen, the battery's gonna die. I've got 1%. Yeah. Hey, Jupes, hold on. Yeah, I've got 1%. Yeah, it's gonna drop off. And you're not gonna get to speak. Yeah. Like it's good. Yeah, because that's the point. The point is, I answered the question, and that's the reply
why, with my question to you, the same thing is no, I would, bro, stop it. My answer is no, I would not support a party that wants to destroy black people. But why would,
from the question.
brother? Are you listening or what? I said no, I would not support a party that bro, stop speaking and listen. No, I would not support a party that wants to destroy black people. Why would Netanyahu support a party that wants to destroy Jewish people?
No,
that's dumb, innit?
Stop. No, now you're doing whataboutism. Now I'm gonna ask.
It's not whataboutism. I answered the question. The question is closing shut. No, I wouldn't. The next question is, why would someone support a party that wants them destroyed? You said, listen, you know what's mad here is that you agree. Listen. If I said that I would, if I said I would support a party that wants to destroy black people, you would say, "Yeah, that's mad. Why the fuck would you do that?" Rah. When I'm asking you the same question about Netanyahu, you don't want to answer nothing
for me.
You don't want to answer nothing.
Instead of you predicting my question, allow me to ask him, Veli. So I'm going to ask you the question. Give me a clear answer. There's a group out there, a political party in a country somewhere that wants people to vote them on the manifesto that they will annihilate all black people. Do you think that anybody in the world should sympathise with those people? Yes or no?
Can I pick up the point for him because his battery's died?
You can't. No.
Why?
Hey,
I'll tell you, because he's answered the question. He said no. But then anytime I ask him the follow-up question, he always diverts back to Netanyahu. My follow-up question be, so then why do you allow it when it comes to Jewish people?
You said you've had this conversation with him before, so he's already answered it.
Let's take a breather and take a
I'll be
step.
quiet. I'm going to eat some food for a minute. Somebody else can speak.
Thank you very much.
Oh, wow. Bloody hell.
Let's go back, take a step back and go back to genocide before you lot derail us back to...
Is that Reggie?
Yeah.
Reggie, your mic is a bit low, bro. Have you got us on loudspeaker?
It's low, is it?
Yeah, it's completely changed from what it was before. Have you done something with your mic?
Yeah, you need to turn it up.
Oh,
it sounds like you're far away.
Down. You know what he can be like. Turn it up.
Oh, can he do that? Can he turn it up?
No, don't say that, Chuba. He ain't done that.
Oh.
He might have done it for a laugh. He does do it sometimes.
It's not.
Oh, it's still very
They
low.
like to torment Reggie.
Is it still very low?
I can hear you. We can hear you, but it's not clear.
It's like muffled. I'd say it's
Reggie, go to your click settings. Yeah, he's on PC, you know. Go to settings and go to audio, and just switch to the microphone. There's a few different options. Just try a few of them. No, it's the same. I think your microphone's picking up from your laptop, not the headphones. Go to your settings. I can't hear you at all now. You're on mute.
I bet you can hear me now, right?
That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's how we had you in the beginning.
Yeah, but we need to go back to genocide because that was the one that was actually like really, really quite intriguing because you said you mentioned genocide and you mentioned, I think you said something about the fact that they have killed a number of people or something like that.
Yeah.
So what is the criteria? Dark Magician, what's the criteria for genocide? It's a bit confusing.
33,000 people out of 5 million and growing.
So do you regard like what happened in Iraq, 1 million people dying, is that genocide as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I do think that the million people that died in Iraq is from my personal point of view, yeah. But putting aside my personal view, Amnesty International has written a full report explaining why the Geneva Convention on genocide has been met in these terms.
Yeah, but
shall we read it? Shall we read the report?
Shall we go to the court? Are they legally?
So are they going to do Putin as well?
Have they been convicted?
So as the Geneva
so the
Convention
ICC
agreed,
has said. So South Africa brought a case, as you may or may not know, and they said that there is just cause for this action.
But have they been convicted? Yes or no?
No, they haven't been convicted. No, because we can't. There's reasons for that. The Israel are not allowing people to go in and do full accounting. They're not allowing.
It's still a war. What are you talking about?
But they're there and they've got their own journalists.
Yeah, so you're buying propaganda numbers from Hamas and you're saying before the dust has even settled, we should establish all the facts. It'll take years after the dust settled for us to actually find numbers. And I can assure you, the numbers that you've been given by Hamas are going to be completely diminished. There's going to be all these fucking militants that are involved.
What's
There's
the
going to be body.
number?
Don't forget
that would
don't forget the body. Don't forget the body that was handed over to Jewish people, and it ended up not being a Jewish person. It was a Palestinian.
Weren't you going to go and get something to eat? Are you going to allow other people
I can
to
eat
have
and
a
talk.
word?
I'm not stupid. You don't want me to talk because I run rings round you.
Because you don't
coming on here was a good idea, but not today, Habibi.
Talking over people and constantly jabbering
You're
is
doing
not
the same,
running
Dr.
rings.
If you can't have a conversation with a group of people, then
You jump from one point to the
next.
next. You jump from one point to the next. You overpower people with your voice. That is not having a debate. That's a pigeon smashing all the pieces
No,
on the floor and shitting on the board.
Okay, yeah, it's a pigeon. So let's go back to the genocide thing. So where's the genocide? Because I don't know of any genocide.
It's not a genocide.
They've not been convicted in court.
It is.
Yeah, there was genocide in Rwanda. I know that. I don't know about any in Gaza.
So there is a report. There is a report by Amnesty International, one of the most reputable international human rights groups in the world. And they have written a report. They have written a report, and they document how the Geneva Convention on Genocide has been met in the terms of what's been going on in Palestine.
But if they've not been there, then how can you establish that?
But they've not been convicted.
They have been there.
You said they haven't been there. You said not.
They're not allowed to go into certain parts, but they have been.
They are allowed in now, are they?
Hang on. Wait a minute. So the whole world agrees that there was definitely a genocide in Rwanda.
Pretty much every single
Wait a minute. So why? No, not everyone is not agreeing. No, stop lying. Everyone is not agreeing that there's a genocide in Gaza. No, you're lying. You're now lying.
I'm not lying, actually. All right, I'll get the list up for you. Got to come with the receipts for you people, because you guys live in a
I'd call what they did on October 7th then a genocide.
You don't want to actually engage with the facts. You don't want to engage
October
with
the 7th was a genocide
because it goes against your narrative.
Right. So what you're saying is they've created a new list since 2002 or 1998 when they made this new Roman statute, right? So they're saying they've created a new sort of like tick box for what genocide is. So what's Ukraine then?
No, but you know what they're really
go ahead, Reggie. You speak. You haven't spoken, so you.
Yeah, the really poignant point for me is that these are all kangaroo court. These are all organizations. These are all opinions. They have
ICC is not a kangaroo court.
But the ICC hasn't convicted them of anything. They've not. You've already said it yourself. They've not been convicted. So it's innocent.
They have said that for the time being there is a plausible case. And it needs to have more investigation, but for now, it has met the standard.
So why has the population of Gaza gone up? The population of Rwanda didn't go up when they had their genocide. So,
are you talking about? So, what's the period of time that you're talking about? The population went up.
No period of time. You're claiming there's a genocide in Gaza.
Yeah.
So, where do you get your numbers from? And
where do you get your numbers from?
There, then?
I want to know where
you don't know about Rwanda then.
I know about the genocide in Rwanda, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the genocide.
Well, that was a clear genocide, wasn't it? This thing in Gaza isn't.
And it met the standard. And it met the standard. So in that term, you are totally okay with the ICC coming in, totally okay with all the human rights organisations coming in and saying,
not while they're at war.
But when it comes to
not
Israel,
while there's a war.
You don't want to apply the same standard. So
I didn't even know that they'd done that new thing. I think we should have all voted on it.
It's not a new thing.
You can't go in and be counting A, B, and C when there's a bloody war going on.
Still bombs going off. Still bombs getting fired over.
Exactly.
So the fact is they haven't.
Yeah, exactly. We're telling you exactly.
They've not actually
over 250 organisations have signed.
Yeah, all left-wing fucking Mongol left organisations. Which is
all of them.
Amnesty International and go to Wikipedia, which is like the most fucking biased anyway. It'll show you the
organisations are all left-wing
when it comes to Israel and the Gaza war specifically.
Serious? Okay, let me just pick out one. Okay.
No, but
Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Frontières. Yeah, one of
You've
the
got
most
Doctors Without Borders. That sounds very left wing,
organisations
doesn't it?
in the world. It's not left wing
It
at
is.
all.
No, they
Oh
do a
my
good
God.
job. They
You have
do.
Yeah,
no
I bet
idea
they're left
about
wing.
geopolitics,
These
do
are
you?
all. These
You
are all
have
my new.
no.
If you have to
You have
mention the
no
word borders in
idea.
there, the left
You
wing,
have
I can
no
show you
idea
that.
what you're talking about. You don't even know who Médecins Frontières are.
If they have
You
to put
have
the
no
word in
idea, do you?
borders into the title of the
They're called
charity, the
Doctors
left wing
Without
behind it.
Borders. They're called
All right, let's
Doctors
go down a bit.
Without Borders.
Dark Magician, you said that there's a number of people, organizations that have said that they committed genocide.
250, yeah.
250 that said that. You said that the court has not actually convicted them of genocide. So
No, the court hasn't. No, because
the court hasn't.
Let him finish, please, Dark Magician.
So they're not convicted. You said for yourself personally, what do you actually like? I don't actually know. What do you actually perceive to be genocide? Like that one, I'm not really that clear on.
I think the killing of innocent women and children and men, and in the way that it's been done. I mean, for instance, there's evidence. Do you want me to explain, or are you going to talk over me?
No, go on.
Okay. So very recently, one of the doctors from Médecins Frontières went to a cross committee in UK Parliament where he explained, and he ended up crying his eyes out to the panel. He explained that there were drones dropping out of the sky and shooting little children in the chest and in the head. We also have there is evidence of the X-ray reports showing there are dead bodies of children and women with shots to their heads.
Have they gone through the courts? Have they gone through the courts?
No, this is evidence.
Yeah,
so this was actually the New York Times that run this.
Hang on, sorry. So before we lose track. Have you?
So this is evidence that was given by Médecins Frontières, but Doctors Without Borders.
But how is that
genocide?
Reggie wants to reply to him.
Have you found any war, Dark Magician, where no innocent people are killed, or innocent people are killed benevolently, or
not on this scale? No. So based on the evidence that we
this
have,
is the most. This is
You
how
just
many
gave
people
one
died in the
scenario.
Syrian war. Do you know how many people died innocent lives in the Syrian war? Just before I get to know your understanding of whether you
more
actually
journalists and more women and children have died in this one conflict than World War II and all of the
You're an absolute fool. You are a fool. Oh my
More
God,
women
oh
and
my
children
God.
have died in Palestine than they have in World War II.
I think what you're going to find. I think what you're going to find is that when we are able to actually go in and we're able to do
because you've got
forensic
secret numbers in that, don't you?
investigations, I believe.
Yeah, I can't wait to
the
go and
numbers
see the
that-
tunnels
yeah,
that they build at the hospitals and schools.
You guys won't be. You guys won't be around. You guys won't.
How many people? How many Jews
You
were
won't
killed,
dare
Wendy?
show your faces.
Wendy, how many
You
Jews
won't
were
dare
killed?
show your
About the
faces.
British and
Now you're
about the
a plonker.
Germans
I'll
and
show my
everyone
face.
else.
Now you're a plonker.
How many Jews were killed in World War II?
Listen,
No,
let me tell you
There was
something.
between
Yeah?
6 and 11 million. 6 and 11
No,
million.
so how many millions been killed in Gaza, Dark Magician?
What do you mean we won't show our face? Why do you think we should be scared for defending Israel or for sticking up for Israel?
You wouldn't show your face, bro. You wouldn't show your face.
Now what are you going to do, Marcy,
Keyboard
little
warrior.
bitch?
You're a keyboard warrior. That's what you
You're a
are.
little bitch. Burkett Drive, Preston,
All right.
PR26HE. Do something, you little fucking winner.
So yeah, like as Jupiter just pointed out, Dark Magician, there were 6 to 11 million Jews killed in the Holocaust, and you're saying there's been more killed in the Gaza thing.
Is that what you said? I thought you said.
Yeah, he said more women and children have been killed in Gaza than through the entirety of World War II.
And that's without all the British people.
That's without everything else. Without the
we have
blitz
to give
numbers.
opportunity
Yeah.
to clarify. Dark Magician, sorry, is that what you actually said though?
Yes.
I don't think that there's been. No, I take that back. There's absolutely no way that 6 million people have died. It can't be. It can't be. But there's been a hell of a lot of people that have been killed, according to what the numbers.
No one's arguing that a lot of people have been killed. We agree on that, but it's not a genocide.
The number that there's no number that's put on the genocide convention. There's no number. It's the manner and the way. Yeah, it's the intent.
So we
Right?
could
There's-
call
there's-
October the 7th a genocide, couldn't we?
Yeah, no, Wendy. So genocide has a clear intent. It's with the intent of wiping
Yeah.
out a group of people. So
Right, and there is absolutely evidence of that. There's absolutely evidence of that. Listen, look, I'm not running away or anything.
I'm
I
just going
have
to
to
my
go.
back up.
I
You don't
have
like
to-
it when
I have
people
to go.
interrupt you, but then when I try and be nice and pleasant with you, you just interrupt people back.
I have a life. So
Israel,
I've got
I can assure
family,
you, Wendy, that
so
if there
I have
was
to
ever
go.
like
Right,
a
so
genocide,
you guys have a good evening.
criminal court case, whatever, Israel will be able to show that, look, we have taken the utmost precaution. There's not any war around this world. Yeah, you run your little lefty. There's not one war around this world that they can show that they've taken the. Not only have they taken the precautions that we've taken, but they've not been held to the unique standards that Israel have been held to this war. If we wanted to, and speaking of Israel, if we wanted to annihilate the Palestinian people, which is a genocide, we could have done so within a week's time, and we could have used Western fucking weapons to do so. We haven't. We've taken precaution. We've lost IDF soldiers as a result of it. We can show you, speaking of Israel, that we have not attempted to commit genocide. And I don't mind that guy's wrong, because I was just about to bring up numbers. Hamas's numbers themselves are less than 50,000 people. 50,000 people, and you're trying to call it a genocide? 500,000 people died in Syria. You didn't say fucking boo. These people are fucking broke. And it's all that's the only differentiator in this between this and fucking Syria is that Jews are involved. That's why they're so fucking angst about it, and that's why they're so public about it. And I think that we need to be afraid to hide our faces because we side with Israel. I'm Israel high, you little dickhead.
Luke, you need to allow them to come out with their points so that you can actually like dissect it well. Oh, Betty's in the back, but yeah, it's good to let them come out and expose their, their lack of understanding. Because
I wanted to understand what he wants to do when he dismantles Israel. He says what he thinks we should do is dismantle Israel. I'd like to have heard what
you can't dismantle
exactly, Wendy, but I would like to have understood
wanted to dismantle the one
what the mad
third
leftists
world
think they're
country.
going to do. It's mental.
The one country that offers like some form of peace to us. I mean, once that whole land becomes fucking Islamic and don't like us, then I mean, why? I don't get why Westerners would want like an Islamic extremist government like Hamas to gain power and control. Who wants to annihilate Jewish people? Like I said to Veli, just change Jews for blacks, and you won't be fucking batty clapping like you are doing now.
What is actually Veli's stance? Because usually he just hangs on the fence.
Veli is free Palestine from the river to the sea.
Yeah.
He's a devil's advocate kind of, so I don't even know where.
No, he hasn't. He's moved from that position long time ago now.
Yeah, but here's another one. He just want to make noise. He don't even actually know what.
Oh, he gets mad. No, me and him get.
No, he gets very emotional now. Yeah, Corbynite. That's what he is, Reggie. A Corbynite.
He doesn't know anything about this.
The thing is, I was asking Nixie this the other night. What is the end game then? So, okay, these people on the left that are pro-Palestine, you say that that Israel shouldn't be in the Israelis shouldn't be in Israel. So, okay, you want to chuck all those people out of the country. Well, number one, where do they go? Number two, do you honestly think that if Palestine got control of the whole of Israel, that they wouldn't still carry on wanting to caliphate the rest of the world?
Why would like Luke actually made a little, he did discuss that briefly, but he didn't really touch on it. Not Luke, sorry, the other guy that left out, Magician. He said that he thinks because they're being killed that they should have the land, which was a ridiculous reason to give someone land. But that was his reason for it. I don't know why anybody else would think that Palestine, who are Arabs that have come from outside, should be given a land that they're not even indigenous to. That doesn't even make sense to me. Like, just on the basis that because by that logic, Iraq, you know what I mean? Like, people.
Well, they've been given the land. Like, even if you don't agree that they should be given the land, Israel have said, right, we acknowledge it. They're not the original inhabitants of this land, but they have been here for hundreds of years, whatever. We're not in the game of wanting to kick them out. But we recognise that they don't feel the same way towards us, and that we're forever enemies, and it's ordained by the scripture which brainwashes them from childhood and says that they must fight the Jews wherever they find them. But we'll accept that, and we'll give them the land so that they can create a state, even though we know that the state that they're creating is going to be used to wage war against us. We'll allow that to show the West and the rest of the world that it's not us who are fucking playing hard here, yeah? It's the Palestinians. So 20 years later, it's still been war after war after war. Now hostages have been taken. Israel are saying, we're not having it anymore. Like, you're not using your land, your Palestinian state, to create a terrorist state against us. We're going to take that fucking back from you. At the very beginning of this conflict, I made the statement that I said, Hamas cannot govern that land anymore, and the Palestinian people should not be given the vote, because when they was given the vote the last time, they voted in a group of people who specifically said that they want to kill Jews. I don't think those type of people are deserving of any vote. They're savage. They need to be governed by like a dictator or something. I said, let fucking Saudi Arabia go in. Everyone laughed at me. Now the fact that the USA or somebody else might go in, it's even better for the West. But Palestinians in Gaza or Hamas, they can't govern that land anymore. Whether it be Israel governing it, whether it be Saudi governing it, I don't know. But it certainly can't be them lot.
Hey, Betty. Hi. Hey.
Can't hear you, Betty.
You're very low. You're quite low. But I can. Yeah, it's quite a low volume, but it's all right.
This time.
Yeah, you sound like you're talking from about 100 miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me go and get my mic.
Where that's getting better.
Mic. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, a bit better, yeah.
Oh, let me go and get my mic. Oh, this computer.
Sounds like you're on the do there.
Luke, you know that thing you're on about with the Jewish, I don't know, with Hamas being voted in, right?
Yeah.
Are you, at the very beginning, I'm sure at the very beginning, Hamas pretended to be more than friendly towards the Jews.
So in 2005, that's when Israel retreated out of Gaza. 2006 is when Hamas was voted in by the Gazans.
Weren't they pretending to be more than like friendly towards Israel?
I wouldn't say that they were pretending to be friendly. Like, the way I see it is that Netanyahu seen Hamas as potentially the lesser of two evils and made a gamble.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. So since then, is Belly saying that, or are you both saying that Netanyahu is still handing
Is it better
money
now?
over
I've got my
It's very loud.
Yes, so what Belly's stance is no matter, he believes that
look at Rich Colgate advert.
Wow, your volume is very loud now.
Oh, sorry, let me turn it down.
Yeah, it's quite loud.
Is it? Let me know when it's all right. Is it?
It's
is it
all right
now?
Yeah, it's bang on.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so about that.
So Belly's stance is that no matter what you try and bring up, so even though I say, look, you're offering sympathy to savages and terrorists who don't deserve the sympathy, and I know for a fact you wouldn't offer that sympathy if you just changed the word in the manifesto Jewish to black, and then instead of them wanting to annihilate all Jewish people, they want to annihilate all black people. You might understand where other people are coming from then, but he can't see that. He immediately goes back to, Netanyahu funded or facilitated Hamas getting into power.
Yeah,
so it's
Luke,
but that doesn't matter. That doesn't take away the intent of Hamas.
Confuses me, Luke. Luke, hang on. This is the bit that I'm confused. What Netanyahu? When he must have stopped giving them money at the very beginning. He can't have been.
As soon as he realised that what they were,
Yeah, that's what they're right. I just want to make that clear.
When during conflicts, you might support or fund a certain militant group in the hope that they're going to topple over an Islamic terroristic fucking leader, and it backfires. They end up being worse.
I call it the Trojan horse effect. Yeah, they go in with one thing and start being another. Yeah,
what is Belly actually suggesting, though? I don't understand. I
think he's kind of saying that Netanyahu has to take some responsibility, but why should he?
But he can't.
One moment, I thought the topic was about the Farage riots. How come we're on Israel?
Oh, I don't know. It's been on Israel for about an hour or so.
Oh, right.
I guess with these things, you can't discuss the same topic the whole day, so that's what it tends to happen, isn't it? But yeah, we went on this topic.
I don't know. We always end up here because I think Khan tends to drag it towards
genocide
and then runs off.
But
he does it every time.
You missed the Jambo's Garvey cult versus me, Jupiter, Wendy. Oh my God, the Garvey cult, they were getting so upset, man. It was just their Jamaican nationalism.
Who are the Garvey cult? I thought, who are they?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Who was in it? Veli's in the Garvey cult. Who else is in the Garvey cult? Naifa.
I thought
Who
they
else
fled
was
from.
screaming like a banshee over Garvey?
I
There's
thought
a
they
few of
fled
them.
from this channel. Are they still on this
Oh
channel?
yes, Sosa's in the Garveycal.
They're
Oh,
in this
this is
channel. They come on
yeah,
this channel. Oh,
yeah. This is what happened. We pointed out that Garvey, because you
He
obviously got
didn't
done
do a
for
lot.
fraud, and we pointed out that also that he met up with the white supremacists, you know, the Ku Klux
yeah, I
Klan,
heard about
and
that. Yeah.
then he was also and met up with the eugenicists. I think he's called Clive. He met up with the eugenics guy, and also he didn't like mixed. Well, he wasn't favourable to mixed race people. He thought mixed race people were like the enemy within. So we
Yeah.
started putting that all out, and the Garveycal. Oh my God, Reg, their heads exploded. I swear to God, you know, honestly, they were just throwing daggers at us. We were bringing information. I'm surprised that me, Wendy, and Jupiter survived. You
When
even
was
happy
this?
to see us?
When was
I
this?
know.
It was about a week ago, ladies.
No, was it Friday? I can't remember, you know.
I think it was last week.
but-
I think it was last week.
So they still come here quite regularly then. Nanifa and co.
Not
Yeah,
recently.
yeah,
She's
sometimes.
been here, she been like a week or two ago.
Oh, okay. All right.
And
He's getting triggered in chat. He says we're all
and
finished.
Sosa, I think Sosa was about a week ago as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
You
you're
said
not allowed to. You know, when you're not allowed to point out any. Yeah, this is what happened was. I think I started it because I said something like Marcus Garvey's son was asking for a presidential pardon, not exoneration. And obviously, right. So a presidential pardon means that you admit guilt and you're asking for forgiveness. But then the bone of contention was is it posthumous presidential
Posthumous.
pardon?
Yeah, posthumous.
Yeah. That was the bone of contention on whether or not that meant exoneration. So
Yeah, but that got lost in translation, didn't it? I mean, we forget about that. It went on to everything else.
so. He's been
and then
convicted.
they accused me of being anti-Jamaican again.
He's
And
been
I said
convicted.
again, I'm not anti. If I was anti-Jamaican, how come I'm bashing Umar Johnson? I don't like Umar Johnson, and he's not Jamaican. He's African American. I made a lot of money out of bashing him on my YouTube channel. Honestly, it was just Jamaican nationalism. They don't admit it, but it was Jamaican nationalism because I was bashing Umar Johnson, and they didn't seem to mention any of that. Do you know what I mean? So,
there's a certain reverence that they give to certain people
because they call him a messiah. If you call someone a messiah, that is
very, very important to the Caribbean or Jamaican community more so than.
Yeah, but should have not been the Messiah, though.
I don't know why.
Yeah, they do.
Well, his name is Marcus Messiah. Marcus Messiah. I mean, really?
Don't the Rastas believe in like God, though, like Jesus Christ? Is it?
I don't know. I don't know what they believe in, but they definitely call him Messiah. That one you can't debate. And obviously, if you go around calling, that's why I call them a cult. The cult, because the fact of the matter is, if you start using the word Messiah to any Christian, you're on very rocky ground, isn't it? You know what people are going to say? False idols.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
No, but I think he's symbolic of their Pan-Africanism, isn't it? So he's like the godfather of the Pan-Africanist movement.
Oh God, yeah.
So if you're buying into all this Pan-Africanism, which I don't even, these people are a bit delusional because half of them never been to Africa, but they have this Pan-Africanist ideology.
Yeah,
So,
I
don't know.
It's like the Bible, Reg. It's a promised land for them. They see it as a promised land, don't they? Even if they don't go there.
Marcus Garvey's never been to Africa either.
Yeah, that's
Lot is saying that it's Messiah, Mosiah, not Messiah. Messiah is the Book of Messiah, which is Book of Mormon, isn't it?
God, no. The man was a fake.
Mormon? What's Mormon got to do with
Mormon. Messiah. So Messiah, if they call him Messiah, Lot is saying that they don't call him Messiah, like Lord, Jesus, whatever. They call him Mosiah, Mosiah, which is the Book of Mormon.
No. The Rastas are not into the Book of Mormon. That's nonsense.
You might be locked up slightly.
No, they wouldn't worship. They would not worship a white man from America.
The Mormons, hang on, the
Possibly a
Mormons,
Pan-African thing, you know.
Isn't the
That doesn't really make
Mormons the
sense.
Church of the Latter Day Christ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's getting confused.
Fucking
They
John
call him
Smith
Messiah.
running through the fucking
All
jungle.
I'm saying is his middle name. So Mosiah is his middle name.
It means Messiah,
Whatever.
meaning a prophet.
All I'm saying is his middle name. That's why they call him
I
Messiah.
don't care how
it's
you're
his middle
spelling
name.
it. Like, first and foremost, Luke, we're talking about Jamaican English, which is not standard English anyway.
Betty, he just said it's his middle name. So that's why they call him Messiah, not because it's a figure of Jesus Christ. It's because it's his middle name.
So sorry, Betty. Did you say that the Marcus
don't
Garvey
believe
was he convicted of fraud when he?
Yeah, he
like,
was. He was
recently?
convicted of mail fraud, wasn't he?
Oh, when he was alive.
Yeah,
Ah.
because this is what happened. What he did was he started. There was a guy called Philip Randolph. He was an African American, and he was very impressed with Garvey's, speech and how he was able to, galvanize and excite the people. So he was the person to invite him to an African American audience. But then he started doing all this, grand. He started using these grand hats. Started calling himself the provincial president
And the
of
King of Africa. The King of Africa.
Yeah, so that and then he said that the African Americans don't have any right to go and stay in the train coach, the train carriage with white people because they never built the railway. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So obviously that's going to piss them off, innit? Because obviously African American slaves did build the railway. Yeah. So that pissed them off.
Yeah.
So you just start, like those things of you don't bite the hand that feeds you. And that's what Garvey started doing. And then
he believed in segregation. That's why he went to see the KKK, because he believed in what the KKK, on that bit of the KKK, where the KKK wanted segregation all the time. Garvey agreed with them on that one point.
Yeah, it's a bit like the unholy alliance you get now, isn't it, between the left and the right?
He just started, do you know what I mean? So basically, they were, and then also, Du Bois, W.D. Du Bois, him being of mixed heritage. And then he started saying things about that as well. Started saying, because, in Jamaica, the mixed race people got treated better, and they hold power to this day, yeah, compared to in America. So he brought that, the color politics to America and not realizing that it was slightly different in America. So obviously then he started upsetting W.D. Du Bois because he started talking about the color line, if you're light skinned, the color privilege, being a light skinned black person or light skinned person of African descent, you got more privilege than someone as dark as Marcus Garvey. So he started upsetting them basically, and then people started waging a Go Garvey campaign, get rid of Garvey, and they went to the FBI. And so we want rid of him. When the Go Garvey campaign really started is when he met up with the Ku Klux Klan. That was the nail in the coffin. That's when they ran to the FBI and say Garvey's got to go. But it's its own fault. You don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Yeah, you don't go meeting up with the Ku Klux Klan neither.
Yeah, you don't call yourself president, the president of Africa. What are you chatting about? Do you know what I mean? It's a big title that just for someone that's never been to fucking Africa. Do you know what I mean? So it's his own. It's his ego. Marcus Garvey's ego got to him. And you know what I mean. So I don't really feel sorry for him in that sense because he shouldn't have done all those things. How can you insult the very people that he was eating off African Americans? That's how he made his money. Do you know what I mean? He was God knows how long he was in America for, making money with his newspaper and everything. And then you start telling them that they didn't build a railway. How is that even possible in America for the slave? What did the slaves get, a day off or something? Do you know what I mean? It's just.
I remember reading that he pushed his wife down the stairs at some point and beat her up. I can't remember. Yeah.
Didn't he have two wives though, Wendy?
Yeah, it was the first one. It was he definitely pushed one of them down the stairs in New York and beat her up. Yeah.
He was a woman beater then, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
he go and married the bridesmaid, or he married his first wife's real good friend, and that really upset the first wife. So obviously, isn't it?
Well, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you don't do that. So you know what I mean. So for me, it's just like
don't Jamaicans look at themselves? I mean, you two will be able to say. Don't Jamaicans look at themselves as being African anyway? I don't know.
Some of them do.
Some
of
do,
them
some
do.
don't. Some are very patriotic.
Some of them are ready to punch you if you mention Africa.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, you know, it's very similar to how, you know, if you say to some Americans that they're British, they get upset.
Yes.
Yeah, so just very similar things and stuff. But yeah, that some of the things, you know, what I would give Garvey is that Garvey made the Pan-African, you know, the Back to Africa movement on a wholesale in America. Do you know what I mean? Because there were people before him, like Martin Delaney, that African-American guy that did go to Africa, and he was a doctor and a physicist, but he didn't make it a wholesale movement, you know, around the world.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So Garvey, because he had branches in other countries, that's what I'd give Garvey.
Yeah,
that
it's the mainstream.
he made it popular around the world for the people of African descent. That's what I would give him. But obviously, you know, his ego.
People like that at the start of these types of like movements, the people who pick up the mantle, like Tommy Robinson in his case, or Marcus Garvey, they tend to have like checkered backgrounds, don't they? And you'll find criminal convictions and stuff. They're not the best of characters. But I don't know much about what he did, and I don't know much about this pardon. But if America have now just pardoned him in recognition of the good things he did, I think that's why I would do it. If I was to pardon him, it's not because of the bad thing he's done. It's because, obviously times were very different back then. We recognise.
What good things did he actually do? What did he actually change?
Well, even if it's just like, see, I don't know. I can't argue because I don't know much about Marcus Garvey.
I don't think he really did. I mean, he sold them a dream that they could go back to the motherland. Depends on where they come from.
It's not like
but most of them didn't get back there.
Oh, they went. How many went to Liberia then?
You know what? It's
he
in
was
the
involved
thousands.
in that.
Because even before Garvey, there were people going back. There's never been a time in the history of the Atlantic slave trade where people have not returned. It's continuous. Yeah, you know, up until this day, there's still people going back. But it's just that Garvey made it popular because he had branches in other countries. Do you know what I mean? So that is what, and you know, obviously his influence is also in Africa as well as Europe.
And what I don't understand with people that think, oh, Garvey was brilliant, he wanted to get black people back to Africa. The white people at that time in America wanted to get all the black people back to Africa as well. He was assisting the white supremacists.
Well, not all Jupiter, not all the white people. You know, I would say, just, you know, the southern states, isn't it? You know, the ruling classes, you know, the slave owners. You know,
why did Marcus want to bring people back to Africa?
Once they got freed, they did not want to pay reparations, isn't it? So they had to get rid of them. Do you know what I mean? It was cheaper to ship them back to Africa than it was to give them 40 acres and a mule. Do you know what I mean? So, you know that is the issue. But I suppose it's like, for me, I would just say that he gave some pride, because I've listened to Marcus Garvey, some of his speeches, and he's like Hitler. He's a very
good orator.
Yes.
Yeah.
He really put a bit of fire in my soul and stuff. But for me,
so you can imagine, Betty, listening to that day in and day out, it's going to turn your mind, isn't it? It's going to.
Yeah. And obviously they say he had a black newspaper as well, in it. So it was like, you know, those times, you know, in them times, it was segregation in America, wasn't it? Where people were not allowed to, like, you weren't allowed to sit on the train next to a whitefoot person. The black people got to be in a separate carriage. The black people got to be at the back of the bus. Do you know what I mean? So they had to have their own things like papers and, you know, whatever
You see,
radio.
this is what puzzles me when I argue with people
Exactly.
when they
I know what
want
you're going to say.
segregation.
Yeah.
Have they forgotten, you know, the black people who fought to get rid of segregation? You know, the freedom
they've thrown all
riders.
those activists under the bus.
You know, the
act like
freedom
that they were
riders
wrong
and
to do what
everything
they've
like
done.
that.
Yeah.
Have they forgot them?
Not me,
You
Wendy.
know what? I
watched
think it's
their
like
share.
there was a time. Let me speak for myself. There was a time when I believed in. I don't know if I believe in segregation, but I did believe in sending black children to black schools. But because the way you see it is, you think, well, you know, you've been with these white folk for like a couple of 100 years. We're still getting oppressed. We're still suffering oppression. Racism, white supremacy is not out of business. We might be better off, you know, segregating. Do you see what I mean? But then you almost forget that before these, you know, Western Europeans turned up to Africa, we were still fighting. Do you see what I mean? And this is what, and also there's free will as well. And I think that's what people are idealistic. They believe that, you know, before the Western Europe turned up to Africa, it was all, you know, honey and I mean, just living the life of Riley, not remembering all the wars that were going on in Africa at the time.
It's the same with the other side as well, with the far right as well. It's just another two different far rights. One that's white and one that's black. And these obviously the ones that are Pan-Africanists, they think that they're somehow more ethically or more morally superior in their thought process because they're black. But no, it's just the same kind of thought process.
I agree
Before
with you.
black people came here, they had problems. There was problems with white. Before white people came to Africa, Africans had problems in their tribes or whatever in their communities. So it was just human beings generally that sometimes they don't see eye to eye.
It's Johnny Foreigner, and blame Johnny Foreigner for causing issues and stuff. But I don't think I think a lot of black people confuse racism with classism. A lot of black people that believe in segregation do not want to confront the problem of classism in Africa in particular, where the elites are allowed to.
But Reggie, you can argue that going to another country like the British did all those years ago and forcing people regimentally to change their way of life to suit the outsiders' needs was wrong, because I think it was wrong. And I think it's wrong that we've got a government enforcing foreign sort of like mindset onto the British people now. You see, I don't like it when people say, oh, well, 200 years ago, there were colonizers. Now the chickens are coming home to roost. And the reason I don't like it is for two reasons. Number one, no one alive today was involved with that colonization. And no one alive today was actually one of those slaves or any of the people living at the time of colonization. And number two wrongs don't make a right. If your premise is that it's wrong, then it's wrong both ways.
Yeah, that's true.
But you know what? I don't know if Resh is going to agree with me, but I think this is the bone of contention that I've been having with some of these, like EE. Yeah, I forgot to mention EE was the most ferocious Garveyite, the abusive black man that was just like
people in the back belly, people in back.
Yeah, but one of the things is, like,
that makes
one thing
sense.
that you've got to remember is you've got to remember that. This is what I came to realization. I must respect my African ancestors. If they wanted to mix with white people, Asian people, that is their choice. And this is a decision that was taken like 400 years ago.
Oh, I agree with that. But I'm talking about the ones that were forced into.
But they weren't all forced.
Their system.
Because one thing I noticed, I'm just going to say for BBO people in Eastern Nigeria. What did they have in common with the British and the Dutch? The dislike of Islam.
Yeah,
that is what binds them together. The culture. They're fighting the Muslims. They don't want the Muslims in their land. The Dutch turn up. The Portuguese turned up that have kicked out the Moors, the Muslims. That is what's binding them together. A common culture. Yeah. So I don't disagree with that because I don't like Islam either. do I dislike what the British and the Dutch did with enslavement and forcing sort of their
Yeah.
the country putting us together with Muslims? Yeah, I dislike that, but I don't. But I do have to admit that there's a common culture that binded them together. The dislike of Islam.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, obviously, like when you talk about colonialism or even obviously slavery is a bit more, was definitely more controversial, but colonialism, there's good and bad things that came from it. There are some
Oh
good
yeah, I agree with you, and I think
people
that
that often admit that, like a lot of Pan-Africans will never like to talk about some of the good stuff that has come from it.
I
But there
agree
are,
with that, and I think that in a way there was a misguided mindset that thought that they were making up for by investing money in these lands, even though they were going to get a deal out of it themselves. Obviously, nobody does nothing for nothing. No nation. I mean, we might have people telling us that Africa do, but then no, they don't. They even try and cut themselves a good negotiation deal. It's just that they're not very good at it, or wasn't, or they're corrupt, and only do it for the few. But
I mean, at least we weren't like the Roman Empire or the Mongol Empire, where we would conquer nations and enslave them or whatever. Like the way we got our slaves was through like negotiations with independent African kingdoms.
yeah, but make it right. I mean, what happened during slavery was absolutely disgusting. All types of slavery is disgusting. It's still wrong today. What's going on in Libya? It's still wrong today. The trafficking that we've got going on into Europe is still wrong today.
yeah. I mean, ultimately, no country would want to be colonized in the first place. But when it's happened, you can look overall and then say that okay, that was all right that we got from it. We managed.
I'm so glad it's you saying it.
Yeah, but this is where I agree with people.
I acknowledge that it was a good thing.
But Reggie,
I want the empire back. What are you talking about?
This is where I agree with people that are traditionalist a little bit, right, Reggie? Because if you read the book like When Things Fall Apart, right, and you get an insight into the mindset of the people that lived there in Africa at the time and how the society changed in that, it's very much like what's going on now in Britain, where we've got an outside mindset coming in, forcing their beliefs, forcing their systems onto indigenous people that don't want to change. They don't mind being inclusive, but they don't want to change their systems because they understand it, that they understand what it's based on, they understand the strong foundations of it, and they just think you're changing everything and making this a country that it's not. And so I can understand Africans in their own country at the time that didn't like the changes as well. Well,
it wasn't a country, Jupiter. Though this is what I mean, because that guy that you're speaking about, he's an Igbo man. But it
was a lady who wrote When Things Fall Apart. It's a lady. I can't remember
sure?
her name. Yeah.
Things Fall Apart.
Yeah.
No, Things Fall Apart. That's an Igbo man. I know which guy. I don't know what his name is. Yeah, it's an Igbo man. You're thinking about the other one, Things Fall Apart. I'm sure. Yeah, it's a man.
I always thought it was a woman author.
No, it's a man.
Is this a book that you
Chinua Achebe?
Yeah, it's a man.
Oh, is it? I always thought that was a female.
You're thinking of the other one. You're thinking about I know which one you're thinking about. The other lady that wrote a book, a Nigerian woman. But this is the thing with the Igbo. The Igbo had colonized other people themselves. They had invaded other people's land in eastern Nigeria and taken over. So, people would critique an Igbo man writing, saying that, the British man has forced his culture and devastated Igbo people. But the Igbo people did it to the neighboring ethnic groups to them.
You have to
so they say you reap what you sow.
You have to go into it and find exactly what it is that is like bad and good, because, like, for example, even the UK was colonized, and the Romans bought the roads. They bought proper good roads here, and they left.
Oh yeah, the Romans did a lot for us. Yeah.
And the Latin alphabet. You see like the technological development with Scotland. They were like hundreds of years or thousands of years behind.
Well behind us. Thanks,
Yeah, and
Roman.
in Africa, there's see, ideally, some people don't want English to be the main language. In Nigeria, English is the common language that everybody. Otherwise, everybody was speaking so many different languages in Nigeria. I don't even know how they used to communicate. Maybe there's a lot more separation because there's like 200 different languages.
Yeah.
But there's
It
like now
wasn't.
one common
It
language.
wasn't a country, though, was it, Reg? That's the whole
Yeah,
point. They
that's
didn't
what it
have to. 'Cause the Muslims weren't joined with the Christians or the people that before they were Christians, they were amethysts and paganism. They weren't joined with the Muslim North. That's the whole point. But
I
I
think
think
that's probably the worst thing the British did out of all of the colonisation.
you know what
Have
I
the
don't think
audacity to change up who was going to be in charge and put the Muslims in charge.
Yeah, I know the Muslim thing is that one, but whether Nigeria will last or not is debatable because obviously they've already had that civil war. I don't think it's going to last. If Nigeria lasts 100 years, I'd be very surprised. But I think also it taught Africans tolerance of each other's religions.
Yeah,
Because prior to the British forcing Nigeria and all the like Ghana and all these people together, the wars between the West Africans or not even, let's just say, Africans in whole and the Muslim Africans were very bad. They were like and the slaves were being sent to the Middle East, to Turkey.
Well, what's interesting, Betty,
millions
is that the
was being
Southerners,
killed.
that when the British left the Northerners in charge, they had to spend a long time actually teaching them because the Southerners were actually more educated and believed more in education. They were more literate. It's really interesting when you go into it. It's weird.
And even that cultural change, like they talk a lot about slavery, the Caribbean Pan Africans. Even that cultural change from the what do you call Fulani's enslaving and trading people, it's changed due to colonization as well in some way. Like the legal system has been adopted from the European system. A lot of the legal system that they have in Africa, a lot of the laws have come from an English legal system or European legal system.
Yeah.
So they need to look at
European.
this. Yeah, they need to
I
look
think
at
there were things in, I would just say like Nigeria, obviously, because my parents are from that. There were things in what we call Eastern Nigeria that had to go. Like going around killing twins. We've got to, we've got to condemn this. I've got to condemn this. The forebearers.
Who went around? Hang
twins.
on. Well, who went around killing twins, Betty?
Yeah, in Eastern Nigeria, the ethnic groups.
Yeah.
Were killing twins.
It was a Scottish woman that actually stopped all that.
Oh,
Do you know
wow.
that?
Yeah, so a missionary.
Was it like some voodoo superstition?
I don't know. You'll have to talk to the people that did it. But to
So
this
they
day, it's
used
still
to.
going on.
Yeah, it was. They believed.
It's still going on. If you go to Abuja, there are ethnic groups in Abuja that are killing twins, or they will abandon the twin. Do you know what I mean? So these
But did you know that African women are more likely to have twins than European women? That's just a known fact.
And that's unlucky for the poor twin that's going to get abandoned
Yeah.
or killed. Do you know what I mean? So those type of things.
I've googled it here. So it says it's belief in evil spirits, so witchcraft. Just the fact that it's a deviation from the norm, like only one baby is supposed to be born, not two. And there's a genuine fear that they're not human.
Yeah, but it was a Scottish woman that actually put a stop to it.
But if you look at the Yoruba, they love their twins. They got special names for their twins. They were the ones that were more, what I would say, more civilized, because they weren't going around killing their twins. They would get, if you go to these Yoruba people in Nigeria and the Benin, the country next to Nigeria, they got a whole special ceremony, different, they got names. Do you know what I mean? They understood that it was a blessing. But without this Mary, this Scottish lady teaching, there's certain people in Nigeria about don't go around throwing away your twins. It's a blessing. I don't even know if it was poverty. Maybe it might have been poverty because food is not plenty.
And fear as well.
Don't know.
It could be. Yeah, they couldn't afford to. If it's to do with witchcraft, then I think that's even more like a sympathetic a reason to sympathise with them because they're doing it out of fear. They're not doing it out of like the need to because of food. They're doing it out because they've been taught that they've birthed evil creatures who are not human. So maybe it did take a Scottish woman to go over and say, no, this is a gift from God. Do you know what I mean? You've got 2 babies like this, and education.
There's also those who are born without any black skin. What's that condition? Yeah. Albinos. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they still do that. But again, like at the time, it would have been a genuine concern. It's this a whole community of black people. This whiter than white babies come out. Like it's come from the devil. Like it's a genuine fear.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that you should be empathetic, because even now,
no, not empathetic as in like, oh yeah, but then so you first I look at the tribes as like uneducated. They don't know much about anything. They're very dominated by religion or spiritualism.
Yeah, but that's a simplistic way of looking at it.
I know,
But
but
that's the only way that God look at it. You know what I mean?
People that have had black children. I don't know if anyone knows the case of South Africa. That little she was Afrikaans, wasn't she? And she came out like Halle Berry, we call her. But her parents were white, and then they found out later she was a throwback. Yeah. She was a throwback from I think it was a couple of generations ago. Yeah. Her parents both had African ancestors. So it is the show.
You know, Betty, in Woolwich in London, there was the first couple ever to have a white baby that they say was an albino. It was a black couple. And the father were to leave her, and they done all the tests, and it turned out, nope, that was a throwback as well. So now we've had it happen the other way as well.
Yeah, so we have to put it into if you any of you white people on the planet, if you came out with a black baby, how would you cope with it? And if you put your hand on your heart, how many people would find it difficult? Do you know what I mean? So I'm not saying to kill. I'm not condoning the killing. But if I sit with a black man and then I pop out with a white baby, you know what I mean? I'm not going to come and say that I'm not going to have a difficult time with it. I am. It's going to be a bloody shock. But to go on to kill them, it's a different. You condemn that. But I wish people would stop pretending like we're all like rainbow family and color isn't a problem. It is a fucking problem. Do you know what I mean? If you're a black family, then all of a sudden they pick him be white. What happened? And then they will say, "Oh, one white man came and cursed the child. That's why the child is white." They say one white man passed through the village when he was building the road, and then he just cursed the child.
Oh God!
Yeah, really, the baby born in Woolwich wasn't an albino. The doctor said it was not an albino.
All these things, I think, like when you become more educated, I think even here there's a time when certain disabilities.
Yeah, we had witch trials.
Yeah, they'll start killing people because of these people.
There was some horrible beliefs.
They call it abnormalities or what.
Yeah.
Well, we already do this, and we already do this. It's just called abortion.
No, it was less than 100 years ago that we was testing people for like depression and saying that there was like possessed by the devil and stuff. The church had a lot of involvement in this country 100 years ago.
There's little kids having nails banged in their heads by pastors who believe they're witches.
Well, look at some of the mixed, like if you talk to some of the older generation that are mixed race. Like I remember my mum told me about this mixed race lady. That father was a Nigerian, the dad was a student, and she was born in the 50s. And the white grandparents looked after her, but whenever the neighbours came out, they used to put her in the cupboard because they were ashamed. They were ashamed of the skin colour. Do you know what I mean? Because their daughter had obviously been with a black man, and obviously the Nigerian father is not about it because he's gone back to Nigeria. So we have to remember that it's not, race cause a problem.
It hasn't been a smooth ride, but I would agree with you. They used to put a lot of them in homes, didn't they? They're like in orphanages. Yeah,
that's what most people do. The fact that that family like hid her in a cupboard. I know it sounds bad, but that's like to me. They clearly loved that child because they did it because they didn't want the community to know that they was harboring this black child or having this black child. They didn't want to do the norm, which would be to give the black child up to a nunnery somewhere and let a nuns raise them. So they did everything they can to protect that child. I think that's quite. I kind of love that.
But here's the thing:
the child would have seen it like that because you're ashamed of the child.
Yeah.
I don't think if it's personal shame or like community shame, like you've been you've been told that you should be ashamed of it. So when you've
Look,
had
there
the
was a
baby,
lot
you're
of
not
that
ashamed,
going on, Luke.
and
There
you
was
feel
a
like you
lot
don't
of
feel
this
ashamed of it.
community. No, Luke, there was an awful lot, wasn't there,
Yeah,
of
of course, and
community
a lot of
shame?
people who genuinely felt shame, they'd give the kid up
Yeah,
like nuns and shit. This woman who
stupid.
kept the child,
Yeah.
clearly she
I
had the baby and
understand
she
your
felt
point,
something
Luke,
different.
but it's still wrong. That's your grandchild.
Of course,
Yeah.
yeah. Looking back now, it's wrong, but
Being
during
ashamed of the
those
colour of the
times,
skin.
But here's the thing:
It's wrong,
during
right?
those times, it could have been
we've
seen as
got
like
we
courageous.
got technology. We got the technology to basically create designer babies. So potentially, we could have a scenario where a white woman and a black man have a child, and they can decide if it's like looks 100% white or 100% black, rather than it being a
So I
half
think
of
that takes
each.
the
No, I don't
joy
believe
out
you
of
can do that. You
pregnancy.
can't even
I think
determine gender, can they, at the moment?
I
Let
think
alone
half
race.
of the wonder about creating a new human being is not knowing what they're gonna, whether they're gonna have the dad's colour eyes or the mother's hair or the height. I think that is part of the beauty of
Oh
it.
yeah. It's all superficial, but would you at least want your child to not have any of the unfortunate deformities that some kids get?
Oh no, he's a eugenicist. This one, he's into you know what Kingston's like.
I don't know
but
because
everyone
I don't
is
know,
into
but I don't know,
eugenics.
Kingston, because I had 2 children after 32, right? My last 2 children. And once you have a baby over 32, they tell you that you're supposed to have the thing to look for Down syndrome, and I refused to have the test. I said, if I do have a Down syndrome, I'll deal with it. So I don't know, Kingston. I don't know if I go along with that. But then maybe that's because my brother, when he was born, got cerebral palsy through lack of oxygen at birth. And I've grown up with a disabled brother that's lived to the fullest of his life. And
it's not something that you want, is it? But then
when you deal with it.
You've got to deal with it. Yeah, it's a lot of people
But
see it as trials, and
just
it makes
but like Kingston says, there are people that see like Hitler that see disabled people as something to get rid of, a burden on society. Do you know what I mean?
Two disabled people shouldn't
starve
have
them
a
of
baby.
oxygen. Put them in a home.
Didn't take long for you to go to Darwin.
I'd never judge someone that decided that they knew that they've got really deeply deformed pregnancy and they want to have a termination. That I would never judge them for that.
Yeah,
but
you wouldn't judge
whether
them,
I could actually do it myself, I don't believe I could.
No, but there's people like Jupiter that this idea of eugenicists, these people that they don't just want to kill a fetus. These people want to stop disabled people from having benefits. Do you see what I mean? It's them type. You've got to be really careful. Once you start saying, "Oh yeah, they can abort the baby," then before you know, these same people come back and start saying, "Well, we shouldn't really be giving them any benefits, should they? They're a burden on society. Let's lock them up." Do you see what I mean? Because there's a time when they used to lock up. But there's a time there was a time you see Raj and he's got autism. Those people used to get locked up back in the day.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
menopausal women used to get locked up in the well,
and grief-stricken women.
She's nuts. Throw her in the asylum.
If you was a single woman and a child,
I do not believe in treating disabled people badly. They should be treated with the utmost care, given with the resources.
What I don't agree with, though, and I have to say this, and it's not because one particular race tends to do it more, because it used to be something that was fashionable in Britain. I don't understand the mindset of people who still marry their cousins, knowing they're increasing the chance of a disabled child.
I don't know why it's
because it's all in the family. There's a lot more. It's one of those things where it's one of those things where it's very alien to the Western mindset, but makes perfect sense in like.
No, it's not that alien. The royal family did it all the time, didn't they?
Yeah, they used to do it.
You know what I mean?
And that's something we've got, and now we can evidence
we're marrying their cousins.
That it's a bad thing. So I don't get why it's still legal in this country. The science, we can go to court and say this is the scientific evidence that cousins having children increases the risk of disabilities by, I think it's like a third or something.
No, it's legal. Is it illegal?
It is. It's high. It's
No, it's
like
not.
a third.
No, it's not. It's
or is
only
it legal?
What is it?
percent increase. I've checked
No, it's
that. No,
it's
it's not.
legal, Reggie.
That's
You're
why
allowed
it's
to.
legal, because it's not high enough.
Okay. So there
And
you go.
until it is high enough, there's no reason to outlaw it. But I think another thing that you have to mention is some of these places are like really, like rural. There's not a lot of people around. So if you don't marry your cousin, you're gonna end up with nobody. Because some of
they're
these
fucking
places,
they're banjo players out of Deliverance. That's what they are.
there's
Yeah,
some
but not in
places
Britain
the
in
world where
today's
there's not a lot
world.
of people
I
about.
can understand why it came about, and I can understand why people
Well,
might
it's
have
actually higher
practiced
than what I said, sorry.
in the past, but not now. We don't. It's not needed in Britain.
The risk amongst most people, it's 2 to 3% to have a child with disability. If you have a first cousin, it increases double to 5 to 6%. I said it jumps up by.
That's exactly what I said.
No, I said it jumped by a third.
So that's not a lot. So the majority are not going to have a disabled.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The fact that we can.
You can't outlaw
The fact that we can see
marriage on 6% increase.
Of course we can. The fact that we can see that there's a clear increase for first cousin marriages, I think that's enough evidence for us to outlaw first cousin marriages. I don't know why you would argue.
6%.
Oh, it's only an increase in 6%. Well, it's an increase, isn't it?
6%. It's not even a quarter.
It doesn't matter if it's an increase in 1%. An increase in 1% would still be an argument not to do with first cousin marriages. It's increasing the risk of having a disabled child.
Why don't we outlaw women that smoke? There's a chance.
We can have that conversation.
Shall we outlaw them as well?
First cousin marriage, isn't it?
Those people that are going to damage their baby and they're going to have alcohol fetal syndrome, should we stop them from having children too? Because it increases.
Completely different conversation. If we want to get
the baby being deformed,
that doesn't take away from the fact that first cousin marriages increases the risk of disability. That's just fact.
What's the increase for women that have alcoholics?
Unless like, you want to marry your cousin.
Do they stop women from having?
Why are you arguing about it? Why are you arguing with me about it? The fact that
because it's not enough.
Do you want to marry your cousin?
It's not enough. No, I'm not.
It doesn't matter if it's enough to you or to anybody. I'm saying that any form of increase. Now,
I don't believe in it. I don't believe.
You don't have to.
Because 6% is not enough.
Right, you've made
a minority
now. Now let me.
I
think any
they're going to have to start banning people that are
1%.
addicted to drugs
and
have children, and then they're going to start banning the people that are drinking alcohol and addicted to alcohol. Yeah, they're going to. It's a slippery road.
Can I respond to it? Right, so what I'm saying is that any increase. So if we can evidence, which there is evidence out there, that having a child from a first cousin marriage increases the risk of having a disabled child by anything, whether that be 1% or 6%, I think that's a good enough argument for us to outlaw first cousin
I thought
marriages.
you said you didn't have a problem with disabled people. This is what I mean.
If first cousin marriages is increasing it,
you are talking eugenics. Do disabled children have a right to life?
But hold on,
disabled children have a right to life?
You're for it.
You cannot
now you're remixing it.
They do not have a right to life.
I think the contention is that the basis is that these people that are getting married have the right to love whoever they want. That is probably the contention, and that's probably why it's still.
They should live with the consequences of their actions.
And the fact that there's a 3% or 6% increase in the chances of having a disabled, that is probably not enough.
Look, if the Pakistani community increases...
I've got a neighbor from Sudan. He married his first cousin. They've got a little boy. The boy is beautiful. There's nothing wrong with the child. Yeah. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the child. If we had Luke around, but they're Muslim, in it. So you know how Muslims are.
That same principle of the chances of, like, you could use that same principle for, you know, some certain communities that have more of a chance of getting HIV, certain communities that have more of a chance of catching any other disease. They just wouldn't do it because of that. They still believe.
Yeah, but you're talking about outliers. When it becomes a customary practice.
Who the fuck wants to marry the first cousin?
Exactly. When it becomes a customary
you don't have a beautiful first cousin. That's the problem.
You're talking about first
cousins. You don't have a beautiful first cousin.
I don't want to marry him.
You're talking about first cousins, but then their children go on to marry their cousins again, which means that it all becomes sort of like your uncle.
But Jupiter, what about the children? There's nothing. Their parents are cousins, and there's nothing wrong with them.
You have
but that's
children
an
with, you can have
outlier.
That's the
children with
point. That's
having
the
it with a
point.
cousin.
We want to do our
What I'm
best
saying,
to
Betty,
not
is it's
bring
not
people
customary
unnecessarily into this world.
in Sudan. So it might be permissible, but it's not customary. Just like
No, I think in Sudan, no, because Jupiter, they're Muslim, the majority Muslim country. Yeah, I think it is quite
Oh,
common
they all
in
marry their first
Sudan.
cousins.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
bloody
do
hell.
marry their cousins. Well, I find it's quite common in Muslim countries, isn't it? All this cousin marriage. Let's be honest. Do you know what I
The
mean?
only one I
It's
hear
not so
about
much
is
common
Pakistan
in
or
Christian
stuff.
countries, but the Muslims do tend to do it a lot
Yeah, but
more
the
than
thing
what I
is,
see
it's all right
Christians do
saying,
it.
right, so we've got all these Muslims that come here that practice that, right? Predominantly Pakistan community, as far as I know, but okay, and Afghan community. But if they come here and they do it, right, and they're increasing our population, but they're increasing our population of disabled people, because in future generations, they're going to be disabled. So the government is saying, oh, we're bringing these in to shore up the elderly, but how are disabled people going to just shore up the elderly?
But you know what, Jupiter, but I don't know if you're a Christian. The thing is, like, the principle that even if someone is in like, all children are a blessing from God. If they have special needs, it is up to us as a society to care for them and to assist them, especially as a Christian society. We cannot just a child's worth on whether or not they have a disability.
You can prevent it by not marrying
you
your
can have
cousin.
children, just not have them with your first cousin. Simple.
Yeah, they can, because it's nothing.
Yeah, you're saying they can. I'm saying they can't. I'm saying it's wrong to have sex with your first cousins for one.
Yeah, you
and
can
it's wrong
say
to
it,
want
but
to
the
have a
law doesn't
child,
agree with
and it's
you.
wrong to want to have a child with your first cousin, knowing that it's going to increase the risk of disabilities.
But
My
the
personal
law
opinion
doesn't
that
agree
is it's
with
backward.
you.
It's backward. It's archaic. It's sick, and it's wrong. You don't. I know
You may think that's your opinion, but the British state does not agree with you.
I know they don't.
And until it does, you're going to have to suck it up.
I don't have to suck anything,
And
especially
and thank God it doesn't agree with you.
Sucking no
Because
first cousin.
even if the child comes out disabled, it does not give you a right to mistreat that child.
Nobody said it is. I've got disabled people in the family, Betty. Don't even go there. What are you talking about?
You know, no.
That's what you're saying. You're saying because they shouldn't be able to have children because the
Listen,
child's
I'm saying
disabled.
that a disabled person, unfortunately, it's a disability. It adds it doesn't add to the quality of life. It kind of decreases their quality of life. And we, as not disabled people, should do everything we can to ensure that they have some form of equal life and increase it the best way that we can do.
That's your
I'm
opinion.
also saying, Betty, listen,
Who are you to say that a disabled person
that you
does
are?
not have a
I'm
good
also
quality
saying
of
that
life?
as a society, please.
Disabled people that are
I'm
creating
also saying that as a
beautiful
society,
art.
if we can recognise
What
that we're doing
about
certain
Stephen
things that
Dawkins?
increases the risk of
Stephen
pain
Dawkins is a
towards our
disabled
children, then we should
person.
not do that.
Stephen Dawkins is a disabled and he's in a wheelchair. He's one of the greatest
Stephen
scientists.
Hawking is one of the
Who are
most
you to sit
greatest
there
scientists,
and
great
say
minds of
that
our
you
time.
Nobody is,
He
Nobody is. You're just trying to
created
make
wealth.
it like
He
I
created
am.
capital.
Now get off your fucking high horse.
Stephen
By
Hawking
what you're
was
saying,
not
you
a
would have brought
parasite.
him.
Stephen
He
Hawking
has a
was not
good
a
quality
parasite.
of life.
What are
He
you
was an
talking about?
innovator.
Nobody's arguing against disabled people, you weirdo.
Yes, you are.
No,
Because
I'm
the
not.
guy is disabled. Is Stephen disabled?
Look,
Who's
You
you
said
there?
you
We're
don't
not
believe
saying
it,
that, Betty. We're not saying treat disabled people worse. We're
Fucking
saying
mong.
that you shouldn't marry your cousin
see?
He had motor
because it
neuron
reduces
disease.
the chance
Yeah.
of having a disabled child. That's what we're saying.
yes, we already need all these jobs to help the elderly, you know, all this assistant nursing care and all that stuff. If we just increase the more type of people that will need that, then, you know,
It's eugenics. What you're
But
preaching
didn't
is
Stephen
eugenics.
Hawking?
exactly.
Didn't
It is
Stephen
eugenics.
Hawking have
You
neurons?
know, eugenics is the reason
I
why
don't
we
believe
have
in
all this food.
eugenics.
You know, farmers, you know, experiment with eugenics in order to give
Eugenics
us the
is
biggest
evil.
potatoes
I
or the
know.
biggest
Wendy, it's evil.
slabs of beef
Can't
Yeah,
and
it
go
chicken.
is.
around
Yeah.
it.
Everything you take for
outlawing
granted
Disabled
is
cousin
cousin can
a
have
marriage
a
is
result
disabled
of
baby.
eugenics.
We've
I
got to
don't
stop
believe
having disabled
outlawing first
babies.
cousin marriage
Nah.
is eugenics. Now, Betty, I said very
It's
clearly
up to
then that
God.
we should do everything
It's
as
up
we
to
can
God
to
I'm telling
ensure that
you,
decide
disabled
who a
people are
this is
child.
the future.
Why you not
People
let
will
me speak, Betty? For some reason, you
literally.
just want to argue with me for the sake of
You
it.
don't.
I made it very clearly. I made it very clear. I made it very clear. Be quiet. Hush your mouth.
I don't
Hush
ask
your
your
mouth.
permission
I
as a
made it
white
very
man.
clear
If
then
I've got
that
something
we,
to
as a
say, I'm
society,
going to
should do
say
everything
it.
that we
Yeah?
can to
I
ensure
don't
that
believe in
disabled
what
people
you're saying.
have the
And
best
what I
quality
love
of life that
about
they
you
feel
is
possible.
you
I
talk
also
over
said
people all
that
the
we as a
time.
society
Why
should
you don't
not,
like it now someone's
should not
talking over
encourage
you? But you
disabled
talk over
people.
people
And if
all
we
the
can
time.
recognise we're causing
Fucking
pain
stop
and
it.
suffering to
And don't go
humankind,
around calling
then we
me a
should try
monk.
and not do
That I
that.
don't like
And we
that. That
understand
is
that it does
a
happen,
slur
but if we
for
can see something
disabled
that
people.
increases the
Don't
risk of
ever
it
call
of
me
doing
a
that,
monk.
then
Yeah,
as common
that is
sensible
a slur
people, we
against
should try and avoid that.
disabled
Now,
people.
if you want to shag your cousin, go and do it, not me.
Eugenics. All you're preaching is fucking
And all you're
eugenics,
preaching is
and
fucking
it's fucking
inbredism.
disgusting.
No,
Yes,
Agree.
it is.
we are
Yes,
preaching.
it is.
We are
Yeah, and you're
preaching.
arguing
We
for
are
Eugenics.
preaching
inbreeding.
That is
we are,
And
what
you're
you're
arguing for
preaching.
we are
inbreeding.
You are
preaching
fucking preaching
responsibility.
And you're
eugenics.
an
I
inbred.
We are
want you to shut up. No,
You're an
responsibility.
I don't
inbred.
believe in eugenics. I don't
It's
believe
And
that
I don't believe in
disabled
responsibility.
inbreeding.
people need
Inbred.
to
It's
be
being
taken off the
responsible.
planet, and they shouldn't be fucking born the way
Shut up, you
you do.
inbred. You're
And I
making up
don't
false
believe that
arguments.
disabled
You're making
people
up left.
don't have
That's what
good
the left.
lives.
That's what the left
They
do.
don't have a
Make
good
up these
quality of
false
life. Who
emotional
are you to tell a
arguments. Where
disabled
nobody's
person
even making
not
that
have a good
argument.
quality
You're just
of
being
life?
inbred.
Who are you to say disabled people do not have a good quality of
I have
life?
never said that.
Don't say that. Yes, you did.
I have never
You
said
just
that.
fucking said it.
Any
You
right, you be
just
quiet. Let's ask the
fucking
panel.
said
Let's ask
it.
the panel
You
then. Be
just
quiet. Be
fucking
quiet.
said
We'll ask
it.
the panel.
You just
So,
said it.
guys, have you heard
Yes,
me
you
say
did.
that disabled
Yes,
people
you
don't have
fucking
a good
did.
quality of life? Have you heard me say that?
Yeah, you just did, and I can wind it back.
Right, wind it back
That's
then. Go on.
exactly what you said.
Okay, I'll wait. Rewind
That's
it
why
back.
we shouldn't be. We should stop these
I said we
cousin
should
marriages,
ensure,
because if
no,
disabled people
I
come
said
about,
we
they're not going to
must
have a good
ensure
quality of
that
life.
disabled people have the best
It's
quality of life
fucking
possible.
eugenics that you're preaching.
Now rewind it. Rewind
Yeah?
it.
Yeah, rewind
Rewind it.
it.
Go on then.
Rewind it. Because
Go on
that's
then.
exactly what you said.
No, I said
That
no. I'll
these
rephrase what I said.
disabled
You don't want
people,
me. You don't want me
these
to rephrase
cousin
what I said. You don't want me
marriages
to
is
clarify
coming,
something what I
and
said.
disabled people are going to come
So play it.
about, and they're not going to
So
have a
play
good
it.
quality
You
of
inbred.
life. You're
Play
just
it inbred.
preaching. You're just preaching.
Play
You're
it
just
inbred.
preaching
Listen, you're
eugenics.
pissing me
That's
off
all
now with
you're
your fake
doing.
baby shit and your fucking fake
Listen,
emotional
all you're
shit.
doing is
Don't
preaching
listen.
eugenics.
Don't try making me out to be
You're
someone who I'm not.
fanatic.
Don't
You're a
try making me out to be
fanatic.
someone I'm fucking
All
not. Now
I'm
play
doing
it.
is
Now play it,
exposing
you inbred.
that you believe in eugenics.
Play
That
it, you
is what
fucking
you believe
inbred.
in. I don't
Look at you,
believe in
lefty fucking monk.
exclusion
I don't
people
believe in you.
because
I'll make
I
it very
don't care
clear.
whether you're
I do not believe
disabled
in
or not.
eugenics.
You
I
have a
also don't
right
believe
to
in
life.
inbreeding, unlike
You
Betty.
have a right to life. I don't care whether you're inbred or not. Whether you're disabled, you have a right to life. As long as God has put you on this planet, even if God has put you on this planet with special needs, you have a right to life.
Nobody's saying
And
you
fucking
inbred.
discriminating,
Nobody is disagreeing with that,
people
inbred.
like you that like to use slurs and call people monks, which is an
I'm calling
insult
you a
to
monk.
disabled people, yeah? Because that's
Oh,
what it
it's about,
is.
oh, wait, last week it
You're
was about black
referring to
people.
me as a
Last week it was
disabled
about black people.
person,
Now it's about
yeah?
now it's about
It is
disabled people.
fucking disgusting.
You're just trying. You're just making up a false fucking
yeah?
argument because you're
And
an
I'm glad
inbred
that I
who makes
exposed
babies.
you, fucking idiot.
You can't even have a baby with your
Absolute
fucking
idiot.
first cousin. You have to make one up, and that's the reason why I won't call you Black Betty,
Yeah.
because Black Betty had a child. Bam,
Listen.
lam, bang, ping, bong,
Listen
wow.
to
Bam,
me
bam.
and listen to me very carefully, yeah? Yeah?
Oh God.
What you're preaching is
Oh, you're
eugenics.
just making up false
And
arguments. Right,
be
I'll let
honest.
somebody else speak.
Be
So
honest,
do
you're
you believe
preaching
that I believe in
I don't
eugenics?
consider it eugenics. So for me,
I don't have
eugenics.
to agree with you.
Yeah, I
Shut your mouth
agree.
and let somebody else speak.
He doesn't have to agree with us.
Shut your mouth and let somebody else speak then.
I don't have to agree with you, fucking Lou.
Right,
Who
just
the
be quiet
fuck
then
are
and
you?
let somebody else
You're
speak.
some backward person
You're just
from
ranting for no reason. Have you turned microphone? Have you turned volume down? You've got
in
earbuds.
Lancashire. The fuck? I don't have to
Listen,
agree
you know where I
with
live.
you.
You stalked me at market once. You stalked me in the market. Don't forget.
You little fucking Zionist, prejudiced little.
Oh, you're a
prick.
Zionist, though.
That is what you are.
You're a
fucking
Zionist.
and you're a eugenicist, and you
Oh,
got
I'm a
pissed
eugenicist
off.
now,
I
okay.
put you in your place.
Right, I'll make it
yeah?
very clear. I am not a eugenicist.
Christian,
Next.
I don't agree with it, and I don't have to apologize for
You
not
just make
agreeing
it left
with
the
it,
argument.
and I don't give a shit
Shut up,
what you
Antifa.
say. Yes,
Shut up, Antifa. Left
see?
the argument.
And this is
Nobody
what I
said that they
mean.
believe in
Like,
eugenics. You just made that
talks
up.
about
You just made that up,
Antifa.
you slanderous
You're talking
inbred.
about fucking getting rid of people because they've got
Who's talking about
disabilities.
getting rid of people?
Yes, you were. You
like
said
fucking
because
inbred.
the
You
person
talked about
No,
getting
we're
rid of
not
fucking.
saying that.
Wait a
We're
minute, whoa,
saying
whoa,
those
switch out of
are
mine.
They're more
Didn't
likely
you
to
talk about getting rid of
disabled,
mixed race
so
people
we
by
don't stop
drowning
these
mixed race
people from
babies?
getting married. And you're
Didn't you
just
talk about
pissed off
drowning mixed
because
race
the British
babies, Betty?
state doesn't care.
Betty,
The
didn't you
British
talk about
state
drowning
doesn't
mixed
care
race
about
babies,
whether
Betty?
or not
Look at her.
cousins
She's
get married
I
and
know
have
exactly what she's done.
children.
I can see
And
through
thank
people like
God
this,
the
especially
British
inbred.
state is not
Turn
as
the
thick
volume
as
down, and now
you,
she's just
and
ranting
not
because
as
she's triggered
stupid
beyond
as
fuck.
you to
But
go
she's
and
talking about
ban
eugenics
cousin
and
marriage
fucking
from
wanting to
fucking
end people's lives. Yet she was
50%.
talking about wanting to drown fucking
50%.
mixed race
You
babies'
must
lives.
be
all because she doesn't have a baby, yet she fucking made one up,
Oh,
and that's
I
why people
can't
call her Black Betty.
hear.
Because Black Betty
Why
had a
go
child.
about.
Bam,
Worry about why you're so hateful, Luke. Worry about why you're so hateful. Yeah?
I hate inbreds.
Worry about whether you're going to find,
Why
whether
do you
you're
think
going
it?
to go to hell,
Why do you
or
think?
whether you're going
Why
to
do you
go
think?
to
Why do you
heaven.
think? Wait,
Worry
why do you
about
think?
that.
I'm
Why
not
do you
worried
think
about
it's a
heaven.
Maybe because
What
hateful
are you
you're
talking about
thing,
gay.
heaven?
Maybe
Genesis?
because
Nah,
you're
don't
gay
come at
and
me
you've
up
had to
fucking
put up
Mary.
with all these Batman comments. That is why you're
Oh, you
so
ain't going to heaven.
hateful.
Talk about Batty Man.
All the hate, all the anti-homosexual comments that you
Oh,
get
now
on
anti-homosexual. You're just homosexual.
yeah,
Anti-homosexual. How could a Batty
that's
Man be
not why you're
anti-homosexual?
homosexual. Everybody knows that
You're
you're
not
gay.
making sense,
And you
Betty. Now calm his
basically
facts down.
you preach all this hate against disabled people,
No,
against
no, I don't.
anyone that disagrees with
Jupiter, Wendy, have you
people.
ever heard me preach hate towards disabled people?
Dislike gay people, innit it? That's what it
Wendy,
is.
Jupiter,
People were
asking you
hateful
a
to
question.
you
Have you ever
because
heard
you're
me
gay, and
be
now you're
discriminatory
projecting
or
all your
hate
hate
disabled
back
people?
into it. Yeah, hate breeds hate, into it. That's what it's about, isn't it, Luke?
Why are you making this argument up just so you can have an argument, you weirdo?
Because you're gay, you get all this hate.
No, the
So
reason
now
I'm gay
all
is
your
because I was hanging out at back of your end of your dad in 90s.
That's what you're
the reason why I'm
doing.
gay.
You're
Because I was
preaching
hanging out
hate.
back end of your dad in fucking Canal Street. That's why I'm gay.
Honestly, that's what it's about. That's what I noticed with quite a lot of you gay people.
Well,
Because
you
you
must know a
get
lot.
hate for being homosexual, then you project your hate back.
Nobody's talked about
Because you're a
homosexuality,
minority, in it. And there's still people in this world that would throw you off the cliff because you like men. Yeah,
but I've
so
still
you're
got a bigger
going
dick than
to
you.
project that hate onto disabled people, people of color, anyone that doesn't agree with Israel, anybody that doesn't agree
People of
with
colour
you.
now.
You're gonna
Now she's
project
brought
the
in
hate
people of colour.
that
She's
you've
used
had
the race
to
card. She's done it,
on
guys. She's
other
fucking
people,
pulled out the
innit?
race card.
That's what's
1-0
going
to
on.
base Luke. 1-0 to base Luke. You couldn't help it other than bring that race card. That was your last fucking card, weren't it? You pulled it out. You can't help it, you're inbred.
Don't worry about me being inbred.
About
Worry about why you're so
especially
hateful.
when it comes to a woman, especially when it comes to a woman, a Western woman in Manchester who's fucking advocating for first cousin marriage.
Yeah,
First cousin marriage, you
you
little
are
weirdo.
hateful because you're gay.
Yeah, you
That's
fucking
what it
inbred.
is.
Get back on
Because
Trailer
you
Park,
get
you
called a
fucking
batty
redneck.
man, because you get called a faggot, because
I don't
there's
get called a
still
faggot, only by
British
you.
people in this country
Get
that
back
don't
to
like
fucking
you
Trailer
gay
Park, you
people
fucking inbred.
and ready to attack you gay
First cousin
people.
marriage and all
That
that.
is why you're
She's
hateful,
making an argument
isn't
for
it?
first cousin marriage.
Yeah,
What a fucking
because you've had to spend years trying to campaign for the same rights that heterosexual people get
I've
into.
never campaigned for anything.
Yeah?
What are you talking about, you weirdo?
That's
Why are you making up these false arguments to make yourself out
you're
to be
gay.
right, which is not?
And you
You're
get
just making
hate
up
for you
narratives, the weird
projecting
cunt.
your hate
You
onto
are a
others.
weirdo. You
That's
are
what it
nuts.
is.
You're actually
Yeah?
mental. Are you on medication? Yes, I'll take that as a yes. Well, you need to get them up because you're fucking nuts. Nobody's argued about fucking disabled people. You've
Yeah, you
completely
are.
made that
Yes,
narrative
you
up.
are.
And now the second when I try and clarify again, you keep speaking because you know you're wrong. You're an inbred. You've exposed yourself to advocating for you've exposed yourself to advocating for first cousin marriage. You're a dirty little inbred, especially in Manchester.
Yeah. Just know that there's some people that don't like you gay men, yeah?
You clearly want to shag your cousin.
Over it. The same way you don't
you
like
wanna shag your
disabled
cousin.
people and you
Dirty
don't
bastard.
think they should be born,
I think you're a dirty
especially if
bastard
they're
because you want
born
to
by
shag your
a
cousin.
cousin marriage. Know that some of these disabled people are going to dislike you because you're
Yeah.
gay. Do you know what I mean? And they're going to be saying the same thing about you, isn't it? There are people in this world
can I
that
respond?
believe
No,
that
okay, I've heard that. Can I
anyone is
respond to
gay,
now?
they should be killed.
Okay, can I respond to that?
You know, the same way you don't want disabled children born, there's still people in this world that don't want.
Nobody
gay
said that they don't
people
want
like
disabled
you
people being
alive,
born.
and they want to
Right, can I
unalive
respond
you.
to that then?
Is that right?
Can I respond?
Is it right to unalive a gay person?
Can I
The same way
respond?
you want to unalive disabled people?
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Please.
Can I respond? Thank you.
Please
Thank you.
do.
Thank you. Be quiet then.
Please do.
So the same way that you want to drown mixed race children, the same way that I do not want to kill disabled people, you've made up that narrative because you've got a guilty conscience for the fact that it is out there that you want to drown mixed race children. Veli's been put it in the chat that she's put out there that she wants to drown mixed race children. Now she's made up of this narrative that I want to fucking kill disabled people, which I have said 1 minute, which I've said multiple times on here that I advocate that we should do our utmost to protect disabled people. I've got disabled people in my family. I've grown up around disabled people. If you really want to know, my mum is the nervy manager for a very important and very large
Wendy,
national disabled
don't worry
fucking
about it if you've never heard what
organisation.
said
I have grown up with
Don't
disabled
worry about
people.
that.
Don't
Yeah.
try and make out a narrative just because you've been
about
exposed.
God,
Just because
yeah.
you've been exposed for supporting first cousin marriage, you little inbred.
Well, I don't have a problem supporting cousin marriage.
No, because you're an inbred.
I don't have a
Little
problem
redneck.
with
Get
it.
back to trailer park.
I don't have a problem with it. The same
Get
way the
back to
British
trailer
state don't
park.
like it. The same way the British
Now
state
get
doesn't
back
mind
here,
it.
Billy.
You're
I
just
want to
pissed
kiss
off
you all over your
because the
face, even though we're
British
first cousin.
people,
Then we're going to
white
have
British
sex and have a
people
baby with
support
3
it.
legs.
Yeah?
And I know it's wrong of us to have sex because it's going to give us a baby with 3 legs, but I don't give a fuck. I
All right,
don't
this
give a
is what
fuck.
I mean.
I
Luke,
don't want to
stop.
go to. I don't want to
Luke,
go to
stop
Chick-fil-A.
mocking
I don't want to
children
go to
born with 3
Chick-fil-A and
legs.
find myself a new
Luke,
wife.
stop
I'm just going
mocking
to fuck my first
disabled
cousin. I'm
children.
going to have more disabled
Luke,
babies,
stop
and then I'm going to
mocking
complain when people say
disabled
that I
children.
should really think about not doing that. You little wrong-un.
Do you see what I mean? You're just sitting there mocking a child born with 3 legs like that's something to mock. You're just
Well, if you do it on
exposing
purpose,
yourself.
it is. If you do it on purpose, I'm not mocking the kid, I'm mocking you for being an inbred, not being able to fucking close your legs when it comes to your first cousin. Keep your legs closed, cousin.
This guy's just trying shit, man.
No,
You're
I'm
just
speaking facts.
exposing
Keep your legs
yourself.
close to cousins.
That's
We've
what I
got
said.
evidence. We've got evidence that not only is it sick and disgusting,
and now you're
but
mocking.
it also causes pain and suffering. It causes pain and suffering
arms
to
or 3
children.
legs.
So try not to do that, please.
You know,
Even though
in
your
the
fanny gets
Hindu
wet around your cousin,
religion, they
fucking
believe
keep it
that that is
closed.
a goddess. Do you know in Hinduism, when a
I don't give a fuck
child
about
is born
Hinduism.
with more arms
I
and
don't
legs,
care about
they treat
Hinduism.
that
It's all
like they're a
bullshit.
god
It's all
because
bullshit.
they look like they're gods in
I don't care about
Hinduism.
bullshit.
But your degenerate mind cannot understand that not everybody in the world believes in mistreating disabled people.
I don't believe in mistreating
Thank
disabled
God
people.
the
I've not
Hindu
said that in
people
any way,
believe
shape, or form.
if someone is born with 3 legs that they're a goddess and a god. Thank God they're not as backward as you, Luke. I'm
No,
glad to
thank God not as backward as the parents. The first cousin parents who keep checking and having fucking kids with 3 legs.
born with an extra leg. It's something for you to mock.
We keep having children with 3
and
legs.
say
It is
that
a
this
blessing
must
from
be
God.
alive.
No, Habibi. No, it's because you keep having sex with your first cousin, and we've got scientific evidence to suggest that. Yeah,
Why
you
are you
advocate for these
children
first cousin
born with 3
marriages to
legs?
continue, even though it
Luke,
does
why are
cause
you
pain and
mocking
suffering to children.
born with 3 legs?
You're saying that you care. You don't.
Why are you mocking a
care about
child born with
children.
3 legs? Do you think because you got 2 legs that you're better than the child that's got 3 legs?
I'm better at walking. Yeah.
You see, you know what, Luke? You know what? You've exposed
That's a fact. I'm better
yourself.
at walking.
You've exposed yourself.
They might be better at like standing still for a long time, but me walking, I'm going to beat them. Don't try and make out like we've got a problem with disabled people because you're losing an argument because you like inbreds.
You do.
Right?
You
I
do.
don't.
If I like inbred people, that's my prerogative. Yeah.
And you said that, and if I advocate against first cousin marriages because it increases the chance of having a disabled child, which in effect causes pain and suffering to that child, I am also allowed that opinion. What do you not understand about that?
If I want to do anything with my cousin, that's my fucking prerogative.
Yeah, if you don't open your legs to your cousin, I know you said you want it. I know.
Fucking anything.
End
Yeah,
of.
I don't
You
have to
listen to your cousin,
fucking
you
ask
can.
your Italian ass anything.
Nobody said that. Oh, now you're calling me Italian. You racist, xenophobic. You xenophobic bushhead. You xenophobic little bushhead. Victoria, correct. I haven't said about getting rid of anything. She's made this argument up. She's gone all Kaylee on us. I have not made this argument. She's made it up. She's xenophobic little bushhead. And she's homophobic as well. Homophobic, xenophobic little bushhead.
Reminded that you're just not a white Englishman. You're not pure-blooded, are you? You're an Italian. Your grandparent is Italian. That's
less than
exactly
10%
what you
Italian.
are.
What are you talking
So
about?
if I'm going to call you Italian, I'm going to call you a fucking Italian.
If I'm going to call you an inbred, I'll call you an inbred.
You got a fucking problem with it. You got a problem with being called an Italian.
Inbred.
You got a problem with being reminded that you're an Italian.
Inbred. No,
you got a problem with it. You got a problem
I've said you 5 times inbred. I don't have a problem with it, inbred.
Shut up, man. Shut up.
That's like me calling you Viking when you're only like 2% Viking, which you like to bomb off. I'm majority English, Mongo. You know how DNA works, don't you? You're not a Viking because you're 2% Viking, are you? You fucking honest. You're inbred. I'm thick. Another reason why you shouldn't have fucking.
Why are you worried about whether I've got Viking ancestry?
Why are you worried about whether I'm Italian or not? Why are you bothered whether I'm Italian or not?
I don't need your fucking.
Why are you bothered whether I'm Italian?
Italian. I don't
Why are you
need your
bothering if I'm Italian? Exactly, so leave my Italian out of it. I'll leave your Viking out of
You
it, bullshit.
are a racist. That is what you
I'm racist,
are.
am I, bullshit?
You are a fucking racist white
I'm a
supremacist
racist. Explain that.
gay man.
Well, can you explain it how I'm
spent
racist?
years on here attacking people of colour. Yeah,
How?
that is
Who've I
what you
attacked?
are.
Who've
You
I
are
attacked?
fucking-
Who's
That's
a
what you
person
just
of colour?
did. You just fucking
Oh,
attacked
you?
me. Did you not just say I could not be a Viking?
No, I
This-
didn't say that. I said I'm not going
Yes,
to call you Viking because you're 2%.
Yes, you
I
fucking
acknowledge
did.
that you're 2%
Yes, you
Viking, you liar.
fucking did.
This
Yes,
woman's
you
nuts.
fucking did.
This woman is
Even
fucking
though
nuts.
it is noted
I said that you're
some of the
2% Viking.
were black.
It doesn't mean that I'm going to start calling you
According
Viking,
to
is
your
it?
racist
No,
mind,
because you're a
your
majority is
racist
something
mind
else.
thinks that every Viking
woman
was
is
white.
nuts.
Even
I
though
should
the
make up a
Vikings
narrative. I don't know what you're
invaded
playing
North
at. You're losing
Africa,
every
yeah,
single one.
the Vikings invaded North Africa and
What
they
are you
never
talking about?
encountered
Vikings
any
now,
black
weirdo.
people. They never
This
took
woman
any
is
black
fucking
people
nuts.
and enslaved them and made them Vikings. Obviously, because you know more in it. You know more about Viking history in it. You're just a filthy
Do you want me to
racist.
clarify what I said, Betty, or not?
Let someone else
Betty?
take up. You're a racist. That's
Right, you
all
be
it
quiet
is.
then.
You're a racist.
So
man.
I didn't say you wasn't Viking in any way,
About
shape,
it.
or
You're a
form.
racist. You don't
Right,
like
you said that.
disabled people. You're just
Right, you
one of
said
these
that.
hateful gays. That's
Now you're
all
crying.
you
Why are
are.
you crying for?
These fucking hateful
Why are you
gays.
crying for?
Somebody else talk to this gay boy,
Why,
man.
right, be quiet then. Why are you crying
You know
for?
what I mean? Someone take
You
over.
said
There
that.
were,
You said that. You
I've
said
got,
that
I've
before.
got to say, Lou, there was
Why are you crying for?
plenty of. I mean, the Vikings went around.
Wendy,
They just
one minute before you
they
start,
just
Wendy. Just let
raped
me clarify the point.
anyone,
Wendy,
didn't they, really? I
Wendy.
mean,
I don't know if you heard
No,
what I
let
said.
Wendy speak. Wendy,
No,
speak.
I
This is
will
what
in
Luke
10
does
seconds.
all
I
the
will in
fucking
10
time. He
seconds.
doesn't let
Which is,
people speak. Shut
Wendy,
up,
did you
Luke,
hear what I
and
said?
let
Right,
Wendy speak.
I'll let her
You've been
speak. I'll let her
speaking
speak.
for a long time.
Wendy, did you hear what
Why
I said
can't
about
you let
Vikings?
any woman speak? Typical gay
I
man.
Did you hear what I
didn't
said
quite
about
hear what
Vikings?
you said, but what I'm going to
Thank
say
you. She's already
is
acknowledged. Betty, quiet. She's already
there's
said she didn't hear
plenty
me.
of black people descended from
Oh my God,
what you
am I
like
on
to
panel
call
with a fucking
Vikings.
bunch of nut jobs or what? Wendy, with all due
What you want
respect,
to Luke?
I said,
Calm down.
Wendy, just let me fucking speak for 1 second.
No,
She called me Italian. She called me Italian. I said I'm not Italian. I said I'm less than like 10% Italian. That's like me. That's like me looking at Betty, who is 2% Viking, and saying that you're a Viking when you're not. Your vast majority is something else. That's not me acknowledging. That's not me discrediting a Viking. I acknowledge the Viking. Now do you understand, Wendy?
Let Wendy speak.
No,
You shut up, you fucking nut
I'm
job.
not arguing anything about what you and Betty are. All I'm saying is I know it is very factual that the Vikings went around and raped and pillaged all over the world.
Nobody's saying they didn't, Wendy. Nobody's saying that.
Thank you, Wendy.
Wendy. Right.
Thank you, Wendy.
I'm,
But
right,
this guy
Wendy, I'm
wants
speaking
to
to
think
Betty.
that
Wendy.
all the
I mean, sorry,
Vikings
Betty. I'm
were
speaking
all
to Wendy.
white, weren't they?
Fucking
You could
honestly,
never,
use a nut.
Betty could never had a Viking ancestry because she's black in it. You're
Who said that, you fucking weirdo?
That is what you are.
Rewind it. I'm going to rewind what I said. I'm going to rewind it and play it. So shut your fucking mouth, hush puppy. Shut your fucking mouth.
How am I going to shut my mouth? You know
so I'm going to play what I said.
You clearly hate women.
You
that's
fucking
how you
clearly
sleep with men,
everybody, you
innit?
weird nut
That's
job.
how you sleep with men.
I'm going to play what I said. You fucking absolute nut
That's
job.
why you sleep with men, innit?
Fucking nut job.
Because you get very, very.
And I swear to God, you're going to listen
you?
back to tonight,
Yeah?
and you're going to realise
That's
how
why
wrong
you
you've been on every
have a
single
money
occasion.
problem.
You fucking
Do you know
weirdo.
what I mean?
And Wendy,
You get
yes,
a
all
money
you're doing, Wendy, is
problem,
correcting
you've got
something
money issues.
that you haven't
Is that
fucking
why
said
you
in the
don't want
first
that woman
place.
to
You're
speak?
fucking adding to a
Then you
fucking
won't have
mental
the last
bullshit.
word, Luke. You're so hateful. You're a very hateful person.
You shut your mouth. I'm going to play what I said.
Yeah, you're a very hateful person.
You said
Come and
that.
shut it for me.
I'll shut your phone. I'm not your first cousin.
This man. This is just stupidness about first cousin. That
stupidness.
If I want to, why are you worried about my first cousin? Why don't you worry about which man you're going to sleep with next? Why don't you worry about which man you're going to sleep with next? Yeah. Why don't you worry about which man you're going to sleep with next? Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Listen. I'm listening. I'm playing it. Be quiet. I'm playing it.
Because that's how the Romans were. Romans were known. You Italians were known for sleeping with men.
Belly, I'm happy to move on from this. Belly, I am happy to move on from this. We need to address this. This woman is fucking nuts. You fucking nut job.
So you're picking after your ancestors, isn't it? Because they were homosexuals, weren't they? So that's
There
how
you go. There you go. I said it. Fact. You've been proven wrong. You've been proven wrong again. When Betty is wrong, Betty is
They
wrong,
were
and Wendy, unfortunately, you're wrong as
homosexuals.
well.
So it makes sense. Someone who
What?
is of Italian descent, it makes sense that you're homosexual, isn't it? You got a problem with being called an Italian. You got a problem with being reminded that you're an Italian. You've got a problem with it. No, we don't want to hear all that.
Be quiet. It's getting to it. Be quiet.
No, because I'm not going to be quiet. Slavery's over. I'm not going to be quiet.
Here you go. Here it is.
I don't need to
Be quiet. Be quiet. Not job. Cuckoo.
The Italians are
Black
not
Betty had a
running
child.
fucking
Bam-a-lam. They're gone
Africans.
ping, gone wild.
No,
Bam-a-lam. Whoa, Black
fucking
Betty.
black people
Bam-a-lam.
anymore.
Whoa, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam. But we can't call you Black Betty because why? Because Black Betty had a child. Bam-a-lam.
Yes.
Gone ping, gone wild. Bam-a-lam. You don't
talking.
have a child, Betty, Betty, Betty. You lied about your child, Betty, Betty. Oh, Betty, Betty, you don't have a child. No, you don't have a disabled child. You don't have a non-disabled child. You don't have a black child. You don't have a white child. All you've got is a little fucking cutie little doll thing. What you get from Walmart, £45 with nappy. And you call yourself mama, but
you
you're not
either
mama.
want to
You
take
are Black Betty.
children off the
You're not Black
planet
Betty.
because
Why are you not Black
when you
Betty?
and your
Black
boyfriend lay,
Betty had a
I don't
child.
know why you wouldn't how many children I've got because you putting your dick up another man's anus.
Belly, I'm saying yes. Come and do something, Belly. Come and split us
Don't
up.
worry about how many children I've got because you're laying with a fucking man. You're never going to have a child. Because when you fuck a man, you're never going to have a child.
All right.
Here we go.
Yeah. All right, let's go one at a time. One at a time, please.
Here we
Ladies
go.
and gentlemen, one at a time.
Thank you.
Oh, someone's dropped off. Who dropped off?
Reggie.
Whoever dropped off, jump back on. Pick up a space.
Jupiter
Pardon.
dropped off.
Right, Belly, would you kindly allow me 30 seconds?
No, because he's been talking all the time. Velly,
It's not up to you.
let Wendy speak. No,
be quiet, Betty.
But who's?
Wendy,
Wait.
can we have
Who was speaking? Who was just speaking last?
Wendy.
She's not allowing me. She's basically like accused me of multiple things. I'm not even able to like respond.
I was just eating my protein popcorn in the back. You know what I mean?
So will you allow me the floor for like 30 seconds to a minute, Belly?
No,
But,
Velly, because
hey, Luke, actually,
Belly.
do us a favour, yeah? Do us a
Wait,
favour and be a
come on,
gentleman.
Belly.
Do
Allow me
ladies
this one
first and
thing,
then
Belly. I've been
do
fucking-
ladies first,
my head's
yeah?
been fucking
Wait.
pounding for like 5
Luke. Do gentleman business, yeah? We allow ladies first and then you'll have the free run.
All right,
and I'll make sure you get a free run, yeah?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Ladies.
Yeah, like I said, all I wanted to say was I couldn't hear who was saying what, but I do know that Vikings went around most of the world raping and pillaging at some point. So it wouldn't
Agreed.
surprise me if someone has, if most people have a bit of what people like to refer to as Viking in them. Yeah.
Agreed.
So why have you got a problem with me talking about my Viking ancestry?
I didn't.
So what's your problem, Luke? Then.
So can I have the floor for a minute and I'll tell you?
What's your problem?
Can I have the floor for a minute? Can you not interrupt
You've
me?
got the floor.
So can you be quiet, please, for 1 minute? Thank you.
You've got the floor.
Right. I'm going to start by playing what originally was said. Because what basically, Belly, I'll explain to you. So what's happened is and it's very minuscule. I don't know why she's basically been trying to. If you watch it from the beginning, she's been trying to dig at me all the way. I've been sensing vibes from her from get go. So there's been a few things. She accused me of like being a eugenicist, wanting to like fucking get rid of disabled people and that. All complete fucking lies. This most recent lie though, she said. So she called me Italian. I said I'm not Italian. I'm like less than 10% Italian. I said that's like me saying to you, who's 2% Viking, that you're a Viking when you're not a fucking Viking. You're 98% something else. So to call you something that you're 2% of is a bit stupid. And she's basically saying that I'm now saying because she's black, she can't be a Viking, all this shit. She's called me racist. So I'm just going to start by playing what I said.
You got a problem with being reminded that you're an Italian.
No,
you've got a problem with it.
I've said it 5 times in bed. I don't have a problem with it in bed.
Shut up, man. Shut up.
That's like me calling you Viking when you're only like 2% Viking, which you like to bomb off. I'm majority English, Mongo. You know how DNA works, don't you? I rest my case. And she ran. Now, Betty, I suggest before you start coming at me, you come with some form of fucking like logic or some form of understanding. So her other argument with me is because she's an advocate of first cousin marriages, Belly, which I don't fucking understand why. I said that we've got evidence out there.
Betty's been an advocate for that for years, you know.
Because she's an inbred, clearly.
She's been an advocate for this. No, I ain't gonna say that. Wait, hold on. Obviously, yeah, I'm not gonna agree with
she's
that.
fucking redneck, hillbilly, trailer park trash.
That she's agreed with that for time, innit?
Right, so I'll explain what first went down. So I don't even know how fucking first cousin marriages got brought up into it anyway. So I said no. Well, I'm sure it increases by about a third. It increases the chance of having.
I'll tell you how first cousin marriages got brought up here. Is that someone was trying to throw a curveball in here, so obviously everyone could start doing the hating on Islam thing, yeah. And it kind of backfired, didn't it? So.
Right, well, anyway, we got to the point of first cousin.
Kind of backfired.
I said, I'm sure having a first cousin, a child by first cousin parents increases the risk of a disability by about a third. And she immediately like, no, that's wrong, not wrong, you're wrong. I thought, and before that, I started feeling a bit of energy from her. I told you, I'm base loop psychic on mum's side. So anyway, I looked into the facts. It actually doubles, not only jumps up by a third, it doubles. So it increases by more than that. And she was like, yeah, that's what I said. I was like, no, it wasn't what you said. Anyway, she's just been having these fucking fake arguments. So we get into the argument about first cousin marriages. I said, right, I understand your opinion. She's arguing for it. I'm saying that I just don't believe that we should. I said, it's our job as society to do our utmost, what we can, to provide the best possible life for people with disabilities. But I also recognise that if we are doing certain things as humanity that are increasing our chances of having disabled children, first cousin marriage being one of them, I wouldn't advocate for it. In fact, I think it would make an argument why we should criminalise first cousin marriages. And then she just outright accuses me of saying that I wanted to kill disabled children. I'm a eugenicist. It's because I'm a batty man. Something to do with Zionism. Honestly, she went fucking cuckoo. Nuts. But I stand by everything I said. I am in no way a eugenicist. The woman is fucking crazy. She is like Kaylee.
J.A. Kingston's a eugenicist.
I tried because she said to me at one point. She also said that
Jamie's a eugenicist.
She said, "I'm
J.A.
advocating."
Kingston's a eugenicist sitting right here on mute, taking notes
said, I'm
on how to get the eugenicist plan into action and shit.
People. Am I correct in saying that?
I'm just enjoying my popcorn as well, Belly. You know.
Protein popcorn, yeah. Say less, man. He went to the same shop.
Right, so Velly, what's this about? Because I've just been accused of advocating for genocide amongst disabled people. What did Betty want to do? What did Betty want to do when it came to mixed race babies?
Right, listen, yeah, Betty.
Yep, just enjoying the popcorn and watching the shit show.
But, you know,
Betty did say that. Betty did say she wanted to drown mixed race babies.
Yes, and Wendy and
Betty, can you get up? Can you come back, Betty?
Obviously, because at this time they were on the same side of the argument, and they just wanted to blind eye it. You know how the arguments go.
I just stayed out of the argument.
No.
I don't want to get involved.
No, because you actually said, I've never heard her say that. But like, you know, I'm not trying to shoot Betty, yeah, because at that time, listen, in that debate or whatever, I was when we was talking about the Garvey thing, I was making a comparison and saying, right, it's strange making these complaints.
I'm refusing to talk about Garvey with you.
And all that sort of stuff, yeah.
I get called names.
I wasn't comparing him to Tommy Robinson. I was saying like
just don't lie. That's it.
How certain movements, like it usually started off as like fringe movements, and those people, obviously, they're not the most squeakiest of characters, are they? I didn't compare it to Tommy Robinson before you get fucking triggered.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
I know. So I know he's fucking cheeky. You know what it is, yeah? It's like, especially, see when you're doing weights, yeah, and you can't speak, and you're listening, yeah, and you're like, what the fuck? Are you crazy? You're like typing like a madman, and I had to run halfway across the gym to fucking keep typing and shit. So it's mad. So running over to the other side of the gym, so you fucking cunt. But yeah, it goes, man.
Betty, you better come back. You've got a fucking lot to answer for. First, the fact that you've been wrong on every single.
Oh, let it go.
No, I won't let it go. She just fucking came for me like a bold
No, you
eagle.
know what? Yeah. Hey,
And
you
now
want
I'm
to
gonna
take? Listen,
come back at her like a fucking leopard.
if
and
you
say,
want to
"You
take,
wanna kill
listen,
blackberries."
this Luke versus Betty is going to be a long-term war.
I don't know why she started it.
If you just, you know what I'm saying, like.
And I said to her, I said, everybody used to always call her Black Betty. And I've said that I could never call her Black Betty, really, because Black Betty had a child, Bear Milan, and that's why I was thinking Black Betty. But I can't call her Black Betty because Black Betty did have a child, and
You
Betty
are
never
opening
lied about one.
Pandora's box, mate.
Not me,
So, like, I've tried to tell everyone, yeah, Betty's on Betty's team, innit, yeah? So, just take time with Betty, innit, yeah? But don't let Betty get onto you, because she's just going to be onto you for a long time, man.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Major loss. It's like a fucking guaranteed win every time.
Belly has a fire master.
I mean, the
actually-
Nazis
is
get
that the
blamed
squeezy
for eugenics. Actually, it wasn't. It was first came about in America. It was them lot that
Yeah,
first
America
started.
and the Germans done it in Namibia.
Yeah. But first, it was the Americans that they began the bloody thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but I won't even say not advocating against first cousin marriages is eugenics. I wouldn't say that. I think that's a major left wing fucking argument. Major. That's why I was surprised that he made the argument.
Betty was doing what you do with these arguments. Like, you know, when fucking you implying one thing, yeah, she'll make it like you were saying something else. Like, you've done that with me in these debates and discussions. Oh, wait, fucking don't do that. Luke, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You fucking done it earlier today.
No, but she was serious though.
Man, she was giving you a taste of your own medicine.
She was serious. She was like fucking gaslighting me to fuck.
Yeah, that's what it's like, right? And you was like, what? Because it's not fucking true. That's not what you were saying. Right, someone's got an actual leak coming.
I even did put Sweet Child of Mine. I only do that whoa, Sweet Child of Mine when it's like, nah, that's taking piss now. Choose me eugenics. Why? Because I'm blonde hair, blue eyed.
Do you think they still do eugenics somewhere? Do you think there's?
I reckon like it's tampered with.
People practice eugenics all the time. Every time, you know, they see on an X-ray that the kid is slightly deformed, then they'll abort it. You know.
I know they shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yeah, that's why
I'm not against disabled people. I just don't think that we should. So again, I'm actually an advocate.
Turn the mic down, Luke. For fuck's sake, boy.
You just tell me sometimes. I don't realise it's that loud.
We need to stop treating the word eugenics like a boogeyman. You know, it's just a natural way of people have conducted their lives throughout millennia.
I'm actually against. Do you know when Jupiter said before you can have the Down syndrome test and stuff? I'm completely
against that.
Against it. Like I am again, Betty. I'm in no way, shape,
Hey, Luke, listen, yeah.
Disabled people.
If you want to argue against eugenics, man, the new eugenicist is here right now. He will give you a charter plan. He's got for colonizing places all around the world. J.A. Kingston has a charter plan for every country he wants to colonize.
Yeah, he believes in eugenics.
What do you mean colonize?
And he's a colonizer. He's a proud colonist.
Yep.
J.A.,
why do you believe in eugenics, though, Jamie? That's horrible. Eugenics is evil. No,
it's not. I mean, like.
Oh my God! Listen to it. No, it's not.
Look, there's eugenics where it's like in a very aggressive way, like the Nazis did it, where they by force, you know, would eliminate the undesirables, quote unquote. But what I advocate is nothing like that. It's just simply like making sure people are responsible of who they let come into this world, you know, so we save a lot of money and trouble.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, none of us are gods, are we? We don't get to say.
Yes, but we have technology that can give us ample time and ample like calculation and ample like, you know, with good accurate evidence of what the likelihood of this fetus being a productive member of society or something that's just going to be on benefits.
So would you take that? I mean, I can't believe you believe in that. I really can't. So if your wife or something was pregnant and they had that Down syndrome test at 5 months or whatever it is, would you abort that child because of what the test said?
Don't say
Yep.
Would you?
Would you?
Do you think that's? I don't think that's eugenics though. That's personal choice. That's that thing there, isn't it? Because you know, with wait, hold on. Let me explain why first of all. Yeah, because it might not be something that I would do, but it's also you got to think about are the parents ready to change their life to cater to a disabled child as well, isn't it? So it's not just eugenics.
Full stop. The test.
Do you know what I mean? Like, so there could be a multiple different reasons.
Yeah, I get it. It's not always
someone wouldn't want to have a disabled child.
If we live in times
only eugenics, although J.A. Kingston is a eugenicist.
No, I'm saying like when we live in times of luxury, we're not very responsible, and we let whoever in the world, and like we'll always have time of plenty in the future, and then reality sucks, and you're gonna have to So
at what point, Jamie, would you say that the pregnancy's gone too far to abort?
Well, obviously, you would let that pregnancy go through, and now it comes to a stuff about who's going to be the legal guardian. Are they going to be responsible for that child? Are they even of age to be responsible? So it's a lot of hypotheticals.
No, so what's like the
at what point would you say is the cut-off point for an abortion?
What is it?
In terms of semesters.
Well, we don't live in America, so I call them months.
Yeah, well, give them a date, Jay. What is it? 8 weeks, 12 weeks?
Yeah, no,
4 months, 6 months. What?
I don't really have a limit.
Pregnancy. How far are we going?
He don't care. He's like, right. If I find out it's disabled in a week, then it's about to be born. That shit's out.
No.
So what if you found out? Past 6 months, would you want that baby aborted, or would you carry on with the pregnancy?
It really does depend. Is it the most convenient way? Do they just realize like, the mother's about to literally get her, womb opened up because it's just not, pushing out. It's a lot of hypotheticals.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a beyond that. But that can happen.
No, J.A., listen. If it was,
really
say your missus is 4 months pregnant, you can see a bump and all that, and then you find out the child is disabled. Is that a child that you would want to abort? That's the point that Wendy's trying to put to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and saying like, well, regardless of if it's any stage, I personally would do it as early as possible, but I'm just saying like we live in a world where the mother or the wife does have really the final say. Let's be honest. So I'm just having it out there,
Yeah, he's trying to just say yes in it, right? We're putting a fucking cherry on top and icing.
Yep.
What if the baby was born and you had no idea that he had disabilities and he was born disabled? What would you do with the baby?
Yeah, that's an important one. Yeah.
No, I really would want it to, be born and contribute to society.
Yeah, we know what you want, but he can't contribute. He's got 2 arms, 4 legs. What are you gonna do? Don't laugh.
All right.
What are you gonna do?
He might be the best footballer ever.
He's a good dribbler.
Fucking 4 legs.
Yeah.
And he might be the fastest man ever.
Get a job as an octopus.
No, you could have 2 amputated, couldn't you?
Yeah, he could donate to one who's got no legs.
Anyway,
so he's not a eugenicist then, because he says he does eugenics.
He is. He said he would. He literally just said that he would dash away a baby that's fucking 4 months showing in the belly because it's disabled. Blood. What the hell are you talking about?
No, he didn't. He didn't say that.
He's saying that, man.
Yeah, I did.
J.A., what did you just say? You dash away a baby at 4 months with disabilities.
Yeah.
About 8 months.
Okay. Right.
About 8 months, 3 weeks.
Well, I think that's cruel.
Yeah, I
nasty,
forgot about
evil.
that one. Hey, J.A., you still want to breed with the Asian ladies for the IQ? What about the Jewish? I heard the Jewish are high IQ in your
See, that's eugenics, and I don't like that.
in your IQ.
Your IQ
How
pyramid.
fucking
Well, I
bad
don't know if
that
it's
is.
eugenic. If it's on
The
a
IQ
personal
pyramid
level,
scheme.
like somebody could say, "Oh no, I want to
No, it's
marry
like
a
it's like
Chinese
can't,
Yeah,
you
that's
can't,
girl."
my
you
You want
cousin.
can't, you
to
That's from
can't.
my
Well,
belly
it's
for
like
the
you
4 months,
can't really
Bumper
like.
showing, cuz. You're going
Well,
mad.
it's like it's
But
not
Yo,
really.
that's
It's
but
like
wild.
it's
James,
something
how
like
would you
you
feel
can't really like
about
compare with Jewish IQ to say Chinese IQ. It's like comparing
Oh, no,
oranges
you
to
don't go
apples.
around having babies just because of the
James?
bloody IQ of the
How
child.
would you
It's
feel
what
about
women say.
a state-sponsored program where
Hey, back in the
white
day,
women
yeah.
of English origin get to have blonde, blue-eyed babies for a bursary fee from the government? Would you agree with that,
Who's doing
James?
that then, Khan?
James, how would you feel about that, James? Or does
Who's
that
doing
class as
that,
You
you?
know
Khan?
what?
I'm just
Khan, who's
asking,
doing
James.
that?
James, would that be classed as eugenics?
Khan, who's doing that?
Germany.
I'm saying that if you're going to have a baby and sit on benefits for your whole life, you might as well have the baby James wants you to have. What do you think,
No,
James?
you asked James a question. I'm asking you, who is doing that?
No, it's a
Who is
proposition.
giving these people a bursary to have blonde,
Well,
blue-eyed children?
That's what benefits is, isn't it? It's a
What?
state-sponsored.
What?
It's a child benefit. It's a
Oh, so
bursary from the
your
government.
your partner then didn't claim child benefit then?
No, we were both working. Child
You're
benefit,
off
you
your
get it
head.
with,
You can
you get it
every look.
anyway. You get it anyway.
Every
Family,
woman
it's
who
called
has a
family tax
child,
credit. Family tax credit.
every woman, even the Queen, will are entitled to child benefit.
So
What's
why are
wrong
you
with you?
asking the question then?
Because she's testing your knowledge and you lied immediately.
Who's talking to you?
I don't. You
Come
have
and
to
me
know.
phone Betty. Betty,
I
where
know
are
what I'm
you?
doing.
Come and clean up your mess.
Yeah, come on, Betty. You got a few things to answer for.
James, do you not want to answer my question, James?
It's a fucking
Well,
stupid
it was a
question.
non-question, Khan.
God,
I
what
want
the
to know how far right James is.
No,
we're
you're a
trying to
little
do that with
fucker.
It's
How
a
facts. We're
fair
trying
dare
to
you
establish
question.
say?
how far into
I
your
think
pregnancy and abort a child, and
I
you come
think
over
it's
here
a
with
fair
these
question, James.
hypothetical
That
No,
bollocks.
no, no. How dare he say that white
uh
people have blue-eyed blonde children because they're on benefits? What you trying to say that no one else in this country is on benefits?
No, I never said that. I said
That's
a
what you fucking
program.
said.
No,
No,
it's
you're
not.
dumb.
I'm
Or
not
you're
going to do a
drunk,
Betty and fucking twist it. He's saying that
James.
he's posing a hypothetical theory where the government is going to
Yeah.
introduce a benefit to encourage people to have blonde, blue-eyed children, and he's asking J.A. Kingston what his opinion
Well,
on that would be.
I want to know if that would be a reasonable way to offset this forced change of demographics that
No,
the
that's a
far right
nonsense. It's a
are
nonsense. It's a
alluding
no
to.
starter. It's a no goer from the fucking start.
Well, for my
Again,
point,
hers,
well, for
especially
my point,
blue eyes
I
and
just
blonde
want
hair
to
is
know
quite rare.
someone's opinion. That's all.
from my point of view, that seems a very superficial form of eugenics. Like, oh, you just want the
Yeah.
assessing look, rather than assessing
People who look like me.
utility or efficiency.
Okay.
But be honest, I believe every county, every borough, every neighborhood, town, whatever, if they want to experiment with things, as long as they make sure it's within the realms of reciprocity, then do what you wish.
No, I think you should be able to, if you want to marry like a nationality who's got stereotypically got a higher IQ to give your children the best opportunity. I think you can do that on a personal level, but for like governments to introduce like.
But Luke, are you
bursaries or
saying
encourage
having a
stuff like
high
that,
IQ
no.
is more important than being good looking?
No, if that's their opinion, that's down to them on a personal level, isn't it? But I don't think the government
I'm
should.
saying that if the government said like we want more good looking people, we're not really bothered about IQ, would that bother you?
Yeah, I think it would be very shallow and highly stupid of the government.
Wait, so you prefer more high IQ people rather than good
Well,
looking
I think
people?
any country would
100%.
prefer a lot of high IQ people.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, high
I
IQ people equals capital.
in what way? But who's going to be the
Well, you don't
workforce?
want a country full of fucking stupid people, do you?
Well, they're
Well,
saying
yeah.
that they're going to make a program now where even 14-year-olds can start full-time work. So I'm assuming there
Oh, well,
is
so we're
jobs
going back. Hang on, we're
low
going back in time.
IQ. Well, the low
Pretty soon we'll have 9-year-olds going down the mine again.
Well, yeah. So like 14-year-olds IQ ain't going to be the same as a 24-year-olds, is it?
You will never have a 14-year-old working in this country. What's wrong
But
with you?
they're doing that in America now, so they might pass to England.
Who fucking cares? It's not.
I'm saying it could. It's
Tell me
possible.
somewhere in America where they're working full time
They're
at 14.
proposing it now. They're saying that 14-year-olds
I
should be able
don't
to
believe
enter
you. I don't
full-time
believe you.
employment.
You're
Well,
lying
I've been
again,
doing my
Carl.
research. I've been doing my research.
Yeah, but it says that who's proposing it or who and where?
Well, the government, Trump and them, they're saying that 14-year-olds might be able to start working full-time because they don't want immigrants, they don't want foreigners coming in. So they're saying that to
I'm
fulfill
sorry,
the
there's no way
jobs,
Trump's going to get rid of
they
education.
want their own
Remember,
children to be
Americans
the
are in
workforce.
education longer than what we are. What are you talking about?
I'm-
Now you're saying
I'm-
he's going to
I'm checking
pull them
now.
out and make them work.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
I don't believe you.
Not make them work, but he's saying they should be able to work
There's
like
nothing.
full-time jobs at
Well,
14.
what was it going to be like part-time work or something?
No, like proper jobs, like full-time
But
work.
could you hear it? Yeah, a little kid, yeah, of course.
Well, they're saying that like because I think in Florida they're really reliant on
No,
like
so what-
fruit
right, no,
picking,
Carl,
and
what
they're
I'm
saying
reading
that
here-
14-year-olds can do these jobs.
Yeah, no, Carl, what I'm reading here. So 14-year-olds are already allowed to work. It's not full-time. They're already allowed to work, 14-plus-year-olds. They're saying that they're going to look at the laws of relax those laws, which means that like, they might be able to work past a certain time. They might be able to do certain things, blah, blah. But they're not looking to allow them to work. I
So
can't see
it's like after school kind of
Yeah,
work.
they're allowed to work certain hours.
It's a slippery slope, isn't it? They're going to legalize it.
No, it's already legal. It's already legal.
Well,
it's already legal over
there you
here.
go.
For 14.
Yes, I was about to say it's already
Usually
legal
13
over here,
hours.
but you can't give up your education. They wouldn't make you give up your education.
Like family businesses, I think you can work up like to a certain age and do certain hours.
We'd have a country full of
You have
fucking
child labour
people.
laws.
Do you know like people a lot of times enlist in the military in order to have their the higher education paid for, you know? So,
Yeah,
like,
it's true.
Yes.
yeah. You know.
How we doing?
Big
All
old
right,
Bob's
Bob.
there.
How we doing? I've only just joined. I've just gone on YouTube and I see people denying that there's a two-tier justice system.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
yeah,
Two-tier
People
what?
are denying it. Two-tier
Yeah.
justice.
yeah.
How can you deny it though when the sentencing guidelines were about to change to discriminate against white people, white men?
Well,
Oh,
this is what Jupiter was discussing with Khan, and Khan had a lot to say because he said Jupiter was a racist.
Over to you, Con.
I never once said Jupiter was a racist today.
Right, Con, stick to the subject. Go on.
Yeah,
Oh,
go on.
go
So
through it
Khan,
all again from the top.
no, wait. Just for my. So they was about to change the sentencing guidelines the other week, and they got there was enough pressure put on them to stop it. But the fact that they even thought that it was a good idea to change them guidelines, that is evidence enough that there is two-tier justice going on.
Fair point. Con.
All right. As far as I know, the suggestion was to basically force judges to look at the pre-sentencing guidelines before they convicted people.
Bob still know this. But doesn't everyone get a pre-sentence?
Why does she do that?
A pre-sentence report. That was the thing. Like, Carl, just to correct you, because I'm only on here for a minute. Just to correct you, as far as I'm aware, it was to not bother doing the pre-sentence reports for people like if they're of an ethnic minority, and it said all of the groups, and it left out white people.
Danny, it's the other way around. They're
Danny.
saying that.
I'm not
what was
Danny.
your name again? What was your name?
Box.
Sorry, it's been a long time. Yeah, it's the opposite. They're saying that when it comes to non-white people, it's compulsory that they look at their pre-sentencing guidelines, because what the judges have been doing is not bothering, even though the pre-sentencing guidelines are there, they've just not been bothering to look at them, skipping over it, and just basically giving people.
It's not to do with sentencing guidelines. It's to do with pre-sentence reports.
Yeah, the reports are there, but they just don't bother looking at them. But now they're saying that for certain people, it's going to become compulsory that they have to look at them.
Yeah, white people, and they were saying don't look at them if they're from an ethnic minority.
No,
yes, it was.
It's the other
No,
way
it
around.
wasn't. So what you're saying that all of the news and the media was lying when they were saying, and all
you've understood it wrong.
I haven't. I was looking. I was really looking into it. I understand it very well.
We went through it with Jupiter today. So basically, they're saying
Oh,
that.
fucking hell, what? She's an authority now. She's a legal authority, is she?
Well, everyone else was there as well. Like, we went through it all together, and basically, they're saying that the judges have been giving harsh sentences to non-white people. To stop that from happening, they're forcing the judges to look at their pre-sentencing guidelines. But when it comes to the majority of criminals, obviously, which are white, because we live in England, they're not forcing them to, because obviously that would be unfair to give them an overloaded workload, because the majority of their jobs would be looking at white people's crimes.
Overloading.
You've
giving too much
been
work.
following it.
They can't
You've
make
been
it
following it
compulsory
completely wrong.
across the
He
board.
always makes up his own narrative, Bobs.
Yeah, like this is brand new information to me, and I've been following it for the past month or so now.
He'll make up stuff.
No, but what they're saying, bro, is that it's compulsory, it's necessary even to look at the guidelines when it comes to non-white people. And Jupiter's saying, oh, well, does that mean that when white people...
You're not even making sense. You're not even making sense in your sentences. You're not, though, because you're saying things like pre-sentencing guidelines, which don't exist. There's no such thing as pre-sentencing guidelines. There's pre-sentence reports and sentencing guidelines.
See, look, I'm not a criminal. I've never been in prison. I've only been to court for motoring offences. I don't know none about this. What I know is that when you go to court, you've obviously got a file that writes your track record in there, your prehistory, your
probation would do. The probation officer will do a pre-sentence report.
Whatever you want to call it, right? So everyone's got one already.
That's what it's called.
Everyone's already got one, right? So when you go up in front of the judge, if he wants to, he could look at your file, innit? But the judges ain't been doing that.
Well, they are. They're obligated to.
No, I was going to say
they
haven't been. They're obligated to, but they haven't been. So then all of them defendants have got to pay for a mistrial. You know what I mean? Or right to appeal.
They've given them all
where have you got that they haven't been doing that and haven't been reading those
because now they haven't been doing it because now they're going to make
How do you know that? You're just saying that. How do you know it?
No, I'm saying we've looked at it today, bro. We spent all day talking about this.
So
basically now
that judges haven't been
forced. I'm not repeating myself for your benefit when the geezer I'm talking to on the panel, and you can hear what I'm saying to him anyway.
I'm calling bullshit on it.
I'm saying you've got it the wrong way around. It's not going to affect white people at all, one way or another.
Well, it's not now because they've had enough pressure put on them to change their mind. Exactly. Because I tell you what it is. It's completely contrary to the rule of law. It's contrary. The rule of law is the law is supposed to apply to everyone, regardless of anything, colour, faith, creed, whatever your position of power. It's supposed to apply to you.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean.
So that's why statistically they're saying that.
Well, no, of course it hasn't been. Of course it hasn't been. Like that famous case of the Muslim boy who raped a 13-year-old girl, the 18-year-old Muslim man who raped a 13-year-old girl. And his defence was that he'd been brought up differently. He was claiming ignorance of the law, even though it's very well established in law that ignorance of the law is no excuse. Yeah. But the judge gave him a suspended sentences because of his ignorance of the law.
Yeah, yeah.
So I agree with you. I agree with you. It hasn't been happening. But if it was a white bloke who raped someone, he'd be sent to jail, and rightly so.
Checkmate.
So you're saying that this Muslim geezer getting away with a crime is to do with this sentencing guidelines fiasco?
No, I'm not saying that. It's to do with the liberalism of the judges.
Basically, nothing to do with it.
No, but you just said that it hasn't been happening, but it has been happening. Look at the Manchester airport thing. Look at that.
Yeah.
What do you mean that the Manchester airport people have been charged? What are you talking about?
Yeah, but
the Manchester airport people have been charged.
How long did it take? How long did it take?
People have been charged but they had to investigate. But let me read this out.
No,
because there's a lot of
they did investigate it. They did investigate it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's when they got charged after they investigated. After they investigated,
would have been charged on the spot, wouldn't they?
But listen, wait, hold on. Let me read this out though. The sentencing guidelines pre-sentencing report bill aims to ensure that the guidelines regarding pre-sentencing reports PRS do not discriminate based on race, ethnicity, or other personal characteristics. This will help prevent potential differential treatment and unusual equal access to PSRs, ultimately supporting consistencies in their application across all groups the goal to avoid unintended discrimination and ensures fairness in the justice system. So nothing in
Yeah,
there
but
says anything about two-tier policing.
yeah, they don't. Yeah, yeah. All right, you're correct. They don't use the phrase two-tier. They don't use that phrase. I'll make you right. But what it is in practice is two-tier.
But how is it two-tier if they're saying that they want to make it so that
Because they're
justice
saying
is met equally?
they're saying
Because
that the
right now,
pre-sentence.
listen, right now, yeah, they've got various reports, multiple reports that are showing that people of ethnic minority backgrounds are sentenced to much more longer sentences and more like custodial sentences than other people, innit? So that's why they're saying bring in the pre-sentencing reports to make sure that it's not this unequal thing that people would sentence correctly for their crimes and all that sort of stuff there.
So give me an example of somebody. Give me an example. Give me an example of somebody who's been sentenced more. So you basically what you're saying is there's different sentencing guidelines for all different colours already. It's bullshit.
No,
It's absolute bullshit.
I'm saying that people have their own inherent bias. Yeah, so again, like they're saying that obviously to make it fair, read through the pre-sentencing report, then decide whether people should be going jail.
When it comes to sentencing, the judge can't just say, "Oh right, I'm going to give you this sentence because that's what I think you get." The judges are banned by the sentencing council. The actions of the defendant,
and that's the people that brought it in.
Yeah, the sentencing council.
Yeah, they're the people that brought in the pre-sentencing report bill that said that they want to change the sentencing, the pre-sentencing report.
What have the judges said about it? But what did all the judges say about it? The judges threw their fucking wigs off and said, "No, this ain't right." You know what I mean? Because the judges are all doing it. What I'm saying is there's a system there, and it doesn't go by your skin colour. It doesn't. It's the actions of the defendant. It's the actions.
So you'll be, but that's not how it always is, though.
But give me an example of when it ain't then.
Well, in various reports from the Casey report backwards states that there's institutional racism within the police, within the jail system, within education, within the NHS and others.
That's absolutely but in practice that's a load of bollocks. When you can see with your own eyes that's a load of bollocks.
Practice that's a load of bollocks, but the evidence states that there's institutional racism in all three of those institutions via the government's own reports, not via Veli's feelings.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is the government is fucking very liberal now, isn't it? And it's been liberal for a number of years. Like it's just the criminal justice system is more appeasing to the defendant than it is to the victim. You know what I mean? They take it's like as if they're taking the victim, the defendant's emotional well-being into more account than what they are the victim.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
How's that by having a pre-sentencing report? You get a pre-sentencing report after you've been found guilty.
Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is, in general, the whole government is a lot more liberal now, isn't it? It's a lot more liberal, and it doesn't really care about British people. Like whatever your colour is, if you're from outside, you know what I mean. They're more easier on you, aren't they? Like the example I gave with the 18-year-old Muslim boy who raped the 13-year-old.
There's different, but obviously, what about that TV news presenter who's got bare nonsense business and so and so? He got suspended sentence and all that sort of stuff. They like,
I know.
Depending on the protection, yeah, but wait,
well, yeah.
Depending on the protection you can pay, depending on the judge
the firm you're involved with.
It depends.
I agree with you. I completely agree.
And that's the reason why they were saying, like, another reason there that we should be agreeing on right now. Then another reason why they were saying they should bring in the pre-sentencing reports for people that they're sending to jail at a higher rates or whatever, because to find out what is it that's happening. Is there any sort of correlation with any of the backgrounds of these people that we're sending to jail? Is there any things that can happen before these sort of things take place, before, so we can prevention's better than cure, right? But if you don't ever do no investigation into what is the reasons for these things keep reoccurring on repeating or whatever, then how are you going to be able to bring any solution to it?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, things need to be constantly looked at. But like you say, you're gone. What was you going to say about the jails?
Jails need like a proper reform in it, because
badly.
The prisoners are not the majority of prisoners that come out of jail are ending up reoffending it. So
Shall I tell you? Veli, let me ask you this. I've got to go in a minute, but let me ask you this. And I've got my answer, but have you got a way in your head how to end knife crime drastically?
To end knife crime?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Let me quickly tell you before I go. This is how I'd end knife crime, yeah, and it would drastically drop overnight. People would think, "Fuck that," yeah. If you got caught with a bladed article with no reasonable excuse, no ifs or buts, you're going to do 4 years in the army. If you injured someone with your bladed article, you go to prison for the offensive cause injuring them. Then upon release, you do 4 years in the army.
Do we want these people in army or in barracks?
Well, if they're displaying violent tendencies or they've got violent traits in them, then that can be utilised.
You can go a bit harsh if you want. We can build like a specific.
The army really have an issue with people that are psychopaths signing up because of the power that they sort of would be able to wield in it. So, like, I hear what you're saying. It sounds like a deterrent or whatever, but it could work.
Internment camps. Send them there.
What's that? What's it in terms? They didn't have them in Ireland before.
Hey, Box and Luke, yeah? In Glasgow, they had the highest knife crime in Europe. The government brought something in, and now it's not the highest knife crime in Europe. I don't know why they can't do the same thing in the UK. Why can't they do the same thing in England?
What was it they brought in?
I don't know. They brought in some initiatives to help people steer their lives in different directions and realize all the different options they have, rather than just carrying a knife and getting into crime and all that. And now it's not the highest knife crime in Europe.
You know what else they've just recently done in Glasgow? They've brought in the consumption rooms. They're the rooms where hard drug addicts can go. They get clean needles. They get their heroin tested and cleaned, and then they consume it in the things. And listen, let me tell you a fact. This ain't the first place in the world that's done it. These consumption rooms have been going on for years around the world. You can look them up. Last time I looked it up, I don't know, it might have changed that, but last time I was looking into it all, there had never been an overdose in anywhere in the world in them consumption rooms. You know what I mean? But over here,
there is, but they have the what's it called? That spray or something?
No, yeah, they overdosed. Sorry, there were no fatalities. There was overdoses, but there were no fatalities because they've got that drug, haven't they? When they bang into them and it fucking. Yeah, but anyway,
it's called something anyway, and it wakes them up.
Yeah, it is. It begins with an N. Yeah, I know. It's not. Yeah, I know it is. But listen, when that news was happening, it was happening a couple of months ago. You can look it up. Yeah, everywhere on the news over here, on the BBC, on fucking Sky News, on GB News, on Talk Radio, LBC, they was all saying how disgusting it is that they're basically legalizing drugs and like regulating drugs and making it normal for people to take drugs. And I was fucking listening to it, thinking, what the fuck is this? Like, surely you know, like what the stuff I know about, the basic shit I know about. That's why Glasgow's done it. They've got such a high fatality rate from people overdosing on it. It's going to save people's lives. Like, what the fuck is?
It's called Narcan. But yeah,
Narcan.
They're not. It's not. You don't look at the places and think, "Oh yeah, I'm going to get into it. I'm going to start doing all that." It's there specifically so people can do it. These people are going to do it anyway. They'd get the in order to inject it, and then they'd be on the streets. They'd overdose, and then there'd be nobody around to do that Narcan or whatever it is, and then they'll fucking die of an overdose. Where if they're doing it, yes, they might have an overdose, but there's people with medical experience who can ensure that they live another day. It's not fixing the issue, but it's certainly it's
preventing the worst. Yeah, it's alleviating the worst result from that problem, isn't it? Like
there's people who drive around like Las Vegas and that, or Skid Row in California, and they just
I don't want to give like a premature announcement or anything like that, but I think the rainbow's been cancelled for the leprechaun.
Shut up.
Not sure though.
Let me check the channel.
Well, I've got to go anyway. Nice talking to you again. Yeah, see you soon. Be lucky.
Yeah, keep safe, Pops.
Take care.
Let me check my channel. I lost my channel today. That got sunken.
Oh no.
Sacrificed at gods. Again.
Sacrificed to the YouTube bag.
You will be remembered.
Loose, is it loose lips?
Sacrifice the channel to Odin.
So, well, look for this, Mr. Eugenics. Say if I'm a wayfaring stranger just looking to get accepted into a group, but I'm quite picky. Sell me your idea of eugenics and whether I should follow you or not.
All right, then. We have a crisis. We're not having enough children to replace ourselves. We're certainly not breeding the best of us. So, how do we incentivize high IQ people to have big families, and, how to make it most convenient for, both the mother and the father? So I think that there should be like a split with women who will be the breeders and women who will be the mothers, if that makes sense. All right.
Yeah.
The mothers, obviously the high IQ with the males, and but the mother's egg will be inserted in the other woman's wombs. So they'll basically be.
So the woman's egg. So you're gonna have you mean surrogate mothers?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Where are these gonna be based? Like in a warehouse, or something?
Yeah. It'd be like equal out responsibilities. The mothers are taking a big gamble and responsibility of being mothers. So the woman.
I've never done anything to anybody.
To breed the best, And
I was going to accept
we have the technology to do that, and And
so you're basically, in layman's terms, I've got Gandhi's flip-flop lips are sticking together. You propose it. Baby farms.
I mean, I think we're inevitably heading to something like that, but one more saying.
But then, what do you think the consequences? So you're doing that with the intent of growing and developing high IQ people. What do you think the process of not being with the maternal mother and all that kind of shit? What do you think that's going to do to him and their IQ?
Sorry,
it's going to fuck them up, isn't it? They're going to. You think we're going to grow a new generation of high IQ?
You said that there's going to be the breeders, and then the other surrogate mothers. Who the fuck is giving birth to a baby and just handing it over to these? You think this is like some conveyor belt roles he's got? He's going mad, isn't it?
He's going mad.
It's a big thing in Armenia, for example. Like Armenia is like the center of surrogacy for.
Let's look up to Armenia.
Yeah, and I understand.
So Armenians have baby farms.
It's not so much baby farms. It's just that so many women are on this kind of like system where they are surrogate for some Chinese couple, and then that's the point where they give birth.
But then they have their Chinese baby, not blonde or blue eyes.
Sorry?
If she's just a surrogate for a Chinese couple, then she's having a Chinese baby.
Yeah, I know. And it could be the same with a white couple or a African couple, whoever can afford it, I don't think they really care,
So they're not necessarily doing, because you try making it as if like Armenia doing it. Maybe Armenia just encourage.
It's the laws there make it easier. Yeah, no, it's the laws that make it easier there. There's less paperwork and all these.
Yeah, but they don't differentiate between skin color, do they? Do they offer like a better benefit for having white children?
Yeah, I don't really care as long as you.
But you want that. You want more benefits for white children, don't you?
No, I'm just saying, like, there is potentially a new kind of like form of work that women could do from their own volition by just renting out their womb.
They do anyway.
I know, but not in a very ideal way.
Think it should be government funded.
Sorry?
You think it should be government funded? It costs a fucking bomb.
No, but I think
minimum, I'd say.
Well, I think the free market can do it itself. You know,
Should be government funded. I missed that.
No, the free market can. The free market can solve these things. You know.
No, I don't think you can. Not surrogate mothers.
Dude, there'll be
It's
like
not gonna,
there'll be a competition.
So yeah, the
There'll be
free
a
market. If it
competition
was a
of
massive
women.
market, but it's not. It's going to be so niche that nobody's going to touch it with a fucking shitty stick.
Dude, come on. What's more
What
ideal?
breeding farms? Yeah, I don't know.
What's more
you
ideal?
As a free market, expecting some form of profit? Would you fuck?
Gonna invest into breeding farms? Like, what are you doing, bro? You're going mad.
Imagine like you can go on Instagram and saying like, yeah, I want this chick to have my child. You know.
No, you're not making sense.
Flipping bunch of RoboCops and high IQ RoboCops running about.
Right,
Jamie, are you my daddy?
What's that about? And why have you got a Canadian?
So breeding farms to Luke and that, you know. This is nice. All right, let me mute up.
I'll be doing style break-ins.
Just saying, like, so you know, there's like, you know, if you could solve ahead of time every conceivable complication that could happen, you know, then I think you're doing the right thing.
I mean, I'd expected you to be like, no, get rid of every other person other than a white person, and then the white people have no other choice than to breed with white people. But you're going down full on like, no, fuck this, we'll just open up breeding farms. That's like a step further, that.
Oh yeah, like I don't know, like how the luxury of the technology and the standard of livings that we're, you know, taking for granted, you know.
But we can't do again, like blonde or blue eyes, from my understanding. And again, I'm only an amateur.
No, this isn't. No, I don't really care.
Blonde or blue eyes, it's not guaranteed. If I was to mate with somebody who's also blonde or blue eyes, it's not a guarantee that my child's going to be blonde or blue eyes. It could be ginger.
No, that I don't really care. I'm just saying, like,
imagine paying all that money as well, investing in this fucking breeding farm, thinking, right, yeah, I've got everything going, sprinklers and all that jazz. And the next thing you know, 9 months later, all mothers are giving birth, they're all ginger.
I don't know if this is true, but is it right that people are now paying for like designer babies?
Well, they said I don't think you can. So, from my understanding, like IVF is that they put multiple eggs in, or they put multiple sperm, and I think it is eggs as well. So then, with a high probability, that's why you tend to get a lot of like twins with IVF, and that is because they put multiple eggs in there. But there's no actually, you know what? I think they can, male and female. I think they can differentiate between male and female, but certainly not fucking hair color and that. Certainly, how can you break a fucking sperm down to see what genetics it has? Fuck off! I don't believe it.
Yeah, but there's this process with photos with multiple focal length that can like analyze the embryo in its stages of development, and
and then if it ends up being a brunette, you're gonna kill it. You're a fucking monster. Honestly, can you imagine if it's ginger? Fuck that, get rid.
No, you're just putting words in my mouth, but okay, I'll play the villain.
You know that gingers are becoming extinct themselves. You don't need eugenics to fucking fast forward that.
Oh, I love gingers.
Well, unfortunately, the world
funny little rascals they
for them anymore. They're losing the need to have ginger hair is becoming defunct.
Well, you know, like the ginger squirrel's making a comeback.
Ginger what?
The ginger squirrel, or the red squirrel. I mean,
why is it so why would you call a squirrel ginger?
I don't know, just like ginger red. You know, it's kind of synonymous.
Yeah, I know about that. Red squirrel's coming back. I don't really care about squirrels though. You don't care about squirrels. You don't care about brunettes.
No, I'm just saying, like, in Jurassic, you know, that line in Jurassic Park is like nature.
People don't like ginger people, but all the other races like ginger people, man. You got the ginger gang. You know what I'm saying?
That's ginger. I'm half ginger, but that's side.
That's ginger. I thought you was as well, innit? Like, you went mad though.
Yeah, the beard ginger. Yeah. I've actually got a very rare genetic condition or abnormality. I've got heterochromia of the hair. Heterochromia usually affects the eyes. My mate's got it where he's got a green eye and a blue eye. But I've got the hair, so right at the back of my head, I've got like a black patch.
One of my school teachers used to have that.
Oh, yeah, it's heterochromia, that.
I think he had a brown eye and a green eye.
Yeah, so as the hair grows like a different colour, they can so mine blends in now, but you can see it if I stand away, then it's like just a darker patch right at the very back of my head, right in the middle. Heterochromia.
Two different colour eyes.
Would you kill people with heterochromia, Jay? Yeah, it affects people's eyes. I've got a mate who's got one of my mate's son has one blue eye, one green eye, and they're fucking proper bright. Is that Cam?
It is.
Top of the morning. Cam, how are you?
We don't say top of the morning. We don't say top that. This is stereotypical bullshit.
How are you?
How are you?
How are you?
How are you? How are you? Grand.
Good.
Oh yeah.
You're up late, aren't you?
Huh? I am
You're
actually.
Oh, he's mum, isn't he?
You might, but don't celebrate too soon, man. You know, you never know.
I go to bed when I like. Just letting you know. Where did he go? Where did what's his name go?
Oh, Eugenics is ran.
Yeah, where did you go?
Eugenics lab. He's going to the Eugenics lab to see if he can fix the conveyor belt, man. You know, the conveyor belt broke.
I'll give you a few minutes to jump back on, but just to let you know, Luke, yes, you can. In America, you can pick now from even before the time of inception that you can pick the baby's eye color, the baby's hair color. Because they've found a way to do it, that they break it down.
But then is it yours? Is it still yours? So say if me and you want to do that, it's still completely your DNA.
Yeah, so what they're doing is basically it's kind of like, as I said to you about the blonde hair and the blue eyes, right?
Yeah.
Like, so they'll mutate the gene to get the color. So and if it's not in the gene altogether, then they'll put it into your DNA.
But how could it?
So it's artificial, but it's like, it's kind of like myself. I'm 84% Irish, and then I'm a bit Norwegian, and then I'm a bit Icelandic, but I'm still Irish. You know, just a little bit of that mixed in.
You're literally 100% Irish there. That's what makes up Ireland. Like people,
I know, but
these
that's what I'm saying.
These Icelandic people have come into your country, invaded and left the DNA, and that's part of you.
Exactly, right? So Norway, but like, yeah, Iceland too. But again, it's like that, right? Like, so the baby will still be your baby and say Veli's baby. I'm not sorry, I don't mean to do that. But, yeah, but you know what I mean, right? Like, so it's still all right. Say it'd be still air baby. I'd still give birth to air baby. It would still have 50% your DNA, 50% my DNA. But
so if I wanted my child not to have my nose, I could achieve that.
You could. Now they have the eye color, the hair color.
Yeah, eye color, hair color, keep. Skin tone, keep.
I don't know about the skin tone. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got a good like olive skin tone, especially in tan. I have a lovely tan.
Well, for an Irish person, I go quite brown very quickly. But the point is that like I'm Snow White too. You can't change that shit. You could change the color of your eyes and your hair.
Snow White. I'm not. I'm a bit more, slightly bit more olive. I'm not olive dog.
You got the Italian gene a little bit more than your sister did.
No, my sister's more like you.
In the tint of the skin.
My sister's definitely like my dad's, like the Irish side. I'm like more my mum's side. Apart from actually no, because the Italians in my family, a lot of them were blonde.
Yeah, but the Italians, like, it's a bit of a backhanded compliment to them, like that they're just called second generation Irish. Not me saying that. I'm just telling you, like, what, like, I get told, and I have an Italian family, so I'm just telling you, like, what it said, you know, that they're second generation Irish. So don't ask me, but anyway, but yeah, Kingston, where you going, love?
He's ran. He knew you were going to smash him all over at panel.
We don't come on panels very often.
So, like,
but I did like, you know, the Viking Nigerian against the hashtag /
what was all that about? She's fucking lunatic.
Like, what the fuck?
Fuck, out of nowhere. I knew that. I could sense it though from the beginning. Like, she's got like weird energy with me today. Yeah. And then like she's just like picking arguments out of nowhere. I'm like, what the fuck? What, you saying I'm not a Viking because I'm black? No, like I said you was a Viking. It's just that I wouldn't call you Viking because you're 2% Viking.
You're not a Viking though.
Like,
But you're not
because got
Viking
Viking
though.
in you doesn't like me. So because I've got Italian in me, it doesn't make. I'm not Italian. I'm fucking English. I'm British. Furthest
You're
that you can
British.
spread to me is British. If anything, I'm
Yeah,
English.
you're
Like, I've got more
British.
fucking
You're
Irish in me than I
British.
have Italian. What the
That's
fuck?
what I mean. You're more connected to like whichever way, depending on which country you come from. The British and
I don't
Irish
like
Isles.
lasagna. But I love fucking potatoes.
Well, there you go.
I've just thought of the perfect tune to finish the show with still, so stay there, yeah. Let me just I ain't finishing it yet still, but
I know.
stay there. innit?
Don't start like with the fucking Irish, like the Irish songs now, right? Like because I'm sensing,
Yeah.
I'm
Listen,
sensing like a bit
listen.
of a fucking Irish backlash, and it's like, here, listen, right? Not all of us are like that fucking weird stalker gobshite. Not all of us.
Irish people in my family, man, so I know Irish people are lunatics. But I know that this one is, bro.
I've never done anything to anybody.
Oh, she's never done anything to anybody.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Absolute bollocks. And I've got the evidence to suggest otherwise. Lying little hippie.
Yeah, she's a HCP, whether she realizes that or not. But like, I did tell you that.
What? HCP? What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a high conflict person, but she's the victim version of it. Like, so there's 5 different types of them. So she's a high conflict like personality where she puts out shit that she really, really genuinely believes to be the truth, even though this bitch has started it. And then when people retaliate, she's the victim, but she genuinely believes she's the victim, that she done nothing fucking wrong. So there's a few HCPs on here. There's a few narcissist ones. She's the victim one. She's the fucking victim mentality one. Look that shit up. I'm not messing. She really is.
You think she genuinely believes that she hasn't done anything wrong, though?
Yeah, I'm telling you, she.
No, she can't be that fucking deluded.
No,
She can't be that
listen.
ignorant.
When you try to like have a conversation with this book, like even Esau, right now, and that little fucking Dinishy, little sugar puff doll, everybody knows how I feel about that. But you can talk to him more reasonably than this lunatic. This lunatic is wrapped up in her own bullshit lies and what she's done. She doesn't believe she's done anything wrong at all.
I mean,
So, no, she's a bit lacking in the head.
She said, I don't see nothing wrong. Nah, listen to this one, though.
No, I'm not going like.
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking. She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person.
Oh God! Does she think we believe her fake outrage? Disgusting.
Who's she talking about? Who's she talking about? Like, seriously.
Moon put a comment or something about. I don't know. I can't remember.
But there you go. Do you not hear the delusions in her fucking
said on the
actual
screen,
voice?
yeah?
She really believes that. She really
What
believes
it said
that.
is that she was rubbing her minge for Mr. Unknown.
Hey, like leave her out, Velly. Like, no need for that now. Like,
That's what Moon said. That's what Moon said about her. That's why she was upset. That's not what I said.
Velly, do you
I'd
know
never
what?
speak
I
such a
think
way.
after all this time, Velly, I've been on your channel. I think I now can recognise white privilege because YouTube just allow me to post a link in your chat, and that doesn't happen.
I don't know how YouTube allowed you to post a link. That's crazy, isn't it?
It's allowed me to post a link.
That's
Yeah, that's
still-
white privilege. Fucking
Mad. You know what it is? It's because you've been doing the Zionist running about, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
man.
people's like,
Yes, I've got
let
Zion
them through,
I was
innit?
just
Let
about to say
them
that,
through.
Luke, like, because
Zion
like,
privilege.
fuck me, like, because I doesn't get any white privilege. So
You've
all
got
right.
you've got a bit to work. You've got a bit more
That's
work.
a good point, Vicky. She said, "Piss says never remember how horrid they are."
Yeah, that's true.
Well, of course, Victoria, of course, you know, like as Betty was saying, like you get like alcohol, like fetal syndrome. Well, just to let you know, like in case you're listening, crazy cat piss lady, you will give yourself dementia induced by alcohol. Just letting you know. Just
Would you
letting
say,
know.
Cam, that consumption of alcohol has increased ever since? I personally, I'm taking some form of responsibility for it, regardless of whether you piss all over my chips or not. Ever since like
smashed up the Christmas, yeah. Luke's like the ghost of Christmas past.
She's not lived it down. She's not lived. I didn't hear about her drinking before then. I'm not lying. Before then, she was some fucking half angel.
Do I think what Luke, that drinkers like gone up or down?
Her consumption has gone up. She's pissed more frequently.
Oh, for a crazy cat piss bag, yeah, defo.
Yeah, it's like
defo.
She's gone from having a glass of wine to having the full box of Country Manor.
Having a box.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be a bottle. It'd be probably like even the fucking wine in a box would be too expensive.
Never even heard of a box of wine.
No, that
So
cheap Country Manor one, Country Manor. It's like £8
I don't
or
know.
something. You get it in silver foil bag.
Mrs. told me what a box
I
of wine
don't
is.
know. I don't drink wine. I don't like wine, so I couldn't fucking tell you about wine.
Out of a box. Council setting that.
Well, I do know that because I remember that trying to drink that shit.
I
when
seen
I
it on
was
Chappelle show.
16.
That's where I first heard
I think
it.
you can get. No, I think you can actually get.
I was
very
laughing
decent in boxes as well.
at a box of wine, and my missus was like, "Yeah, you can get a box of wine, you know."
Yeah,
yeah, you can get a box of wine. You can make it yourself at home.
You use it to like decant, don't you?
It's fucking weird. I just don't like wine. I just don't like wine
Oh,
at
well.
all. No,
ever since like I went up to get it in
tap on it.
church, like I thought, oh, what is
Here you
this?
go, Velly. The little fucking tap that you fucking, it's like the fucking old milk cartons. You screw a little piece of shit plastic into it. I ended up spilling more shit all over the place trying to get that fucking in. I was like, fucking hassle that shit is. No, I don't like wine. Spirits is my thing.
Do you still consume wine in church? Cam, do you still consume wine if you go to church? I mean, if I was going to church and that time was upon me where people started queuing up for the bread and wine, I would.
No, you never get wine. Only the priest drinks wine. You never get wine.
Oh, yeah, I do.
No, not.
Yeah, I do.
Well, I don't know what church you're going to. Love
church, bread and wine. You go up. If you're not fully christened or confirmed, then you cross your arms over your shoulders, and then they give you the sign of the cross, a bless you. If you have been fully confirmed, you put your arms out like a little beggar, and they put the bread in your hands. You say amen, eat the bread, and then they give you the blood of wine. This is the blood of wine. They say some little thing, you say amen. I say amen. I sip the wine, and they put it back, and they wipe it with a little cloth, and you have to go and sit back down.
Yeah, no, you only get to drink because the wine is like body of Christ, so it's not like for.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's like the only time like I would now consume wine, or I think the only time like I ever have consumed wine.
No, well,
Body of
church
Christ.
wine is not really like wine. Wine, I have drank that shit, and it's not
It's just
really
grape
like,
juice, isn't it?
you know.
Really potent grape juice.
Yeah, you can get drunk off it. Bleeding's lovely. It's the rest of you that's the problem, said no one. Exactly, wee man, said nobody. Only that deluded.
I haven't done anything. I can't do an Irish accent for fucking shit, me.
Yeah, no, because her accent, because if you listen to it,
It's a mix of like Canadian, Scottish, Irish.
it is, but like it's a kind of an upper posher Dublin accent, like, and then she waves in and out.
That's just pace.
Yeah,
Yeah,
who you fucking talking to?
Cunt.
Yeah, but that's what she's trying to do.
Yeah, she's
right?
acting hard.
Like, if you're saying like, listen, you fucking cunt, shut your fucking mouth, cunt.
Ah,
she tries to say it that way.
1 minute, breaking news. Debla, who is Protestant, went and got bread and wine in church.
McGee.
Like they
McGee,
are.
now I did tell you that though, McGee. Right? Like, and I won't say like your other fucking
come back.
shenanigans that you done in the church. But anyway, you were only a kid, but yeah, you fucking wrong one for you, love. But like, anyway.
Well, I expect that scientific method. He fucking robbed charity pot, didn't he?
Yeah. Do you want to hear the accent?
I've never done anything to anybody.
We've never done anything. No,
Never done anything to anybody. Yeah, you see, again, you can
I'm
hear
innocent.
that.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
She tries.
I'm an innocent leprechaun.
No,
I
she
hate
tries.
the Irish accent. Why? Can I do like every accent possible in there?
Hey,
You know,
hey,
I can
leave
do
it fucking
any
out.
different accent, no problem.
Hey,
And when
leave
it
it
comes to
fucking
fucking
out.
Ireland, which I've got my ancestors, and my surname is Irish, I can fucking not do one.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
because
Northern
it's
Irish.
because where
No.
you're fucking from with that accent, love.
What about Northern Irish? I don't.
You can't. You can
Sometimes I
do a
do it.
fucking Nordy accent because it's quite slower. But you can't do a Dublin accent. You can't do a fucking bogger accent.
I don't think it. I
Can't
don't
do
think
an Irish
it's funny.
accent.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Yeah, because you're
It was at that
talking.
time when I was trying to roll my R's. Remember that really pissed me off. That.
Ah, that was funny as fuck. Like, so
Not even an
you wouldn't be able
attempt.
to do a machine gun, you see, and I'd probably be
No,
one of the
no,
only women that
I
can.
won't.
You can't roll your R's at all,
No,
and you're fucking
no, I can't.
Italian.
Can't do it. I wonder if it's because I've got something to do with my septum. I can't breathe. No, I can't do it.
No, it's you're not.
Oh,
like
don't. I get
me,
really
you know.
fucking jealous when I hear it.
You know, like it's
I
not
can
like
do Scouse. I can. It does. It depends. Sometimes I do like bit Southporty, but I can definitely do a Scouse accent. I don't know if it's like deep Scouse, but it's definitely not fucking Manchester, is he? Silly cunt. So yeah, I can, Baz.
no, you're flicking in and out
I'm
of
not.
and then into Liverpool Dilly one. Like, you know, even though like Baz's accent is quite
I
hard
can.
to do.
Yeah, calm down, calm down. I can fucking do the accent like fucking spit and shit. I just don't. No, I don't want to do that.
No, but you did there. You did there for
Scouse
like a couple of
accent,
seconds. You did
can't
there for a
stand
couple
the
of
Scouse accent. I don't mind like Skirk. Bit Birkenhead, yeah, bit Birkenhead. I don't mind Birkenhead.
Hey, Cam, read the private chat quickly. Before anyone jumps on.
Say again.
I was saying to Cam, read the private chat quickly, innit?
Don't read it out loud, Cam.
Yeah, don't read it out loud, innit?
Nosy bastard in chat. Everyone's dying to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, piss myself laughing at that, but anyway.
I'll go and do your Wigan accent.
Oh, look. Oh, Jays, no, that's one accent I can't do. I can't do that. Fuck off, Mickey. Fuck off. Leave me alone.
Hey,
I won't even say that. No, I'm sorry, Mickey.
Nah,
you
not
know I love
gonna.
you in the no homo way, but I'm sorry. Your accent
It
is
is a
so
fucking.
slow.
I tell you now, out of all the accents
fucking
up
slow.
and down the country, I'd say it's just I don't know how to explain a Wigan. It's like they just make their own fucking shit up and said, right, yeah, it's an accent, but it's not an accent. Don't make stuff up and say it's an accent. Nay, what? Nay for no. You're not a fucking horse.
Yeah, you lot just all sound like you're from Manchester to me still, but
Manchester, mate, no. I'd say more Manchester than like.
You know what it is, yeah. Dan and Betty's got a proper Manchester accent, mate.
Yeah, Betty, yeah.
That's when I could. That's when I'm like, okay, it's a little bit of a difference there, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I couldn't do a Birmingham accent. That's quite it's like McGee's. There are two accents that I couldn't, and I wouldn't even try. Yeah, no offense, McGee. You know, I think your accent is quite slow. Like it's way too slow for me to try imitate. I just can't. You know, just sounds weird even trying to say it.
What would you say the worst accent in the UK is? I know straight away. Straight away, number one.
How does it feel? How does it feel?
Oh, can't stand Birmingham. No matter
Yeah, no,
what.
Birmingham would be like in the top three.
Extremely excited or really fucking sad, and you don't know, you can't tell by the voice because it's just monotone.
Yeah, no, that would be in the top three. You know what I mean? And some Cockney accents, I'm not mad about. Right, like certain parts of London, it's like
Essex. I don't like the Essex one. That's a bit cheesy.
Yeah, it's close to Essex, right?
Essex
like because it's
Yeah,
not
like
like
you don't have an
like
Essex accent, do you?
No,
What?
Bops.
No, Bops doesn't. Bops more like
No, kind of
Yeah,
like
he's like
Bob's.
East London,
No,
Essex.
kind of
Yeah,
like
that's
Bob's.
he's
He
more like
sounds
the
like he's
the
from
people
Essex.
that used to live in East London and now live in Essex. They sound like Bops in it. That's what.
Yeah,
That's
no,
no, they do.
when I think of Essex, I think of like the fucking only ways Essex, like shut up, all that shit.
even
Yeah,
the Thames
Shut up,
estuary.
babe. You're
I get like
babe.
old
Oh,
fucking
fuck off,
Portobello Road,
babe.
like
That's all they
markets, sellers,
say. It's like they're
Mhm.
dimwit. No offense to anybody from Essex that's listening, but like, I'm sorry that like, you're right, babe. Yep, I'm not. Fuck off, babe. That's all. They do me head in. It's like I couldn't listen to you
Stratford
for
man, them that
quite
moved
a
out
long
of
time.
East Ham and them places there.
Everybody in London sounds like the same to me, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I know they
I could
don't.
not differentiate a southern accent anywhere past like Birmingham. No idea. I'm not lying.
Yeah, it's only to the Southerners that the Southerners sound different, innit? Like that's why I was like, bro, certain people ain't from London, innit? Because I can hear in the way you speak, innit? You sound like you're from a certain place, innit? That's what like I keep trying to say that some people are pretending to be anonymous, but they're not really still. But we'll leave that for another day, innit?
I think I'd be better like differentiating, or I'd be better identifying a Scottish accent more than I would a southern accent. Southern
Yeah, but how
England.
would you tell a Glaswegian one?
Oh, Glaswegian, easy.
The Aberdeen one.
Yeah, Aberdeen. So my nan was born in Inverness, but she was raised Aberdeen. So my nan's accent was Aberdeen, and my brother-in-law is Glaswegian. So I'll instantly I can recognise the two there. Aberdeen is more soft, like how you doing, Pete? A bit like Miss Doubtfire. Glaswegian, fucking, you're fuck get to fuck.
Yeah, no, I like the Glaswegian accent. I like the Glaswegian.
No, I prefer the Aberdeen, the Miss Doubtfire.
Now again, it's probably because I have
a bit
family
like Queen's English.
Anyway.
Yeah, Inverness. I think that's like the closest Elizabeth. Is it Elizabethan or something? Elizabethan. Yeah, I'm sure that's the language or the dialect. Elizabethan. It's like the language, the English that the Queen spoke, and that's what they speak in Inverness. He's gone. So, can you differentiate Irish accents? I know Dublin accent when I hear one, but other than that, obviously a northern, maybe like a Belfast, I might be able to point
Well,
out.
a Cork one, you can differentiate a Cork one, a Kerry one.
What County Mayo? What do we sound like?
County Mayo. County Mayo is a nice one, but it's a slow one. So it's not too thick. You'd fully understand them, obviously, but it's kind of like McGee, the little slow accent of Ireland.
Oh yeah.
No offense, McGee, and that's not this. Honestly, I swear that's not this, but it's just the slow of Ireland. Even though it's up the north, east, but anyway, yeah, they're very slow. You know what I mean? They pronounce all the words. Which is why I like it. I like Mayo.
I've heard there's a video on YouTube of this Irish guy.
Oh, Foggy, I'm delicious. Him?
No, I like that guy. Suppose he's been cancelled.
No, he's not cancelled. He came back.
Oh, has he? Good.
Yeah.
No, it was an Irish guy. It was an old guy, and he spoke like one of the most rarest or traditional Irish dialect. I couldn't understand that fucking word he was saying.
Yeah, no, you'll be talking about Wexford or Kilkenny. You'll be
Yeah,
because
that's literally what they sound like. I thought, what the fuck? Not even Irish people can understand them.
Well,
but they're not speaking Gaelic; they're speaking
he's
English.
Speaking slang, right? He's so abbreviated words, right? Like I do say to McGee in Dublin, we use a word in two ways, right? All right, bitch, what's the story? That's a good way. And then it's like, here, bitch, need a fucking word with you. That's a bad way. So again, in the country, they abbreviated words. Literally just abbreviated them into half of a word.
Yeah, that's what we do. Us Northerners, we cut out sentence. So I take a sentence like, I am going to the shop. We'll say, go shop. We're literally saying go shop.
Yeah, no, I
understand. Like if somebody's saying an entire paragraph and then shortening down, do you know what I mean? All these sentences, it can just sound like gobbledygook.
Yeah. No, well, that's what he was doing. That's what they do in Wexford, Kilkenny. Literally abbreviated words, half of a word. And because the way we're pronouncing it, people around us, obviously Irish, they will know. You know what I mean? Like, so, yeah.
You do have a question from the audience from Game. He's put, Cam, he has heard that McGregor is running for Irish president.
He
and he's
is.
wondering how popular McGregor is currently in Dublin.
He's quite popular, Games, but obviously, I mean, like what with that bullshit of the rape thing, which he wasn't actually found guilty, like in like a fucking criminal court. It was only a civil court. The bitch took 250 grand.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he might have been found not guilty in a criminal court.
Yeah, he wasn't found guilty in a criminal court. He was found guilty in a civil court.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't. Again, I could be wrong, but I think he actually got found not guilty in criminal court, and then she went.
That's what I'm saying.
Civil. Yeah.
That's what I said. He was found. He wasn't. He
Yes,
wasn't,
okay. There's going to be people who question it. I completely understand that.
No, he wasn't.
What
He
would you
wasn't
think?
prosecuted in the fucking criminal one, but in the civil bullshit one, yes, he was. Right. So that's having an effect to a degree, right? To a degree, but when he went over and met Trump and then like start talking about immigration and what's actually happening here, yeah, a lot of people were actually like, all right, you know what? He's not the best, like fucking well-spoken, well-versed. He's not really up to date on quite a lot of fucking shit. But at the same time, he's bringing attention to what nobody else is.
Yes, so that's. I said this to somebody the other day. I was speaking to him about him at work, and I said that I don't think McGregor's going to necessarily achieve anything himself personally. Like he's maybe not getting to a position of anything. I said, but what he will do is the same what he did with MMA and the UFC. Is he brought more in the UFC? He brought more fans.
He brought
undeniable. If you look at the time where McGregor was in, the amount of fans that joined, especially European fans, skyrocketed. He brought these fans with him to the UFC. And I think he could bring massive awareness and get people who maybe just were dossing around shop corners, Cam, not interested in politics in any way, shape or form. He might get them type of people interested in politics, which is a good thing.
Well, not only that, but he will be able to reach out to like, all right, like because the middle class is being eroded massively, right? So we're going to come to a point where there is no fucking middle class. There will be only fucking rich, and then you have poor and working class, like just lumped into the one as it is now. So with him, he came from working class. He came from fucking nothing. Although he has like quite a lot now, although he's a bit of a shitbag at times. But again, that's neither here nor there. We're not talking about that. We're talking about what he's actually saying and doing. So again, he's bringing eyes to that. He's bringing eyes and ears to that. Even if you don't like him, even if you don't like him, any attention is good attention. Whether it's good or bad, it's still attention.
He inspired people into MMA. He might inspire people into politics. People who might not have been interested in first place.
No, definitely. And he'll do that. He'll do that with politics too. He will do that because, I mean, there's 3 of his like ex-teammates that like have ran for Tallaght, ran for Lucan, ran for fucking over the north side, like around Swords and shit like that. So 3 of them already are in politics, right? So if McGregor got in, I'm not saying that, like, again, he doesn't know much about politics, right? He really doesn't. Do I think he, like, Jesus? I don't, again, I just think if he got in, I don't think he'd be able to do much. But once he's in there, attention will be on him and he will be used by handlers that do know fucking Irish politics inside out. And yeah, they will kind of push him, guide him in the direction to say the shit. But and here's the fucking but part. If they think that they can shut McGregor up and just that he would say what they want to say, that's a big mistake. That's a fucking big mistake. Because no, he's a big mouth and he will say what he fucking wants to say, whether you like that or not. So
I think
in that
personally, I
way,
think it wouldn't be a good thing if it wouldn't be a good thing if he personally got in. I think the best thing that could come from it, like you say, is if he inspires more people just to get him. So he might not end up getting in a position, but younger adults who might not have been interested in politics might now be interested, and they may end up getting in power who share his opinions. So I think that's probably like the best thing that can come from it. I think if he was to get in, it kind of make it about him, which is what he's done with a lot of things. It wouldn't. I don't
well,
know.
that's what I'm
I think
saying. That he wouldn't be allowed
it'd be all about the show, wouldn't it? It'd be good, it'd be entertaining, but will it actually achieve anything? I don't know.
I'm sure, look, I'm sure that, like, again, right, no good deed goes unpunished, right? And I'm sure that, like, he would start off, like most do, start off with great intentions, right? But,
And then
yeah,
realise that you're kind of powerless anyway.
yeah, that you really don't have a fucking say. You know, if you're not part of that little clique, and it's kind of like anything, be it school, be it work, be it fucking politics. If you're not willing to play their fucking game, then they'll make sure that you're not involved in that game at all. So he'll have to fold like a good few independents that are nowhere to be seen now, that were promising to do this, and that. And unfortunately, when they got in, nothing. They were like putting a fucking office somewhere miles away in fucking Dublin that they couldn't do shit for their constituency. And they're only one person. So you're outnumbered every time. Every fucking time. So you can either join them or you can continue to be the little loner on your own. And that's what happens. Most of them fold and say, fuck it. Might as well join them. You can't beat them, join them. But McGregor won't do that. McGregor won't do that. And the one thing that I will do is open the door up for younger people to be able to go in.
That's what I mean. That's what I think the best outcome would be is to.
Yeah, he won't get very far. He won't. Unfortunately, they won't. They won't allow him to get
the next
very far.
generation who like, and it's evidence that he kind of brings attention to whatever he touches. He was MMA. You know what I mean, brought attention to that. I think it'll be a positive thing for politics. But if he gets in, then I think that might be a bad thing because I think he'll inadvertently make it all about him rather than the Irish people. So I think the best outcome would be that he doesn't get in, but he inspires others to follow in his footsteps.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he can get in, but again, he's only one person, right? So if he's only elected like to an MP, he's not going to be able to do anything. So, and there's the but part. So every time, like, it'll go live, he will make himself front and center. That's the only good thing. He will make himself fucking front and center. And
it will definitely be heard.
Take him out. Not one of them will try to take him out. So they'll have to wait. They'll say, like, oh, you know, like McGregor, like, stop. He won't stop. He will be thrown out multiple times, but he will, because RTE they have to. They have to. Because once he's there, they have to. If he's not elected, they don't have to. So if he gets in the door, I'm not saying he'll get very far, but if he gets in the door, he will open the floodgates for a lot of young people to get in, because at the moment, you have to be a certain age if you want to run for presidency of Ireland, even though that's just shit anyway, because the president of Ireland doesn't really fucking have a say. Like that little leprechaun, he has no say over Ireland at all. At all.
So rewinding back a little bit before you jumped on, we was discussing first cousin marriages, and there was somebody on the panel who was very much an advocate for it, and there was making up false arguments. What's your opinion on first cousin marriages, and what's the opinion of Irish people?
No, right, again, so because Stu said to me, like it is, again, when I was growing up, it was against the law for you to fuck your
Is
fucking
it in
story,
Ireland?
right? It's you can't marry your granny, can't marry your fucking brother, sister, all this shit, right? But like, and then it's in quoted text, like abbreviated text, like it's not really frowned at, like it's frowned upon. It doesn't really happen in Ireland, you know, but like it's not legal to get married. No, it fucking was. 20 years ago, it was illegal to fuck your cousin, your first cousin. You could
What in
bang your,
Ireland?
yeah, you could bang your second cousin
Oh,
and your
common
third
fucking
cousin.
sense.
Why? Because the DNA is not closely related as with first cousins. First cousins, you have the same fucking blood and DNA, you lunatic.
Let me get me M&Ms.
So you're giving. So now you see, this was a good point that Danny Jones made, right? About eugenics. No, you see, people don't realize, right? And they blame God and they say, oh, but like, why would God let like that poor child come into this? No, hold on a fucking minute. Hold on. It was absolutely nothing to do with the good Lord at fucking all. It was your choice of your fucking partner and what you done before and after having that child. It was
You
nothing
knew
to do with
you
the
knew
good
the
Lord.
risk. So I don't know if you was here, Cam, but so it increases by like 6% or something like that if you have it with your
That's
first
a
cousin.
fucking, will you stop,
So
man? That's big.
I said, regardless if it's a 1% increase or a 6% increase, the fact that we can evidence that it's an increase, specifically when you have a baby with your first cousin, is enough reason for me to want to think, no, that should be illegal for this. And that's not me wanting to stop disabled children being born. I recognize that no matter what we do as humanity, there's always going to be disabled people that are born. It's just nature. But if we can recognize that we're doing something specifically that's causing it, I don't think we should advocate for it like fucking people are doing.
Right. Well, you see, myself, right? I would rather prevent you than to try find a fucking cure. Now, that right, as I said, there is many tests that you can do while you are pregnant, from fucking 3 to 4 weeks, right, up to 6 weeks, that they can tell you if your baby is Down syndrome. They can tell you if your baby has any disability, right? And then they give you the choice whether you want to like abort that baby or not, right?
Would you
Now,
take
any woman,
that test or what?
what? Would I have taken that test?
Would you, yeah.
Me personally, I would have taken the test. Well, I would have taken, again.
Do you think it will change the decision or what if you were to find out that it was disabled?
I don't. Well, obviously, like, and thank God, I don't know that. I don't know that, and I'm being honest. I don't know that, and I'm pro-life. I'm pro-life, so I'm just being honest with that because I haven't been put in that situation.
But haven't they also been wrong as well? It's like predicting.
Oh, they have. No, they have.
And it's never.
They have. They have.
Actually, I don't know.
And that's why.
Me, like, especially the Down syndrome test, right? Every single Down syndrome person that I've met, my mate's got a Down syndrome baby. My other mates used to have a Down syndrome auntie. She used to come to bingo as well. You say, "Hey, girl," she got fuck off every single time. Every Down syndrome person that I've come across has always been loving, caring. Seems like they've got a good quality of life. I don't understand how we have got to the point where we have allowed testing for Down syndrome to the point where that can then be a reason for you to not continue your pregnancy. Like, what harm are Down syndromes doing to society? Like, that we would want. I don't understand that.
It's not what are Downs, because it's not their fault that way, right? It's not their fault. So the onus is on the mother and the father. So if you have a strong relationship, if you have a strong marriage, well then yeah, you'll be able to say, listen, I'm keeping this fucking baby with or without your ass. I don't really give a fuck. That will then that works. But, and here's the but part, if you have a woman that wants to keep the child but has a husband or a partner that says, I'm not fucking having that child. If you want to stay with me, we want to stay together, you need to get rid of that child. And that has happened many, many times. Many, many times. So, and then I've seen, right, like, because I fucking know of you, right? And you would never know. Like, and that's what I was like, geez, I would never have thought you had Down syndrome, but
just me knowing, like, I've known
that
quite a
are
few
really
people, like people
dependent
with
on their mom and
disabilities.
dad, like that they're really,
Yeah, but
you
Cam,
know.
like, and again, I'm not a father. Like I said, it might be. I'm speaking from a privileged position, but I would just find it hard that if I was to be expecting a child and to find out that a child had any disability, that I would think, right, yeah, that's. And I wasn't contemplating aborting that child up until this point, and then I found out it's got a disability. I don't think I could be able to. I don't think I'd be able to live with myself if I made that decision. I think I've been dealt this cards in life, and I'm gonna navigate through this fucking difficult life that has now been set ahead of me. I've had a cushy life up until now. Now there's a greater need for me to be here, and I don't know. I couldn't live with myself.
No, and I get
Not
that. I
doing
get
that.
that, right? But you look, it's like anything. And I'm not like, I don't mean to put it like so like disregarding like a child, because I'm not, right? I'm just talking at this way. But again, you weigh up the pros and cons. You weigh up the pros and cons. So there's like anything, there's like with fucking autism, ADHD, with any disease we know, there's a spectrum, right? Like, so one child can come out with Down syndrome and have a very active life, right? Like be very independent, have their own fucking home, their own job,
Also, can I
etc.
watch on social media? It's funny as fuck. Baker family. He's got Down
Yeah.
syndrome. He loves wrestling.
But that's what I mean, right? Like only that, like you look at him and say, shit, right? He's Down syndrome. You wouldn't know by everything else that he does. And then there is some, right, that are and it's not how they look physically.
No, I get like a lot of them have
They're
like
not,
fallen to a lot of
yeah,
illnesses and disabilities and
yeah,
conditions,
right.
short
And
lifespan.
it's cognitive. It's cognitive. That's the thing there, right? So physically, you can deal with the physical shit. Trust me, you can deal with that physical shit. But someone who's cognitively impaired, you can't.
Yeah, so my mum's mate. Growing up, like we were very close, so I knew all the family. I used to go around to her house quite a lot. Her son was he was definitely like autistic on spectrum. Autism weren't really known back then. This was like 90s and stuff. But he was very like violent with it. He couldn't he couldn't be
Yeah,
around, especially
yeah.
his mum. Like the dad wasn't around. Like he was just he was overpowering her, very violent. So he used to spend like Monday to Friday in like this respite, I think they used to call it.
Yeah, it's called respite.
Yeah, but like again, but like the joy that she still got out of him, even though like it was extremely
Yeah,
difficult. Like
because
it made her
that's
fucking like tough,
real.
isn't it? I mean, in the end, I mean, she got fucking mental health issues in the end, but I think
But
throughout
that's
her
what I'm
life,
saying, though.
it made her tough as fucking nails. Like she took it
It
on
made her
board.
tough as nails, but at the same time, you can't see that woman's mental scars. You can't see, like, because again, physical scars are one thing, right? Like emotional damage scars are a fucking other thing. So that woman would be covered head to toe on them. Like again, do you like? And I'm not saying this. I'm not saying this is a blanket statement, right? I'm just applying it to the one that you just said there. Now, how hard that is, right, for behavioral issues, right, anger issues, right, communication issues, because he can't express himself and all that shit. And then the only person that he has is his mother, but yet the only person that he gets actually fucking physical and angry with is his mother. Do you know what that's like? For that, like for on a day-to-day basis, for that woman who loves him, but yet on the other hand has to put up with emotional and physical abuse.
But if you ask her, she'll say.
Of course, she's going to say yes. She's
You said to her like, if you could go back now and change things and not have, she'd be like, no,
of course she wouldn't.
It's worth every bruise that I've got.
Yeah, I know that. I know she would. I know. I can guarantee 100% she would. She would never give that child up. She would never go back.
I think, and in some ways, again, I think, say if you was to have like 3 children who are not disabled and one who's got, I don't know, the level of love is different. Like you're putting more care of attention in there. You're more protective. Like I don't know. Like again, I'll go back to the how have we got to the point in society where we think, right, yeah, we'll offer people tests for Down syndrome kids because we don't really think. Where's that come from? Whose idea was that?
Okay, all right. Well, look at it from this point of view, right? So this, because you're looking from a bloke's perspective, right? And in fairness, you don't have kids, and I know you're an uncle and a godfather, right? So that will give you a kind of a perspective too. But you have to kind of look at it from a woman's perspective, and that's like, oh shit, I can't look at like. And now 20 years ago, there was not even half of the shit that like Down syndrome kids, right? Any autistic, any disabled kids have now. 20 years ago, they didn't. So I can imagine what it would have been like fucking 40 years ago, right? Not only were they looked at like, oh, you made a fucking spazzer baby. So they would have had to hide the child away because the child would have been getting nothing but fucking abuse. And then at the same time, provide for that child and look after that child and then getting abuse from their own family too. So if you had the option of where now before the baby was fully formed into a baby, if you are getting now look at it from, I'm telling you, putting yourself into a woman's shoes, even though no, but like that's the only way you're going to do it. Look at it from that perspective. If you could save now, if you could look at all the fucking things that are going to happen to that poor child, would you save that poor child from going through it? Or would you say, no, I want that child, and that child's going to go through
not if it
all
results in like the death or the non-existence of that child. Again, I just think I don't. If I was dealt that card, I'm dealt that card. Do you know what I mean? I'm.
No, look again. If I had been,
I'm not. And I'm not saying I'm going to be able to cope with it. Like I'll probably. I don't know what it would do to my mental health. It's just that I don't know. I don't think I could.
But there's the answer there, right? There's the answer there. Not everybody was right. Actually, quite a lot. 8 out of 10 weren't able to cope. So they came up, okay. Well, if we could tell you before it got too late, where it is actually a full-blown baby, and now we're going to actually fucking kill it, even though you are killing the baby. But would you take that where it's like, okay, shit, I don't have to go through all this, and that baby doesn't have to go through all that shit too?
Yeah, Cam. So I could understand if like the test was for like a disability where the baby's going to be completely like cabbage, non-verbal, can't move, is going to require like breathing apparatus, all that kind of stuff where it's got zero quality of life. I can understand the argument why people may want to be tested for that, and then I can understand the argument why people may want to abort a child like that. I understand that, but when it comes to Down syndrome, I think I don't recognise the major disability or issue that justifies a test that can determine whether or not you should be able to kill that child or not.
Well, it's not just
over Down syndrome. Like I said, any other thing that's more severe, I'd agree with it. But for Down syndrome, I just would see like why.
Right? It's not just for Down syndrome.
No, but there is one. I'm speaking about the one that's specific for Down syndrome because there's a specific test in there for Down syndrome.
Yeah, well, that's what.
Where has that come from, and why has there been a need to test for that? Why? I don't know. I don't get it.
Well, because again, it's all right. Look, it's like if you're having loads of inbred babies, right? Like, and the cure is more expensive, right? And it's fucking literally fucking up the people. You have to go then to be like to prevent this shit. The cure is no longer working. Cure is not working. So you prevent that. And I believe personally in preventing shit. If you know, and if you can cut something off before it happens, me personally, rather than getting down the line and then trying to cure it. Then you're left
I agree. I agree with that. But again, I don't know where Down syndrome, because again, if there was a disability that's going to completely affect the child's way of life, then I might agree with you. But when it comes to Down syndrome, I don't see it as like, I just see it as a bit like autism. It's a character trait.
Yeah, but
They
it's not
we
though. It's
still,
not.
if they still want to go to Blackpool Pleasure Beach and go on rides, they can. They can still go to school. They can get a level of education. They can even like go and work somewhere, and like there is opportunities for them.
There
I
is,
don't
look,
get why there's a
there's
specific
loads of
list
look,
for
there's
that.
loads of that, right? There is loads of that, but what I'm saying is they're more vulnerable, right? They're more, and I'm fortunate, right? And I don't know, like whether the fucking statistics have changed in the 20 years. I'm really hoping they have. I'm really presuming they fucking have, guesstimating they have, but 20 years ago and like older, Down syndromes were targeted, especially women, especially girls, and they were raped. So
What?
yeah,
Who
and that
by?
happens. Stop, Luke. Like,
Who? Down syndrome. Does people get Down syndrome's getting raped? What do you mean?
what do you mean? What do I mean?
Like a fucking pandemic?
No, like, no. It was just like, look, if for fuck's sake, like, if there's, all right, it's a small village, and you have fucking a Down syndrome girl of like 20 who's mentally 12
Oh, you
and
mean like what
acting,
Sean did?
huh?
You mean like what Sean did when he had sex with somebody who can't really consent because they're not mentally all there?
Well, that's different. That's different. Even though that is a form of it, but like, yeah, he manipulated her into that. But like forcing your way onto a woman, be it like that she has Down syndrome or not, that's another kind of piss. So
Is there a petition to get to ban, to criminalize, outlaw the Down syndrome baby test? Because if there is, I'm going to sign it.
no,
I'm going to start one.
no. Now, like in
I think that
fairness,
we've got to a place in society now where I think it should be made specifically illegal to purposely kill a Down syndrome child based on the fact that you've found out that it's going to be Down syndrome. I think that we've
well,
come to a civilized place in life where we should not allow that. I'm going to fucking advocate for that.
okay, well, if you see, this is
No,
where
I'm
like the
advocating.
bullshit
I'm
comes
going to
in.
fucking
Yeah, but
honestly.
women's bodily autonomy, which means that's their fucking right. It's their
I don't give a
body.
fuck.
So yous are all for like women having abortions of healthy fucking babies,
No,
but not of disabled babies.
no. I've not
That's
even talked about
absolute
healthy babies.
fucking lunacy to me.
I've not even talked about healthy
No
babies.
baby should be killed. No baby should be killed. Never mind a
Yeah,
fucking healthy
I
baby.
agree, but
Because
I
you
don't
opened your legs
specifically.
because you were a fucking slag on a fucking one night stand, and now you have to go to fucking England because you're a slag to get an abortion.
Oh yeah, it's still banned in Ireland, isn't it?
No. It's
Is it not?
no. My dumb country, my dumb liberal country made it fucking legal. But here's the fucking funny thing: because we're not providing like killing services quick enough, these little slags have to go to England still because we're
Why
not
though? Why do you
fucking
have to go to
holy
England
enough.
if it's legal?
We know it was voted on, and abortion. And again, that will be one of the biggest sins that I've committed, that I voted for fucking rape and incest, right? But of course, you can't just say that shit. So now slags who have dropped that cax, got one, and now have a bun in the oven, now they want an abortion because I can't deal with it. Well, then you should have kept your legs closed, you dirty slag.
Cam, I think I found my purpose in life. I think I'm going to be an advocate for Down syndromes.
Well,
Because
you should be an advocate for all babies. All
because
babies.
there's people doing that, but we have got a specific law. We have got specific procedures in this country that allows us to identify whether somebody's going to be Down syndrome, and they're allowed to kill that baby as a result of that. I don't think that should be allowed. I think we need to advocate to specifically ban that. Specifically, and if you want to get to all babies, that can come next. But if we're allowing Down syndromes, then we're a bit of fucking step. We're a bit far away from banning all babies, aren't we, Cam? I think we need to focus on Down syndromes first, and then we can maybe focus on all babies. But Down syndrome specifically, come on, they need a voice.
I know, but do you know many women take that test, Luke? Every day?
No, but they shouldn't. Do you know? So I know somebody who took one. It was an old mate's mum. And I believe she fell pregnant in like her late 30s, and she took one and found out that it was, and she aborted it. And I've always felt
That's
weird
sad.
about
That
that.
is sad.
I've always like side-eyed her a bit about it, you know, thinking like. And the thing is, though, she also works with disabled people, so I don't know. I've always had an issue with it. I've always thought,
Yeah, but you see, but you see, because she walks in
you're
that
getting
line.
paid to look after disabled people, but then you wouldn't want to do it in your. No, how could you do that?
Again, like as I said, I don't know. Like, thank the Lord, I don't know, right? But, and I can be honest with this, I'm not gonna bullshit and lie, right? That God forbid if they had said to me, like, listen, there could be a chance. Do you want to take the test? I would have took the test, Luke. And I'm only being honest with you. I would have took the test.
Yeah, but
Now, I can't tell you
I
what
don't even want to ask you.
after that, right? It would have been.
I wouldn't judge you anyway. Like I wouldn't judge anybody who does it. Like I said, I wouldn't judge you, but I think we've got to a point now in life where I think maybe if the test came out because it were based on fears or something, but I don't know. Like if you could bring an argument why Down syndrome people should cease to exist, then I don't think I'd be able to understand. I'm not speaking to you, I'm just speaking to whoever's formed this fucking idea that they should be tested. But if there's an actual argument why Down syndrome people shouldn't be born, then I'll listen to it. I'm not saying that I'll understand it or agree. I feel strongly that we've come to a point in society where
I think it's
people
too late, right? I think it's
there's no reason why they shouldn't be allowed to live. There's no reason why.
Look, again, even if you came into this world, right, disabled from the fucking neck down, nobody has the right to put you down. You know what I mean? Nobody has the right to say,
it's different though. So that's what I said.
No,
I can understand if you said that there's a test to test like whether you're going to be completely disabled to a point where like they're fucking slavering, they've got zero control over the body functions. I could understand somebody saying, look, I'm doing them a favor by not allowing them to live. I understand that, but I don't get that when it comes to Down syndrome kids.
Yeah, but you're splitting hairs there, though. Like,
I think it's very different.
What's going to be put to you is, again, like with the abortion, you can't pick and choose. You can't turn around and say, well, I do for fucking like incest and rape, but not for fucking like every Tom, Dick, and Harry that's been up this slag.
No, I disagree. I think
or a condom.
No, I think if there was two tests, one test was to test whether your child is going to have Down syndrome, and another test was to test whether it's going to have any other disease that is going to, or disability, sorry, that's going to completely affect the bodily functions and the body movements, and they're going to have zero control or zero way of like any decent way of living, then I may take the latter, but I certainly wouldn't take the Down syndrome one.
Yeah, but do you know many women have kids, right, that are disabled, that are mute, right, that they come out looking perfect, but they're fucking mute, so they can't talk, right, can't communicate with you, and then they have like other physical disabilities that come along with it, because it never just comes along on its own, ever comes along on its own. Now, that mother is not, like, as you said about like the other Down syndrome, if you had asked, like, would she give that? No. Well, the same would apply to this woman. And even though, like, she'd have like fucking older and younger kids, right? And even though, yeah, like, our life is like restricted because most of the shit is walking around him because he's disabled and mute. He's disabled from the neck down, so he can't move a fucking foot. But this woman wouldn't, again, give him up for loving her fucking money.
No, so all the so like I said, when I said that I grew up with him, so my mum has worked with him all her life, well, all my life. Anytime like I was off school or something, I'd always go on to work with her with disabled kids. There was a guy called Tipu, a guy called Emma. All of them, anyway, was pretty much the similar disability where like they required bibs, they couldn't move. They could barely just like move like their eyeballs, you know what I mean? And like obviously they had zero fucking way of life, like good way of life. But again, their parents, if you said to them like, would you change things? They wouldn't change because they've lived with it. That's why I think that giving people the option to terminate a child based on a disability such as Down syndrome, like I said, if it was another disability that's going to be 10 times worse, I can maybe understand. But when it comes to Down syndrome, I don't know. I feel like
But you
Down
see, I
syndrome
disagree with
I've
you
got a
on
very
that.
good opportunity of living a decent way of
Yeah,
life.
but you see, I disagree with you on that, right? Because
Well,
again,
mate, Betty's saying, Cam, this Luke guy is a eugenicist. I think Cam knows me a lot more than you do, Betty.
oh, so but again, I do think that like we're splitting hairs here, right? Because a disability is a disability, right? Whereas this is what I said to you. It's like the spectrum. I'm comparing like autism, ADHD, right? We know so one person can have ADHD and it's not really severe or affecting or debilitating to them. And then you can have another person that they're in the fucking middle. And then you can have another person that is totally crippled by it, cannot walk out fucking inside the door, cannot even get themselves up out of fucking bed to clean their fucking room for the shit, right? So again, we can't make a broad statement like that. So to me, a disability is a disability. It doesn't and you see, this is the thing too. Just because you can't see a disability doesn't mean that they don't have a disability. So if you're not going for the Down syndrome, but yet you are going for the one that is disabled from, say, the chest down or the waist down. Now, I have seen, trust me, I have seen in my lifetime many who are fucking paralyzed from the waist down, from the chest down, can move their arms and their neck and shit like that. And they have a job. They have their own flat. They don't live with their mother and father. Their mother and father are dead. And they have a productive life as
Yeah, that's
much
what I
as
mean,
they
though.
can.
There is no, from my understanding, there's no test to test for that. But if there was, then people would test for it and potentially
Oh, of course they
abort
would.
those
Of course
people.
they would.
But those people have got completely the only disability is the fact that they're going to require some form of mobility aid. Just fully cognitive, maybe high IQ. But then again, if they've tested and the parents have, it's come back and the test says, oh yeah, your child's going to have this disability where you're not going to have control of 70% of the bodily movements or something, then some people may abort them. That's why I don't advocate for these tests where you can test whether your child's got a disability or not. I don't support it unless it's, like I say, a very unique rare. So say if your family have got a unique illness or disease that is hereditary and you do test to see whether your child may have that. I can understand why people might do it, but then to base your decision on whether you're going to abort the child on that, I think that's wrong, personally. So I don't know why I'm a eugenist, Betty, but you're fucking deluded.
No, Donna, that happened to a woman over here. They told her that our baby had Down syndrome. They gave her the choice. They advised her to abort the baby. She aborted the baby, and then they found out that the baby didn't have Down syndrome.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I've heard of it happening. People have been told that the baby's going to have Down syndrome. They've
So it's
chosen
not
to have the baby
100%.
anyway, and it's been born
You know,
completely healthy, no Down syndrome.
that's what I mean, right? When they give you when they say to you, okay, so your baby's centile, is very small. Baby's not grown. We think that the baby could be have Down syndrome, Gorman's disease, whatever disability, right? We're going to do a test for it. Do you want to do the test for it? So she has to sign multiple papers because obviously if anything goes wrong, they're not going to fucking take the fucking blame.
Just 1 minute, Cam, because let me address this fucking mad nut job in the fucking side chat. She's clearly she can't admit when she's wrong, and she's clearly got fucking confused about something. It's just an inner hatred for some reason. But she's saying, "Look, you're a typical gay eugenicist because you hate women and love men, can't have kids, and you're a fucking typical nut job who can't have kids. So you have to fucking manifest them and create them in your own mental fucking life to the point where you start playing baby noises online. You go to shop, charity shop, and buy baby clothes and shit. Start showing them off. You're a fucking nut job. You are Myra Hindley, bitch. Don't start fucking coming at me with your fucking twisted mentality, trying to make me out to be a person that I'm not. You're a fucking scumbag. You're a fucking mental case, and you fucking create children in your own sick head. You, my love, need to go and get yourself a fucking doll's house and start playing with fucking dolls rather than manifesting fucking children on the internet. You weird fucking nut job. Anyway, Cam, where was we?
I don't know where we were. A little bit.
Oh, she's put, don't worry, I've got him on mute. She hasn't got me on mute. That's what all the nut jobs say. How could she mute one? And why is she saying don't worry? Who's she saying don't worry to? She can't hear me. She clearly knows I'm she's thick as fuck. What a fucking nut job. God, I've never really spoken to this Betty before, but now we understand all the stories. And you completely understand why people no longer call her Black Betty. Because Black Betty had a child, bam, a lamb, the gone thing gone well, bam, lamb. And you didn't have a child, Betty, you made one up. You fucking nut job. Get back to a charity shop, go get yourself some fucking Gap for kids, show it off on internet, you fucking cuckoo for fucking Cocoa Pop clown. Betty doesn't really have a baby. Gets a charity shop, buy some more baby clothes. What a fucking nut job. Oh, I thought you can't hear me, Betty. I thought you can't hear me, Betty. But you can hear me. I do want it with Betty game. Clearly, I've stayed on the panel. She's not jumped back on. She's trying to get it side chat. I've put this conversation on pause so I can address the little fucking nut job. And now she's pretending like she's put me on mute, but then she's addressing my actual statements, which tells everybody that she's not put me on mute. Yeah. So she's a lying little beg. That's what you are. So what was this about her wanting to drown brown babies again? Why do I drown brown babies, Betty?
On that, then we're gonna wrap up now. That we still, man, because I need to flick into bed, man.
Oh, Brother Belly's offered you some a life band.
Nah, man. It was that time anyway, man. Look, if you look 5 minutes ago, I put like 5-10 minutes left in it.
Yeah. All right. I get
it. I gotta go to bed still, man.
Well,
big up everyone.
Well, big up. It's been a good conversation.
Big up Luke, to everyone that jumped on earlier. Big up everyone in the chat still there.
Have a listen to the song, whatever your song is that you found.
Yeah,
Sharp now.
Got a bad boy tune for everyone. What do you mean, man? Come on. All right, then let's play out the tune and then we can fucking let it play.